Man are real. This is the cipher tweet. Ahora Babylon real. En esta ocasión traigo a los gangsters más gangsters de la zona. Y vengo con la familia again. ¿Cómo dice? Ya man are real. Traigo el mensaje puro y crudo para el momento. No palabras vanas que rompen los sentimientos. Lucharé y derribaré los muros del lamento. Pídeme pues te daré los sueños que están muertos. Nunca el demonio dio mensajes de amor, pero tampoco los dio el ángel que nos abandona. Quizás miremos diferente el reloj, pero tu cielo es el infierno donde el amor murió. Political violence, criminal physical redemption hasta cacaca del baile. Typical style, musical fraile. Mucha es la promesa en la que se han llevado el aire. Love, love, love. Siente verdad como doy mi corazón. No more, no more, no more. It's a reggae cipher. Feed the world. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Floaty tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Floaty tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Fue que me brotaron alas y ganas de volar. En las buenas mi terreno lleno, en las malas solar. Un muro que decorar, mis hermanos me sirven de guía, mi estrella polar. Muerda los hilos, me duele hasta respirar. Solo quiero ver verdad. Sigo buscándome lejos de lo que piensas. Más fácil de lo que crees, el esfuerzo trae recompensas. Vale la experiencia si es intensa. No tires de la cuerda si está tensa. Miraban al ocaso con tristeza. Las estrellas devolvían con grandeza su mirar. Nos vimos floreciendo en la maleza. La belleza de las piezas y comienzan a encajar.
Es de reventar el beat. Floaty tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Floaty tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
51, 52, con un micro de bambú, más vuelta que Passepartout. Me siento en la old school. It's magnetic kung fu, it's a reggae magnatur. Por las almas sonrientes que acompañan a Zazú. En bambalinas y balú, son rimas de menú, no salidas de velour, pero calidez del sur. Homie, always lonely, but I feeling like a gangsta. 52, 53, a mí sí me ves venir, por eso me llaman King, ese fue mi devenir. De marchar o seguir, nunca tuve que elegir, la music me eligió a mí, no tengo nada más que decir. Saifa, Puniga, Loba, Grimble, Fire, Killer Man, Smoker, Chusta, feel like a Rasta, Chai Metal, Kimanes, original a reggae Saifa again.
Interna en la villa del pingüino, de los que alinean la antena y los que se encuentran dormidos zarandean tus emociones cual barril de vino, cosas feas quizás en tus ideas, pero aquí no, yo no atino, disparo sin mirar a todo aquel vampiro que el diente quiera hincarme, bro. Si lo digo, no es para pensar, sino para aclarar lo que de siempre estás pensando. Acaba el tan magnífico, imposible de torcer metal, total, my friend. Making connection after connection, my new world, creating the freedom from them, me more. Many boy represent this game.
What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Floaty tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? Es de reventar el beat. Floaty tangle in the street. Reggae music on the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
Falta presentación si existe nivel. Sobreviviendo en Babilonia escribí al papel mis problemas cuando al final pude entender que para ser feliz solo tienes que querer. Y solamente hay una vida y es para vivir. Busca alternativa para seguir. No dejes nunca que te digan que no es así. Y prende un poco de sativa para estar chill. Ey, superando ansiedades con el humo de cancha. Manchas de un pasado trágico en la cancha. Seguimos siendo fuertes, su mierda no me engancha. Mientras otros esperando a que lleguen en lancha. No matter where you come, no matter where you come from. Solo importa que prestes atención a este sound. Desde the original, que la mano al mando. Oh, na, na, na.
Mira, soy un warrior, sonido legendario. Disfruto cada segundo cuando me subo al escenario. Tengo fuego en los labios, sigo cual mercenario. Pasos de gigante y cora revolucionario. Siento que es necesario, suena el reggae en los barrios. Para que cale el mensaje y para salvar a los más sabios. Entre en mi imaginario, que moche que es bancario. Si vienes con la mala vibra, mejor bro, cambia tu itinerario. Ya, 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 ya. Cuando ruge el león suena la música real. Venimos con el ya, 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 ya. Sonido de guión es el sonido original. Ya, 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 ya. Reggae de corazón es el que se hace en unidad. Ya, 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 ya.
What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí. What time is it? De reventar el beat. Reggae music and the hit. Romperemos las barreras que crearon para ti, pues llegaron los señores y la paz de nuevo aquí.
You know what I mean? It's like people choose to like only study what they want to learn, study. They don't want to expand, or they don't want to see other people's culture or cultural background and see why. Well, I try to study everything, and then if you see there's only one truth, when you really start studying everything, you see it all leads up to one truth.
Right.
And it all leads back here, yeah. But
And knowledge is supposed to be presented. You know what I'm saying? And that's one of the reasons why, why I like Corey Mayo too, because he present his knowledge. I put it out there. It's up for critique. It's up for, I'm not going to tell you, and I'm not going to force feed it, and I'm not going to make you, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to make you believe it, or you're some type of agent or something. You know what I'm saying? This is, and you're not the only one. You know what I'm saying? Everyone do that also. He present his knowledge, but sometimes he do get a little aggressive. Like, bro, if you don't believe my shit, I'm breaking your neck. You know what I'm saying? So Cheap do that a little bit too. You know what I'm saying? A little bit, and maybe I might be a little bit like that too. But that's kind of how we is sometimes. But yeah, the information is supposed to be presented to the people. It is not supposed to be. Everybody needs to say this. Everybody needs to do this. Everybody needs to believe it. If you don't believe this, you're an enemy.
yeah, I just think it's a problem. Like if you have a lot of you have a large following, right? And people look up to you and everything. And if you're using dark skin as more, you know what I mean? That's just totally off. You're just confusing people to understand this stuff. So you're saying the
Well,
Moorish Roman this, and
well,
then
well, 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 see, you gotta be able to respect his, if that's his understanding, you got to respect that. You know what I'm
I
saying? If that's
respect
somebody's,
it, bro. But if he says it
but you
like it's
don't need to
fact,
agree with it though. That's
no, no, no. What I'm saying is there's people that don't study. So when he's saying it, they believe him. They're just hearing, oh yeah, he's more. These are more. The Romans were Moors. These are Moors, and everybody's a Moor. And then I asked him, "What you talking about dark skin complexion?" He's like, "Yeah." So he's not talking about a nationality. He's not talking about what Drew Ali's talking about.
right. He
And that's the
stated that.
thing.
He stated that
I
days
know, but
ago.
you can't separate those two. Whatever you want
What do
to
you mean?
interpret it as, Drew Ali was very clear.
I
Drew
know,
Ali was
but
very clear, man. And we're not talking. If you're gonna talk about a dark skinned person, you can't just always use the word more, because then people have a certain uh
perspective.
perspective of
Yep.
what they think a more is. So
Yep.
then you just confusing everybody, man.
Yeah, and I can't get this out of my head. When people think of more, the first thing I think of is that dude on Sinetta with a fez and a dashiki. Dude came on there. I don't know who that is,
Oh
but
damn.
dude came on there. He had a dashiki and he had a fez on, and he was talking. I forgot who he was talking to. For some reason, that image always pop in my head, and that's what Amore is to me. You know what I'm saying? And so, but I know it's more than that. I know it's more than that. I got enough, sense to know it's more than that. But that always pops up, and everybody have something else who they pop up. That pops up when you say everybody got something different. To so it is hard. It is hard. You know what I'm saying?
So another, so there's a lot of statements that gets made, right? And there's never no sources, right? A lot of statements get made. People like listen to it, they believe it, and then they leave it like that, and then you run to the next topic and never address that. So first of all, it wasn't just Christians coming over here. That's false. And when you say that like it's fact, you're doing the same thing they did to us when they were writing the textbooks. Because then you're leaving a whole history out. You're leaving a whole people who was involved too. I got the journals from Columbus, and I got all these journals from the Spaniards and stuff. They're handwritten accounts, first-hand accounts, and they tell you straight out who they're coming with and who they're bringing along. I've put it in my videos. People's ignoring all that. But, I mean, so and also, when you go into Islam and all that, that's deep, man. It goes really deep. Um, you're gonna see that it goes back to the Vatican. Lotus knows I ain't lying. And then when we're talking about Vatican, who are we really talking about? You guys know Genghis Khan's brother was named Batu Khan.
Oh yeah.
So, I mean,
I didn't know that. I'm go ahead, go. I'm gonna go ahead and head out. Peace to the chat, but go ahead, keep spitting that knowledge, Curry Mayo. Peace, Lotus, man. You get your channel up. Hey, Curry Mayo, you going on my network, bros? Lotus, leave him alone. I'm good. Nah, peace. Nah, peace, y'all.
I'm a battle royal for Corey Bale and shit.
Nah, peace though. Peace, Curry Mayo. Go ahead, kick that knowledge. I'm listening.
No, I'm just saying, I don't just make statements. I gotta actually really show the info. So those are videos that are coming up, but these things take time because there's a lot of overstanding that needs to be, get done. And for a lot of people, it's hard to mix the two up. They think it's two different things, but it's not. I mean, there's certain people made a confederate, they created organizations, and this was the last empire to conquer, and that's what they did, man. This was the last empire they came to conquer. I don't know. I show the Great Seal. I show them talking about their Great Seal and how it's made by them, and they're doing treaties, and it's one people with the Albions and Europeans and Christians. Then you're separating it. But the truth is, your history, your own Moorish history, telling you straight up, it's one. They're the government. They're the corporation. They are the citizens of the USA. It's in their ID cards.
Man, it's key and important. Yeah, when it comes to the Quran, Islam, and Muslim, I would be the most biased against it that you might even meet. I cannot stand the Quran, the history behind it, Islam, and for good reason. I've caught hell. I went on Lex Vortex channel a couple of years ago, and I mentioned this a couple of weeks ago, man. They gave him all kind of fatwas, threatening him. You better not have Lotus on there talking about the Quran or any of this stuff again. And and they tried to get him to combat me on it, and he was trying to dig. I was like, "Oh, you want to combat me on it? Okay." And it went the wrong way. Lex was like, "Oh hell no, bro, we can't talk about this no more."
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I mean, I don't hate Islam. I don't hate Muslim or anything like that, man. I'm just trying to set records straight. You know what I mean? If you really go into research and study, you see there's a beginning and an origin to everything. All right, and these people always didn't have the best interest when they were creating these things or doing these things. Now, if you study Muhammad's wife, Khadija, if you really go and study her, you see that she was Catholic. She funded, she financed like Muhammad. Like she's coming from the Vatican, and that's facts. Anybody can go research that. So I mean, I'm just giving you that as a like a lead. I mean, but you gotta do your own research. You can't just wait for me to do videos. And when I say certain things, I try not to actually say things on the live because I want to show the info. I'm not gonna pull up a Wiki article and just kind of try to influence your thoughts just because somebody edited a Wikipedia article. That was probably a Moor who did that. I mean, there's no other. I have all the Spanish accounts of these books. Yeah, and they'll say, yeah, it looks like Andalusia, but they also say it looks like Japan. It looks like this. They don't just say Andalusia. They're telling you it's civilized. They're telling you that they are surprised at this architecture, this high civilization here. That's all they were saying. And they don't say it's like, they say it's even grander. See, the thing is, you got to read the exact words. They're not saying it's like, they're saying it's grandeur, more grandeur than what they have in Andalusia. And Andalusia is where Columbus left from. That was a big Moorish town. So you got to understand, 1492, you got the Jews, so-called Muslims, being kicked out if they didn't convert to Christianity. This is 3 months or 3 to 4 months before Columbus came. I mean, just put two and two together. So you got all these people being kicked out, and then all of a sudden Columbus comes. And why did Columbus get here? How did he know the knowledge to get here? We all know it wasn't, no, he didn't get lost. That's a story. We know he was coming, he knew where he was going. He had inside information because of his Moorish connections. I'm not gonna lie, they were here. And I've been trying to show that in the video. They were here. This is the true old world. So it's not like if they find Phoenician writing over here, it's because they came over here. No, because they were over here. So they leave out all that other stuff, like the Los Lunas stones in New Mexico and everything, the Paleo Hebrew and all that. And I'm not advocating any religion. I'm not ever saying we're all Hebrews, we're all Muslims, we're all Moors. I'm not saying none of that. You have to look into your personal genealogy, your personal life, and your nature. If you you feel like you're Moor and you relate to what Joel is saying, you might be a Moabite, Canaanite, just like Lex Vortex is calling himself a Canaanite. Maybe that is his nature. I'm not gonna fight that with him. You understand? So maybe that is his nature. Maybe he is a Canaanite. So I'm not gonna fight with him over that. You know what I mean? It's silly to actually pretend to debate with somebody who really don't do research, man. Like it's a waste of time. And it's just like we got rude words, just insulting me, calling me a devil and stuff. It's just like a comedy to you guys. I don't know. It's like you guys accept, you guys like that stuff and all that. I mean, I don't care, man. If dude got issues in his head or he's bipolar or whatever, I don't know, man. That's his problem, man. I don't know him. He don't know me. But I never came at him anyway personally, so I don't know why he comes at me. But it's just that's the kind of nature I see. I see a pattern with a lot of Moors. They all kind of act like that. So I look at it like maybe that is their nature. When you go back into scripture, you see that there's some kind of beef there between Israelites and Moabites and Canaanites. Is that just a story? Is that just a Bible story? But then I'm seeing traditions, right, written down about the Israelites, how they act and how they do in their ceremonies and stuff. And then I see it in my culture. I see it with my people. I see it, and they never call themselves Hebrews. but they're doing the exact same things that described in that Bible. So who's the real people they're describing? You know? So that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying go read the Bible and believe everything and just be a Hebrew. Now I'm just saying, look, there's certain things that they put in this book that really actually happened. There's real events. These things really happened, and they wrote it allegorically. They wrote it religiously, whatever they did, but it really did happen. They messed up the chronologies. They put our people back in BC times. You know what I mean? Then they created the Dark Ages and all that. That's those all that is all made up. You really got to study history. You got to see who really wrote chronology. It was two, three people that really had their hands in it. And this was in the 1600s when they started saying how we're going to write chronology, how we're going to break this down to people. You know what I mean? So that's the stuff I'm taking. That's where I'm going with my videos. It's just going to get deeper and deeper. While everybody's just keep talking about the same thing over and over, it's just going to get deeper and deeper. Because the seals are open right now. We have the information out now. We didn't have access to any of this information, and only a few people had access to the information due to their connections with secret societies or whatever. And they had certain information that we didn't have, even though that was like watered down. It was taught as a doctrine. It's like knowledge given to you, but it's given to you as a doctrine with one perspective. Right, so when Drew Ali says, hey, these Canaanites and Moabites and all these got kicked out of Canaan by Joshua, you know what I mean? Like to a Moor, Joshua's an enemy. You go tell that to a Hebrew, they're gonna like, what do you mean he's an enemy? So there's two sides to everything, is what I'm saying. And this involves all the so-called Indians too, even though they're not, somebody comes on and say we got our own Bible and everything. I would love to see that, but what I'm trying to say is A1 was kind of right, it was influenced by our books, our teachings, our stories. They created the Bible from us, and then, they made it into a religion. They made it almost into a myth, fantasy of people that never existed. But when you go look at for Moabites, right, or Canaanites, you have official history that's real. Like they found the Moabite stone, the mesh of steel, describing King Moab having beef with the Israelites, and this is facts. So if the Moabites existed and they got the steels and everything, then whoever they were calling Israelites must have existed too. Obviously, we didn't call ourselves Israelites, and obviously all of us are not Israelites or of those tribe, because they're saying it's 12 tribes, right? When you read the Quiché Maya books and all that, you'll see, they match everything that's in there. They match a lot. And yeah, so the Mormons call Joshua Quetzalcoatl, so I mean that's what we're getting into. Who was really Quetzalcoatl? The plum serpent, right? And yeah, so yeah, I don't want to take over the show, man.
That's amazing. Oh no, you good, man. That definitely needs to be said, and I'm glad that it's expressed. The manner that you're expressing it, because you two are so much more powerful together and operate in a peaceful, balanced input of information. I mean, like look at me, Ty, and Chief. We're on the same road. Well, it's probably a better way I could say this, but on the same road, going down the same path, we just have different cars. One car is best. My car is better for me. Chief Holiday car is better for him. Ty Data car is better for him. But we find a way to ride side by side. The flow and the movement of traffic, it flows better.
I just wanted to get his
When was that published, his book?
I have it. Let me see.
Because Lee Cummings, he's not a basketball player. Of course, he's a black basketball player. To me, he's just another bad case of identity crisis. In your soul.
He's
The 13 black also they are claiming that they were all black.
yeah, he's totally claiming that, yeah, for sure. I mean, it's very. I mean, this book is. I mean, you know, you and I, bro, we really took our time. We could make a way better book than this. With all the information we know. But you know, whatever. That's what he says. That's what they use. That's what he uses. That's what he uses, right? So now, I want to use this video because it's kind of more. I kind of reference them, and I didn't get all into it. So let's listen in real quick, so you guys can see exactly what I'm sharing with you. And by the way, let me just kind of touch on what they're saying, bro, before, because I know we're gonna probably skip it pretty soon. Shalom. I left with shalom. Yes, sir, brother. Oh, what's up, Rick? Shalom, bro. Yes, sir. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. You see? Yep. Hope y'all doing well. So black Americans were conquerors, Native Americans, and slaves from the transatlantic slave trade all at the same time. Yeah, it's weird. It's like a mixed bowl of shit. We already know Esau and Canaan got a little thing going on. That's for sure, bro. See, pray for my boy Peter. He got a really bad back. Oh, okay. We'll do that, bro. Good morning, Raza. Appreciate you, bro. Morning, mi gente. What's up? All will be revealed. What happens to the black conquistador according to BHI logic? Yeah, I know. I don't even want to talk about it no more. Hope it gets better. Yep, got that one. I hope so too. Okay, cool. Let me just get through this real quick. Oh, with jet skiing. Yeah, man. That's why I don't do that, bro. It's crazy. Mud, D-I-K-K, Hamite Spirit. I don't know what that means. Everyone that came here from Western Hemisphere are frauds, but yet they call our people illegal immigrants. Even when they are legal, they call us legal. But same thing that happens. Same thing that's happening in Palestine. They do to our people 600 years ago, but they want us to ally with Israel and automatically be pro-Israel. Yeah. Did you know this part right here about this whole concept? If you really think about it, they're foreigners. So they came here to figure out who they are. It's weird, huh? Anyways, listen in real quick, man. We're almost done, okay? And the reason I'm saying we're almost done is because this was actually planned. So I know, we got stuff to do. Anyways, let's listen in, bro. You got something to share, Shawn? I know I'm talking a lot, bro.
No, I just wanted to just kind of solidifies the idea that I have that all these they all bunch each other just by their skin tone or their phenotype. They all think that they're of one people, but they're really not. There's different groups of them, and you pretty much could tell by their spirit too. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you got the Flavor Flavs, and then you got the Judge Joe Brown. You know what I mean? So
yeah, I've dealt with some so-called African Americans. They're not the same. They don't have the same spirit. Some of them
all be in a congregation together, but they don't really realize that they're all a bunch of different people too. They don't even realize that they're just going off of what they look like and saying, "Oh, that's my brother." But in reality, they could have. That could be your taskmaster, the one you're sitting next to breaking down the Bible with. Go ahead.
Straight up. Let's go.
All right, fam. Shalom. All right, let's watch this. I'm gonna be here still, but I'm gonna let it play.
Because if you are our people, then you're either a sellout, and if you're not our people, then you're a Khazar.
Hollywood, you already know.
And you're misleading these people, letting them think that, oh yeah, look. Dude, this is called this is actually CIA work, man.
What happened?
There was two videos playing at the same time.
Yeah, no, I just didn't mute it. That's why.
Also,
this is psyops right here.
We see people
You guys
walk
have no
past our house.
This is exactly what they do. They manipulate the mindset, give you so much information left and right, every direction. You have no clue how to decipher anything. So you're like, oh, I'm an Aboriginal. Oh, I'm a Hebrew. I'm an African. I'm an Egyptian. I'm a Kemetic. I'm a.
I was still learning how to use this whole system.
I don't give a shit. I don't want none of that. How's that?
He is about 42 years old. I took this a treasure. He may like a Spaniard or more. Be black.
A lot of you've seen his
expression, right?
to these books by Lee Cummins. A lot of you've seen his books, you know, The Negro Question, and there's like about 6, 7, 8 parts. The world history that is being taught in the classrooms omit the existence of the Black Scots, Black Irish, Black Brits, Black Italians, Black French, or Black Europeans that were sold directly into the American slave plantations. Again, what have I been saying? Who was really coming in over here in ships by the thousands and thousands and thousands? That was Europeans, both black and pale-skinned Europeans. Not just black, all right? But also not just white.
So I'm thinking he's going to continue, right? I'm thinking he's going to continue. I'm like, okay.
So it says here, the Scottish kings of England.
All right, so here he has a picture of King James.
Right, so I think he's going to, I'm just letting it go.
All right, so this is an image he has here of King James. All right, so he got a little curly hair and stuff. So they're showing here. So James, by the grace of God, King of England. All right. He says, I know that this image of a black King James can be a little confusing because of your Western education, but this is the truth that is known by the rich and the elite in the world. That was the reason I paraded all of the English historians and professors before I got into the bowels of this book. I had to get your mind ready to receive the truth. King James came from a long line of black Scottish Stuart.
A long line of black Scottish Stuarts. You guys are ignoring all of that, and you say you're Hebrew Israelites? You say you're Hebrews, and he's coming from a long line of Stuart kings? Do you guys not read the Bible? Didn't y'all say that Esau is the dukes?
Kings, the Stuarts. 343 years of rulership in Scotland. The Stuarts not only ruled and able to rule, were all his hand and symbolism to read the symbol.
I'll be honest, man, I can't stand listening to this guy.
Charles I of Scotland.
Dude, you're born in America and you don't even... What is wrong with you, man? Honestly, I bet you don't even speak Spanish well either.
Scotland and England, that Oliver Cromwell invaded Scotland, killed is that Europeans conquered land on my part, and we are ignorant of their existence as.
I'm trying to hurry up and see if he shows something to us regarding. Okay, see, look, watch. So I'm thinking, okay,
community, so-called African American, right? A lot of blacks have Scottish and Irish last names. Very interesting.
He doesn't get into it. So then I'm like, now I know something's up. At that very moment, I knew something was up. And I'm going to show you guys what I mean by that. Okay? This is... that's a good question. Does he consider himself Negro? And you know what's so funny? They spend so much time supposedly showing them who they are. I'm like, okay, well, you don't look like them. You look more like us, right, so to speak. So why don't you tell us then? Like, instead of saying, hey, listen, you guys are these people. You're more concerned about who they are. But and you're not even saying who we are. I don't know, man. That's a good question.
He calls us Mongols.
He does? Oh,
yeah.
Wow.
Like on a regular. I haven't watched him in a long time, but anytime he shows like, pictures, and then he makes them of from the 1800s, right? And they'll just be of a swarthy Indian, dark Native American man or woman or whatever. They're just really dark skin, right? And he'll throw a mean ass dark brown shade over it or effect on it and be like, look, they're Negroes, they're African, they're African Americans, Like this guy? Then he'll show like he the ones that look more like us nowadays. He's like, look, they're Mongols or whatever he says.
So he's a Mongol himself?
No, I don't know. I have a video a long time ago when I first caught on to this cat, and I seen him. I have a clip about it, and he shows his genealogy, and he showed a Shield of David. And then he showed, and I mean, it's going back, I don't know, 500 years. I'm like, all right, whatever. He just made it up. It seems like he put it together and just kind of chop and cut and paste this genealogy of his. And at the top, he had a Shield of David. And then on the female side, he had a native, so.
Yeah, Rick.
I don't know what he says now. I know he just I think he wants to be black, and I haven't seen the video you did about him, about his line. I'm not sure what he is really.
Okay.
Go ahead, bro.
Let's continue.
That book. You know what I'm talking about? And this is what stood out, okay?
Pay attention.
So as you know, we've dealt with this, right? This, from every single camp that you so-called Hispanics and natives, you Hebrews, right? Every single camp you're in, they say this. These are Jews. 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 Look, brother. Look, brother. These are Jews. Look, brother. I already said what blackamoor means, right? They say these are Jews. But like, look, you're saying the white man gave you this the white man brought us this doctrine, but you're actually the one pushing the doctrine, so you gave it to the white man. It comes from Egyptian. That's where it comes from. Look, you think this is a white guy? This is English. Oh, here goes right here. Russian, 1696 to 1781. But I thought you guys were in slavery. Look. That's an ugly looking picture. Look. I already showed you guys the plates. And you know what? That dude, that damn heathen animal, Culimeo, he has the book that I have, which is why I know that he is a damn agent. So whoever's listening to him, y'all be careful with him, because he don't give a damn about you. He cares about his money. He sold out his people. He's basically okay. He's not our people. So if he's a Khazarian, then because there's a lot of them in Mexico, guys, in South America, and there's a lot of them. They look like us. They're not us, okay? So more likely he's that. And he's manipulating your mind, because what is he doing? He's falsifying information, not giving you guys a real talk. Okay, let's do real talk. Real talk, Pooty Mail. Real talk. Because I know you live somewhere else, right? I wish you didn't live somewhere else. I wish you lived here in the States. I wish you lived a scholar teaching the people. You and your
that would make sense too. That he was a Khazar if he had access to in the power over this media. I'm saying that would make sense that he is a Khazar, because he has he wields this media just like a Khazar do.
Yep, exactly. Check it.
Right now, I'm going to show the people that you're a liar, and then all these other people that either they don't know or they're liars just like you. Okay? So now we know that this is King James. And they're saying that he is a Hebrew. So remember, guys, these people, they're generations, right? Generations of bloodline. You can see Scots from years. So these crests tell you
remember he mentioned black Scots, black. All right, let's continue.
Everything about them. So, like I said, my daughter gives me the book, and I'm like, oh, God. But then I said, you know what? There's a reason behind it. Well, I found out why.
Well, that's right. So, check it real quick. I'll just share. I was going to throw the book away, man, because it's just a piece of shit book. But then my daughter, for some reason, gave it to me. My baby girl. She's like 2, I think 1.5 at that time. So I grabbed it. You know how we were talking about and being in sequence? And at that time, I'm like, I was going to throw it away. I go, wait a minute. There's a reason why she gave it to me. Maybe the Most High wants me to look at it. And that's where I found it, bro. Let's continue.
Listen, if you read the King James Bible, fine. It's not a problem. But a black Phoenician man authorized to rewrite it. You want to know how I know? You see this right here? Look at that. You can't really see it, right? That's the emblem. That's the chest, okay? This right here, that's the heathen stuff. That's not Hebrew. And you guys are ignoring it. You black.
Hey, they're also ignoring the cross right there. Very obvious. Apparently, he's a Hebrew.
Don't know, or you are part of you are basically heathens like him. Okay, so now I'm going to basically expose you guys. The seal of King James VI. You see this? Black King James. Fine, you black. You're a Canaanite. By all means, I don't care. But look at this. You see this emblem right here? It's a guy on a horse, right? And he has like some kind of sword, right? And then when you look at him like on there, it's the opposite end. So now I'm going to show y'all. I looked this up. So this right here is exactly what you're looking at. How come you didn't show this, Cootie Mail? How come you didn't show this, Mr. Scholar? There it goes right there. You see that, guys? There it goes right there. That's the emblem. Okay? That's the emblem. I'm not lying. Look.
This is the same book he used, which is funny because the other video we listened to initially, he says, people only choose to read what they want to read. We don't choose to read what we want to read on this channel. We read to know the truth, regardless of which way the quote cookie crumbles, man. Let's go. Hold up a second, brother. What you got? Real quick. Sorry, man. I just kind of been stepping in and out. Oh, but those were Hebrews. Wow, those were Hebrews. One West's favorite punchline for this. And you know what, man? It's not even one West, bro. It's Masonic stuff, bro. Now we know it's further than these guys. This is they're puppets to them. They created all of this because now, as you can see, they're trying to infiltrate in our so-called Maya, Aztec, Mexica history. You know, better known, I guess you could say, right? Or Nahuatl, so-called, and have no idea of our food, of our understanding of our real history. I mean, for God's sakes, man, they were also conquered by the Spaniards, but yet here in the northern part of this continent, they think that the Spaniards just disappeared and left them alone. It's pretty dumb, man. Let's go.
And you guys see the similarity right there. They're just opposite of each other. So there's a horse, okay? There's a horse, and he's galloping. There's a guy on the horse, right? And he's got a sword on the right hand. This guy, the one on the left, which is the number 11, is facing east or left. The one on the right is facing west or right. But it's the seal, and he's holding a sword above his head. It's the same design, okay? Let's continue.
Am I lying? Am I lying? It looks identical except the other way. And you know who has it facing the other way? He is. See that? He has it facing that way.
King James was the
How come Cootie Mail?
What's up?
King James was the king of England.
England, Scotland, a couple.
He was the king of England, right? And he lived in 1566. Does that mean like England was all a black nation in the 15th century?
It was a mixture.
Yeah, like kind of like the way America is today.
Exactly, bro.
Okay, go ahead, bro. I got you.
Here goes, bro. Right? I mean, we gotta ask now, man. The deeper we get into history, it's like, what the hell what's all this mixture of shit? A lot of stuff, right? Here goes.
Yes. So now who these people are, they are the crest is called the Saracen on horseback, plate 13311, right? You see that? 133. Oh man, I don't want to do this. It's 13311, right? It takes too long to move. All right, so now let me close this. Okay? 13311. All right? The Saracens. The Saracens. They're the Saracens. So who are these guys? Who are these guys? Look, I did a basic Google. A basic Google, guys. Not complicated. Basic Google. North Africa people. And it gets interesting because I started looking for these guys, right? And quite frankly, man, there was so much false information. And I was like, why is it not capable? So I did a different way. I'm going to give you guys a hint. There's a couple ways to find history. Because people that are evil, they will always boast about that. Or in the medical field.
Yeah, let me show you. Let me show you real quick.
So King James was like the Obama of England.
Yeah, bro.
Really? Okay.
That's freaking nuts. Here, let me get the name of the book. There's two books. One shows the crest, right? family crest, and the other one shows the names who they belong to. So it's called praises. I'll praise these. Yeah, there it goes right here. See that? See, I'm not lying, man. I'm not lying. Plate 133. Whatever disc 11, and you can find it here. You see where it says Saracen on a horseback, 133.11. You see that? Saracen on a horseback. So anyways, the book is called The Big Book. It's all kind of order. The Royal Book of Crest of Great Britain and Ireland, Dominion of Canada and India and Australia. Australasia. 1883. That's one. And you see this one has all the crest. You need, so like for example, the saints, like all of those things, the pictures of them, the blackety black pictures of they're so proud of. Here, I'll show you. I'll go over a few more minutes, Yakasha. If you need to go at 9:30, it's all good, bro. But I'll go for a few minutes because this is a good point right here. As you can see, if you get this book, download it. You see that? You see that blackety black girl right there? And by the way, I'm saying that because I'm making fun of y'all. Just like you make fun of our history. When you say that we're not of the land, you disregard the rape, robbery, murder, pillage, burn at the stake, stumped, fed to dogs, hung on meat cooks. Like you don't even understand what you're saying to us. You have no idea what you're saying. We're not gonna play nice to you. Not anymore. You're dealing with a different spirit. I don't know if they understand that, Yakasha, but I think they should know that by now. Look. This is them. It took both of you. Whenever those so-called white man can't handle it, they call it you, the Muslim. You even see it in sports, like in soccer, right? America in soccer was really crappy. It's mostly white widows, right? And now they're putting a bunch of so-called, I'm not saying African, West Africans, mostly Africans, and now they're starting to win. So whenever you see these designs or crest, handshakes, you see these handshakes, you see these hearts, these are family crest. See, there it goes right there. All of this here, this is European tradition. You see? A European black woman. A European white man. Look. And Culo Miados has this book. See? Because he showed it one time. So why didn't he tell us that the Saracens were these people?
Of historical records. You see, again, guys, I come from insurance. I used to sell health insurance. So that gave me an idea. Watch this. Okay? Let me show you. Where are you? Right here. Hold on a second. Let me look for you. The Saracens are what? The Moors and Saracens in Europe, estimating the medieval North Africa male legacy in South Europe. They investigate the legacy of the Arabs. Y chromosome, North Africa, medieval legacy, Southern Europe, North African, hello group. I don't know. I don't believe in that, but look, they're basically saying, look, we've already seen enough already, right? We've seen enough. The Saracens referred to either.
Yeah, I agree with the North Africans being of Arab descent.
Check it out. It's almost done.
Referred to either Moor or Saracen in their arrival in Europe in 711 among Europeans.
That's it. That's what I wanted to show. You see the connection with this King James, that they say that he's a Hebrew, right? But it clearly shows he's a Moor or Saracen who conquered Europe. But he's a Hebrew. Anyhow, so now, unless you want to share something before I kind of, ended with what you and I were talking about.
I wanted to just, I'm just wondering, what is the goal behind the narrative of what we were taught in elementary school to make them just be known as descendants of slaves? What is the goal behind that?
You want to know what it is? It's this right here. It's this right here. Remember, we talked about principalities. Well, the scriptures talk about principalities and powers, right? This is the goal: to establish themselves as if they are the people of the book. When you create a history to match prophecy connected to the Bible, then it makes more sense. That's why, bro, Habakkuk 1:8 is such a beautiful point. So Habakkuk 1:8 says, "Behold ye among the heathen," he's talking to us, "and regard and wonder marvelously, for I will work a work in your days which you will not believe, though it be told to you." Watch what it says here. Then the Lord said to his people, "Keep watching the nations around you, and you will be astonished at what you see. I'm going to do something that you will not believe when you hear about it." This is it. The biggest lie. This is that last hour lie, bro. If you create something that is so believable, it's hard not to believe it. That's why. It's the devil, bro. It's really it. This is it. This is that big lie. The scriptures say, "I'm going to save you from in the last hour, from the last temptation." We've had white Jesus a long time, right? He wouldn't be the last temptation.
So there was an agenda to set them up as being connected with the Bible. So when the people implemented, let's say when the governing forces in America implemented this curriculum to the school, all the schools across America, their agenda was to set up the Negro as the Hebrew Israelites of the Bible.
The suffering, the empathy needs to be applicable to other nations. Who do they want us to have empathy for or towards? Who suffers all the time, supposedly?
Yeah, them.
The Holocaust applies to who? Us or the Khazars?
Khazars.
The slavery applies to us or Negroes?
Negroes.
That's it. As long as they keep that in play, the media, we're asleep. And as long as we're asleep, then Psalms 83 is perfectly manifested. That's cut them off from being a nation, so the nation of Israel will be no more in remembrance. That's why Jeremiah 17:4, right? I'll show you this real quick. Jeremiah 17:4, it says, "You will have to give up the land I gave you," and it's not the land, it's the inheritance. And thou even thyself shall discontinue from thine heritage that I gave thee. And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the language thou knowest not. And while you're in that mindset, not necessarily the physical land, in the mindset of that particular environment or that philosophy or that history, right? Isaiah 1:3. This is why they want us. The ox knoweth his owner, and the ass his master's crib. But Israel does not know. My people, they don't even consider. That's the agenda. At the end of the day, bro, if you look at the history, why are they trying to cover us up? Why are they trying to, why not even say, yeah, you guys were in slavery too? Why not? No, they're like, no, Wabo, now we're not even from here, bro.
Yeah.
Damn.
Completely wipe us out. This is eraser. Non-existent. They just want, this is the funny thing, they'll never win that battle they're trying to fight, bro. They're trying to wipe us out, black us out, not existent on the media and history books and in every facet there is, but they'll never win that fight, bro, because this is, we don't die, we multiply. We're not going nowhere. So this is a futile effort on their part.
It's futile. Yo, listen, West Africans, Canaanites, Khazars, Edomites, all of you guys, right? You're not going to ever rule again. You are done. The real people of the scriptures are waking up. They have woken. And the few are starting to make it well known. So now let's finish it with this, bro. So let's talk about this. It's a good point. So now, family, I was really looking at this concept. I was like, man, what kind of people would go to the extreme to be somebody they're not? So how do you analyze this thing, right? So I'm like, you know what? Psychologically, what do you call somebody that actually is like that? Psychologically, right? There's always a psychological analysis, and if you're about the scriptures, you will psychologically analyze people, and you will basically discern the damn stupid mind they have. So I started looking around, and I'm like, what would you call somebody that wants to be you? It's called imposter syndrome. Why you feel like a fraud? Okay. So I can get to the point. It says you might have imposter syndrome if you find yourself constantly experiencing self-doubt, even in areas where you typically excel. You see, that's a great point, right? Because aren't they like very athletic, very capable?
Mm-hmm.
But you want to be natives?
Yeah.
They're not known to being all strong, not at all, right?
If you can make the people believe that you were all these other things, and the actual people that are, you just kind of make them they're body snatchers. Invasion of the body snatchers is what it comes down to.
Exactly. It's imposter syndrome. But now that we know that there's an imposter syndrome concept, so let me take my glasses off because my head's starting to hurt now. So now that there's such a thing as imposter syndrome, sorry, I'm using these things, bro, because of glare. Now that there's such a thing as imposter syndrome, right? Let's analyze it a little bit more. It says here, what are some of the relation or symptoms, right? Or like obvious symptoms of the person. Imposter syndrome may feel like they're like restlessness, seditious nation. Don't they seem restlessness? Don't they seem restless, bro? Have to break into stores and rob people left and right, run away from cops left and right. Yeah, restless. And nervousness. Oh shit, you're gonna kill me. And it may manifest in a negative self-talk. For example, symptoms of anxiety and depression. So I'm like, wait a minute. So depression has something to do with imposter syndrome, right? Anxiety. I'm like, all right, well, let's diagnose this. Imposter syndrome is not a diagnosable mental illness. So now, when I started looking at this, and I'm like, okay, well, let's look at depression. Now, depression has several disorders which are linked to depression. It's like imagine a pyramid, right? Imagine a pyramid, and it's like alcoholism is nothing but a symptom of a problem. The alcohol is not the problem; it's the person. So again, schizoaffective disorder. Schizoaffective disorder is a mental illness that affects your moods and thoughts. Sounds to me like depression, right? Yaksha? A little bit?
Yeah, that's what it is.
Affects your mood and thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't suffer from depression. I mean, I think I felt bad before about things, but I don't suffer from. I think alcoholism is a matter of depression, but like I said, it's a symptom, not that actual case. So anyway, this section explains the condition, possible causes, and treatments. Okay, so now I'm like, okay, this is getting interesting. Why would depression lead me to this particular page? Schizoaffective disorder has symptoms of schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. Okay, what? So depression is under the terminology of schizoaffective disorder, which is under the terminology or so-called disorder of imposter syndrome, right? All relative. It gets real crazy. You can experience psychosis with mania and depression. No one knows what causes schizo disorder or schizoaffective disorder. Some say it's a genetic, environmental, blah, blah, blah. So now we have schizophrenia, bipolar, mania, and imposter syndrome, correct? So far? You guys are following? I hope so. Now, mania is an excessive enthusiasm or desire. Thou shalt not covet. Remember that law? Thou shalt not move other people's landmark. It says, an obsession, he had a mania for automobiles. Mental illness, again, marked by periods of great excitement or euphoria. Delusions. Many people suffering from mania do not think anything is wrong. Like, what do you mean? No, where are the people? Where are the Mexicans? What?
Wow.
You don't see that there's something wrong with that? No.
Wow.
Right, bro?
As a whole, that's wild, bro. As a whole. Go ahead.
As a whole. No, go ahead. No, please, please.
No, I'm just that's it is amazing, bro. That like the scripture you just brought out, I'm gonna do something. The Lord said I'm gonna do something to amaze you. No, as a whole, people that they just got mania like that to where they have an identity crisis and all these syndromes like that. That's wild, bro.
It is wild. No, keep going, bro. I'm gonna do something real quick. Keep going.
That spirit is on like the majority. Well, at least I don't know about it. I don't really run into people on the street like that. I when they do, they bring out that nonsense. I'm like, all right, well, show it to me. You know, they'll just reference some video that they say, well, show me a source. They can't. It's just something that somebody posted, and then they run with it. You know what I'm saying? Because they have this syndrome that you brought out as a whole on this virtual reality, bro.
Yeah,
it's crazy because it just infects them, bro. It's like an infection that's just spreading rampantly.
Yeah. No. It's true. It's true. And this is why it's basically. Oh man, just amazing, bro. Hold on, let me go back to this real quick. Where's that? There it goes. So it says delusion. Many people suffering from mania. This is mania. So we look at it like, what's wrong with it? That's mania, bro.
That's woboism, bro.
That's woboism.
They get passionate about it, bro. They're posting daily. They're on a mission, homie.
Let me go to number 1. An excessive enthusiasm or desire.
Wow, bro. That's amazing, bro.
So now it says, denoting a specific type of mental abnormality. What? So this is a mental abnormality, obsession of the mind, schizophrenia, bipolarism in a sense, depression. All of this is cause of depression, right? It gets even better.
They depressed because their identity has always been just descendant of West African slaves. So
that's it.
That's a depressing type of identity. So they're like ready to jump on anything that feels better than that.
Better than that, exactly, bro. They want to be on everything but that. It's a psychosis. It's a real psychosis, bro. And you want to know something? Jubilees said that they would be dying by sedition. So guess this out. Family, hold on. And I know several people left. I guess they really got bothered by it. Oh, well. Check this out. What does that say, bro?
Black people also may be more likely to be diagnosed with schizophrenia because of the condition in which they live.
So these imposters suffer from schizophrenia. Black West Africans are highly diagnosed with schizophrenia. Do you guys understand now why they are doing what they're doing? Because they're schizos.
That's the best answer that I've heard to all of this mess, bro.
Thank you, bro.
That was the best answer I heard. Like, why are they doing that? You know what I mean?
Like, it makes no sense.
No, you broke it down, Ak, and that was the best answer there is that I've seen to explain their condition, bro.
So I'm sorry, no, keep going. I'm sorry, no.
I would just call it was a severe case of identity crisis, but no, you got to the root of it. Go ahead.
Nah, bro, they are schizos. They suffer from schizophrenia. Black West Africans, so-called Black Americans, you guys suffer from schizophrenia, a good portion of you. So we highly suggest to get treatment, get medication. We will be praying for you guys. I'm serious. I think we should pray for them. Habakkuk 1:5, and then we'll finish it. It says, behold ye among the heathen, and regard and wonder marvelously. For I will work a work in your days which ye will not believe, though it be told to you. Then the Lord said to his people, keep watching the nations around you, and you will be astonished at what you see. Blacks are Mexicans now. I'm going to do something to them that you will not believe. I added to them, right? When you hear about it.
That's powerful, brother. That was very powerful.
Yeah, bro. Anyhow, I mean, that's all I got. We went a little bit over, but it's all good, man. Unless you want something to share.
No, that's I just want to make sure people don't just accept one group of people as opposed to another. They're all against us, according to Psalms 83. You know what I mean? Yep. So this is just more proof, like, beware of the nations around you, just like the scripture said.
Yeah, look around, bro. You're gonna be very amazed at what they're gonna try to do to you people. He says, listen, I'm talking to my people. Watch what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do something very marvelous, and you're gonna be astonished once it's revealed to you. Once my prophet starts sharing with you, hey, look at this. What? Culo. Miado. Oh, man, I love it, bro.
Hey, I sent you an email, bro.
All right, you want me to show it now?
Play that email I sent you.
All right, hold on. This is great, man. This is great. Hey, you want to know something, family? We are looking for brothers that got that fire, that want to actually, join in, because we will show you how to get this channel going. We will show you how to do it. We'll help you through the way. Oh yeah. Hold on, let me do the replay. Hold on. There you go. Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come up with something like that.
Yeah.
I'm writing. Well, I'm helping me write a song.
Cool, man.
I'm about to crush his ass, though. He's a fucking joke.
Yeah, bring it out, brother.
Yo, aside from scriptural, let me just kind of be a little flesh. He's a fucking joke, bro. He's a tremendous joke. And you know what's embarrassing? I don't understand, because you look, Yaksha, you obviously were born here. You weren't born in Mexico, so your first language was in English. I'm Spanish, right? So I get it. But he's born here, and you hear his English.
Yeah.
What is wrong with them, bro? I don't get it. I'm confounded by that.
I don't know, bro. He's got to be an agent of some kind and has connections, bro, with some kind of agenda behind it. Like I said, they're trying to push that seditious spirit across the whole world,
Hey, you know what, bro? Oh my God. Let's end it with this. I'll end it with this. Okay.
Go ahead,
and if you're gonna do it, if you're gonna do a live later today or whatever, let me know, bro. Because again, brother Jakisha invited me the other day, and I fell asleep. We've got awkward hours. I fell asleep, man, so I missed it. But anyhow, let's watch this. It's true. Seditious nation, bro. Seditious nation, right? And you know what? It's time that we start basically calling them for what they are, because once our women start messing around with these things, they break apart. They either get into drugs, they either have multiple babies from multiple people, and they never succeed. The spirit of our women is way different than the spirit of these women. They're not seditious. They're very modest. They're just waiting for you, kings, to wake the hell up. And by the way, here's what I have a problem with these black Hebrew Israelites. They always complain about women. When does a general complain about his troops? If you're the leader, why would you complain about the weaker vessel? Right? You should have got your shit in order. This way. Check it out. All right. You got anything to add, bro?
That's it, brother.
Get out.
Yeah, I think mute. You're on mute. So.
My bad. Yeah, shalom, everybody. Appreciate y'all being here. I'm sure Yaksha brother feels the same way.
Shalom. Thanks for having me on.
Yes, sir, brother. Yes, sir. All right, let's check it out. Remember, Seditious Nation.
In January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December.
What's your body count?
Are you gonna post this on TikTok?
No, probably not.
74?
Probably not.
74? What's your body count?
8.5. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel and enjoy my content, a sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
Gotta say something about this so-called shot caller, man. You know, it's funny that you act like a child. You want to know why? Because a real man would come in with their real mindset, not with your passive-aggressive bullshit. Natives are from here. Make it seem like you're a native. But no, the whole intent was for you to come in and talk shit. Keep it real. You ain't no shot caller or nothing. You don't got the spirit of a caller. That's how I know that. So keep your mouth shut. Listen in. I'm going to tell you something. Stick around because you're going to learn something in this class. Now, I'll look, anytime you want, I'll debate you. You want to debate? You want to prove your point? Tell me you want to debate. Give me a date, the subject. I'll debate you any single day. I've been asking for you guys to come over here, but every single one of you scared. I'm not going to listen to you, man. You keep asking the dumb questions. I'm not listening to you. That's stupid for you to even ask those questions. Like it's like I don't care who those guys are. If you think you're the people, then go for all for it, man. You're the people. Keep the commandments, shut up, and live. But if you're not, don't show up and try to ask questions. Be passive and then get aggressive when I give you a response. I don't play those games, man. I play chess every single day. You guys don't, and I don't mean it like literally. I mean in the mind. Y'all don't know what you're talking about. Let's continue. Oh, fools. What are you, a Wabo, a Black Hebrew? What the fuck are you, man? How can you say you're from here and then say that you were conquered and then say that you lost your language? You guys don't eat any of our food. LA or Tariq, whatever you are, you don't need any of our food. Tell me what black person has our diet. You don't eat avocados, you don't eat tomates, you don't know rice, you don't know beans, you don't even know beans. You don't even eat maíz, arroz, corn. You don't even eat masa. You don't even know about tamales. What the hell are you talking about, man? What are you talking about, huh? Where's your diet? You telling me that we took your diet from every single black person? Even in Central and South America, you guys don't prefer our food. You prefer African food. That's how dumb you guys are. You think it's all like relative to your little country in America and your little New Orleans location, or because you're from New York. Oh, there it goes. You see, rice comes from Africa. I don't care if it comes from Africa. I didn't say that. Where is your diet? So you're saying that, oh, I eat rice. Oh my God, this is beautiful. You see my family? He said, rice comes from Africa. Out of all the foods that I mentioned, the Negro said rice. You see, Mississippi created tamales. Motherfucker, you don't even know what tamales is. How you make tamales? I've never seen no tamales coming out of Mississippi. What are you talking about? Now you want to say you make tamales? Oh my dear God. This is getting crazy, family. Now the Negros are saying they created tamales. Man, I wish I had my button. But let's continue. This is getting exciting, man. I'm looking forward to more classes.
11, okay. So 33, yeah. 4, so quick math, 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3? Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many guys she's with, multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Can I make it 34 in 12? I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, guys, most women lie about their body counts, so you just multiply the number by 3 and that's the real number. Here.
What is you guys' body counts?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
Dixon!
How much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch on each other like that.
Next question.
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope, that's dope.
2, I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
Two.
Okay, bet that.
done 1,000 yet.
By the way, guys, she's on a podcast that is seen by millions of people.
What? How 1,000? That's amazing. How long have you been doing this?
So long.
How old are you?
I'm not gonna tell.
Hey, you know what? I tell you what, man. You talking this much, bro? Let's bring it on. Hit the link. I do eat avocado. Oh my God. You're still not our people. You're still not from this continent. So hit the link. Let's see what you got. Let's see what you got. Prove to me that you are of this continent. What book are you going to bring out? The guy from TikTok? You're going to bring out the guy from TikTok, the goofy ass CIA dude? The one that says, oh, look, I got a book prior to 1492. Because it says China? Hey, really, for real, bro? They invented tamales? Homeboy, let me tell you something. I wasn't born in this country. Okay? So you're going to talk to somebody that actually speaks Spanish as well. And I read Spanish too. So if you're stuck on your own little English language, man, you stuck as hell, bro. You don't know what you're talking about. So hit the link. If you're ballsy, hit the link, man. I don't care. I don't look. It doesn't matter. California is named after black. I don't matter. Hit the link. Hit the link. I know what book you're talking about. That's so stupid. That is such a dumb book. You want to know why? Because the person that actually designed that or drew that was never here. You know, those guys that assume what people look like, they were never here. Yet the book of James Adair, the one that you guys famously use, clearly says that the people here had thin lips. No, dummy. English didn't belong to whites. Negroes spoke English. That's how fucking dumb you guys are, man. And I'm so baffled by the fact that you're here. I gave you the link to hit. You're not hitting the link. That's enough. You see, family? They're all talk. Let's continue. It's a laughter, man. 2 years sitting here waiting for somebody to hit the fucking link, and not one person has ever hit it. Let's go.
En la Plaza de Reyes, Black Sumenta, Soplón. Yeah. ¿Qué vas a saber? ¿Qué vas a saber tú? Oye, chibolito, faltóme. Pulpín de los pulpines, batería de Rapunzel, de rapeos, de raptos, de lagartos en cuartel. Cualquier la pega de cruel con un viejo coronel. Soy flojo, se me antojó dormirme en el laurel. Eleve mi level con un label y un Faber-Castell. Ya un papel, lo empape con sangre de todo aquel que se jura Nobel y no ve mis trenes en la riel. What's so man? ¿Por qué no sacan la tabua? Juro por mis aguas que no te hablo por las powers. Soy chinchado neto, búscame por pico sour y te voy a meter al centro loco como Beckenbauer. Escúchame atento mi bro, que estamos rompiéndole en pro. El negro de Plaza de Reyes como siempre rompe de este micrófono. Que quiere meterle como yo pero no puede meterle taco bron. Si te pensaba que solo era un gallo, déjame decirle que se equivocó. Real motherfucker feeling on the street. Es el black shit, black sea metal de Plaza de Kings. Motherfucker, so bloom.
Nero Luigi, man, desempeño en la victoria para que sepa. Incas Mo, Money Gang Gang, yeah, yeah, Yo también he llorado, gente. También me han desplazado por mi rasgo afrodescendiente. Sí, un perro no habla pero siente. Cuento historias callejeras pa' barrios de delincuentes. Y soy un perro que te ladra, que te muerde y que te huele, nene. Soy más que Lele, ustedes para mí son pelele. Con mi jauría todo el día en busca de los cheles. Tengo un perro en fiscalía que nos mueve los papeles. Y otro en la comisaría para evitar el susto. Muchas veces me han llevado por solo como luzco. Perdón, madre mía, si yo le causé un disgusto. Pero en esta vía yo crecí rodeado de perros chuscos. Yo sé que me quieren ganar, yo sé que me quieren tumbar y no pasará porque soy de verdad. Está súper rafina la Dodo Guisay, metido en latina aprendiendo Guisay. Yo tengo el style, no mido la raza del perro, yo mido por la lealtad y yo soy leal, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nadie la teña, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. La calle te enseña lo que no te enseña la universidad, yeah. Salí de ese peña aquí con una seña te tiran para atrás, yeah. La calle limeña aquí nada le doy, ya nada es igual, yeah. Tiene que respetar, yeah. Si yo soy tu papá, yeah, yeah, yeah. Es Incas Mob, negro. Yeah, it's Incas Mob, nigga. Yeah, Nero Luigi, man. Incas Mob, yeah. It's Money Gang, 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 yeah.
Hey, yo. Yango en la maldita casa. Me llaman para que les dé al menos una vez al mes. Se metieron al lago y olvidaron que era el Ness. For everybody bless. La fama es una puta, me está llamando a las 3. Dile que llame después de las 16 y 25. Volví de la infancia de Abraham Lincoln. Con fuerza ya inco, luchando para salir del rincón. Letra callejera en CD brinco. Under del under, puede que tu viejo te lo mande. Sale de vez en cuando como el cóndor por los Andes. Mi cuerpo no es de madera como Dandy. Antes que me branden, yo seré el ola que los expande. Aunque esto me pique en la madera, no sirven ni para romper el ticket de un evento afuera. Loco por la carrera, desafían la gravedad. Yo espero tras la barrera y llego con la novedad. Niña, tú solo espera que ya encontré la manera. He visto bastante por querer lograrlo saltando escalones dentro de la escalera. La vida me puso al depósito, yo soy de púlpito para que el mundo conociéramos de esta parte mejor interprete que de esta cordillera sin luz afuera. Que el espectáculo es dentro, la calle es mi templo, tiembla el pavimento, cuando yo me concentro, mis disparos son temas, la calle un poema, se siente desde cuando entro, y a toditos estos drogaditos que creen que rapean, los regreso al centro de mi balcón. Yo he visto el clon de clon, la misma gestión, pero a la malla no llega el balón, y para esta pantalla no soy el patrón, yo ya me sé la cuestión, y doy fe por cada renglón, consciente de la operación del final de Mbappé con la edad de bufón. Veían una maldita casa, plaza de rey y papá, el héroe Luigi, black mental, hip hop peruano. Rasgo la maldita base. Yao.
Here we go, last round, family. Let's listen in.
Yeah, man, real bomba clock and I set the volume 8. This is the music from the my niggas. Yeah, man. Oh, ribby damn, ribby damn. Hey. La 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 la. You man a tribute from Black Hood Ray. Hey. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Broken microphone, mystic lover sound, the dream of soul. Will my head alone, living in Zion, but Babylon. Por soñar soñé que todo cambiaría, por pensar pensé, luchar a sangre fría sin perder la fe, viviendo el día a día, más con sentimiento que marcó mi sinfonía. Darle pan al que no puede comer, darle bendición al que sepa renacer. 3000 errores solemos cometer, pero solo un gran hombre lo sabrá reconocer. Y me di cuenta hoy de tantas cosas, algunas crudas, otras bastante hermosas. Solo más sabios, personas poderosas, no aquellos bastardos que destrozan nuestras prosas. En la perdición, mala situación de manchar tu corazón por tu mala acción. Dame una razón para darte mi perdón. Siento que tu alma se consume como el humo de este blon. Derramo poesía, arte mensajero que reclamo cada día. Pretendo ser sincero, más comparto mi alegría con todo caballero que mantenga la presión cuando andamos bajo cero. Sentimientos perdidos con calma, malos actos mancharon tu alma. No pide perdón quien dispara el arma, no sabe que un ladrón se bate con el que...
No hay tiempo para pensar si hoy no queda más que reír por lo que nos hizo sentir. Si la intuición no te deja seguir, no te vayas a rendir, no te quiero ver sufrir.
que te escucho, te lucho, que mucha de tu fuerza nace de ti. Vas a ver que alimañas muerden tus entrañas, con sus artimañas extrañan tu fin. Sigue pues si tus pies tocan el suelo, el anzuelo no tira de ti. Grita fuerte si la vida te duele, que vuele el dolor, los pensamos de aquí. Darme Yanago. Mi llorar frío. Claro, ella mira las nubes antes de perder las formas. De la luz del sol cuando no lo puedas ver. Cierra su boca cuando te hablen de más normas. Todo lo mal montado se ha de romper. Aunque que tú te rompas no hará más que estorbar. Si es bajo el castigo y mando de Lucifer, en verdad tú sabrás con lo que te conformas. Y yo con el super amor traeré.
Hablan sin sentido y se enamoran, pero todo llega y solo te queda esperar. Pasan los segundos y las horas y sin darte cuenta todo vuelve a comenzar. Todo parece lógico en este mundo de plástico, hay que ver la fe cómo se va perdiendo. Quizás me quede afónico de ser mi propio médico y crecer sin ser un hombre que va muriendo. Tal vez me estoy volviendo loco. Tal vez.
Hey, shalom, fam. It's brother Emmanuel again. Lord willing, y'all are doing well. I had a class in the morning. Now, let me just clear something up. I did say that I was going to do night classes because of the family and the reasons. So when I do morning ones, it's unplanned, and it's really by the Spirit, okay? So just keep that in mind in case, anyhow, I'm not trying to confuse y'all, all right? Let me go ahead and read the disclosure real quick. Give me a second here. We always got to do this here real quick. Praise to the Most High. I was able to finish my work on time, so I'm able to spend some time here with y'all again. As you know, there's a reason why I do these classes, and the only purpose is because I need them. Okay, I'm a student as much as I am here in the front, or at least so-called teaching. All right. Anyhow, let me read. Content disclaimer. It says this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay? So now, the name of the class is called The Transatlantic Lie. Yes, you heard me say it. The Transatlantic Lie. Okay? So now, why do I bring that title? Because, how can I say it, man? I really don't want to talk about these topics. There's so much more to worry about. But it's just that right now, in this last couple of days, we hear a lot of bombarding regarding the so-called Black Jews, because that's what you guys call yourselves. So I'm going to call you that. Okay? Now, we got a little video here from, I guess you guys know these people. I don't know if you heard of them. The video is called West Dummies Shit on Land of Their Forefathers, Northeast Africa, but accept Hispanics. Okay? So apparently these guys think that Hebrews are Africans. Apparently that's the case. So let's listen in and see listen to the ignorance, okay? Because we're going to prove regarding exactly that this is all a lie. Everything that it's all imaginary, my so-called black people. This whole idea, like for whatever reason, these videos that I've showed y'all, right? And I present material after material after material. And I read the material, okay? And I show you the material. But then
I get people that say that's a lie. This is ignorance. And then prove that you guys are Israel. Okay, well, it's not up to us to prove anymore. We have the documentation to show it. Y'all are just going by some Deuteronomy 28:49, and it doesn't apply to you. So let's listen to them. Let's see what kind of mentality they have.
Black Power family, welcome to another Song Letter TV House of Consciousness production. I have a special message. There are Hebrew Israelites in Africa. And I'm not just talking about the brothers that come from America that go over there. I'm talking about Africans who are Hebrew Israelites. So you hear the Hebrews always saying that the Africans are not their people. They are so-and-so. Well,
And this guy here, the Sanetta, right? That guy's everywhere. First of all, he's everywhere. He's Kemetic, and he says Yahweh, I'm sorry, Yahweh Shai. His wife supposedly believes in the Bible. Then I don't know, man. This guy's everywhere. And you're going to hold this to face value? This is your king? Okay, let's see.
check this out, fam. Check it out.
You should. You an African. You not my people.
See, now, am I going to say that all of these are not our people? No, I'm not. Now, are they majority our people? No, they're not. Is a small portion of them? Yes, they are. So is he an African? He's an African. He's an African. I don't know, man. That's Most High is going to reveal that within themselves. But I find this ironic because just like this black man is yelling at this other black man or African man yelling at this other African man, you guys also yell at the white man, yet you don't even realize, I don't know why, that your own people mix with them. So you got white people that are black, and you got black people that are actually white. So remember that when you're listening to your own. Anyways, let's continue. Let's find out what's going on.
I don't give a damn what language you speak, and you still a stinking African. You still a stinking African.
Where you from, sister? Where you from? Africa? What part of Africa? West Africa? Which country? Ghana. Ghana. Okay, you from Ghana. Now listen, what we teaching today is the Israelites are the so-called blacks, the so-called Hispanics who went into the slave trade. All right? So your people, obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade. Y'all stayed back. You didn't go into the slave.
You didn't go into the slave trade. Y'all stayed back. So that means the curse doesn't apply. So what are you doing in Africa? And then you got this. This is a FOP thing, right? FOP, whatever. The guy that their leader, the guy looks white, just because he's got tan skin and woolly hair. But if you look at his face, the guy is white. He's a white man. He just got a tan. Y'all don't see it? Let's continue.
Slave trade. Y'all stayed back. Obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade. Y'all stayed back.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Yeah, it is. And we're going to find out the historical aspect of the slavery regarding who enslaved who first. Okay?
But they know less about their history than you and I do.
While much has been written concerning the transatlantic slave trade, surprisingly little attention has been paid to the Islamic slave trade across the Sahara, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. While the European involvement in the African transatlantic slave trade to the Americas lasted for just over 3 centuries, the Arab involvement...
Hey, did you guys hear that? The last 3 centuries. Everything that we've been taught is up until the last 3 centuries. And all of a sudden we got drawings and Negroes and Negro and white folks and this and that. But it all happened after the Civil War. We don't have any records prior to the Civil War of them struggling. You don't. You got pictures and material that says they were slaves, but what makes you think you were those slaves? There's no guarantee that you can prove you were those slaves unless you go back in time. And now you're talking like a white man.
In the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries.
Hey, I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. In this channel, this is for you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, right? The indigenous, the so-called indigenous. I mean indigenous to the Americas. I don't mean like indigenous like as in we're not Hebrews. Now, you guys, this channel is for you. Okay. Now I'm noticing the average is probably a minute and 50 something seconds. Now people probably are working. I don't think they are. You know what it is? This topic is touchy. This subject is very, very emotional for our own gente. Because our own gente loves, they want to be black. I mean, the moment you told them, hey man, you used to be black. Oh, really, man? Well, yeah. I'm a black man. Now your brothers and my own people that look like me, hey, what's up, nigga? They calling me that. I'm like, what? Since when did you start using that word? Oh, well, we used to be. Oh, okay. Well, we're gonna go through history, and we're gonna, because I'm not gonna watch this whole video. I just want to show you a little bit of this. Probably another minute or so, and that's it. But we're gonna go through history and find out if this is really true. If it was always a white man that was enslaving the black people. Let's find out. Let's see if you guys never enslaved any white folks or their women. And you're still complaining about people still being I guess you could say trafficked in Africa. Well, guess what, dummies? Here in America, they're being trafficked too. And you don't care because they're so-called Hispanics, because they don't have woolly hair. You see how stupid this is? I literally feel like I'm wasting my time, but hey man, it's the spirit that moved me. So I was already planning on this class. And then once I heard something like this and I pushed it a little bit more, I wasn't even going to do it, to be honest. It's a waste of my time. But for the sake of reminding people of the biggest lie in the world, that the transatlantic slave trade had everything to do about black folks, is the biggest lie in the world. And we're going to prove it today, continually, every day. In this channel, apparently, people like to hear truth. In every other channel, you want to be lied to. Then be like the silly doves.
And in some parts of the Mohammedan world, is still continuing to this day.
See how it says 14 centuries. That's 1,400 years, supposedly. Okay? So remember that. Black slaves for sale. Okay.
Slave trading is a thriving business. Northern militias are raiding villages in the south for slaves, which they then take back to the north. They keep them in their households or sell them to other masters.
Hey, do you guys notice something about the guy that's covered? Did he not have fringes on? He had fringes on, and the guy's black. Oh, but that's right. Somebody actually sent me put up text. A text on the chat, right, on the video. It says, "Oh, well, maybe you're Arab, and you know Arabs mixed with Africans and blah blah blah." You know what it is? You know what they think? It's because I'm a so-called Hispanic. They can't assume that a Hispanic can speak this way with confidence. You see, you guys been dealing with the so-called Hispanics that are from smaller towns. Yes, a lot of oppression happened there. But then you got us that have that spirit of a true Israelite that you ain't going to scare at all. Y'all need to hear the truth. And I'm not going to hold back at all. Let's go.
The Islamic slave trade took place across the Sahara Desert, from the coast of the Red Sea, and from East Africa across the Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes. Just in the 19th century, for which we have more accurate.
Islamic Muslims and Arab Moors were the first people to enslave West Africans. Okay, so you see that. Aren't they saying that they ruled Europe? It was Muslims or Islam, Arabs, blackamoors that conquered Europe. So now you're saying that, oh, these blackamoors enslaved the real Hebrews? I mean, what are you gonna? You guys are literally like reaching so far. You're bringing up some other old basketball player who put this dumb book together that I actually completely showed you how dumb you are by using the same book that he said and showed you that what you guys are literally. It's like, this is funny to me. This is so funny. Matter of fact, let's stop it. I'm actually over it now. Let's continue. Let's continue with this. Okay. Now let's go to Here, I got something for you. Let's see. I'm gonna go to this map. All right. Let's start off with the map. I love maps. Maps say a lot, and maps don't lie. Okay. Listen, guys, this is what I was told and showed at one point. I couldn't really see what they was saying, right? Oh, you see, brother. You see, brother, we know where they all at, brother. That's why. Okay, if you say so. Where are you at? Let me see a clear one. Is that it? No. Come on. Nope. 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 Sorry, guys. I'm trying to look for the map. Remember, my computer's messed up, so I'm doing the best I can with what I got. It's an unclear map. Okay. Shoot, man. Maybe I can find it this way. Map. Africa. There it goes right here. Boom. All right. So check this out. So we were told that, yeah, brother, the Hebrew Israelites, they're in Africa. Yeah, look, we got a map that shows where they all are. Here, look, here. And they're kind of going off fast. Like, yeah. And the one that they showed us was the one I showed you guys. This one. You can't really see much, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you try to read that, like, what the hell does that say, you know? And then when you get down here, you're like, what is that? What is that? What does that say? You can't really read it. So they're like, oh, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Judge Judaism. Yeah, you know? So anyways, all right, cool. Sounds good. But then eventually I'm like, man, you know what? I'm the type of man that if you are not very clear to me, I'm going to, and you know, look at it says the nations of the cults. I try to find this in that book and I couldn't find it. So I don't know why that's traced there. Okay. So anyhow, so I literally was doing everything I could to find this picture and I finally did. So let's read, first of all, what it says in the middle. Philistines, okay? White Libyan dynasty founded among the Negro, about 620 AD. 620 AD. This is the old map. The name suggests Yemenite Jewish influence. Oh, really? Jewish influence. Okay, cool. Sounds good. And then you go to the left, which they didn't show. Jewish kingdom of Ganata or Ganat, I guess, founded 300 AD by white Libyans. Matter of fact, what's that dude, Vocab? He actually showed that Timbuktu, there was a man that looked white. And then to top it off, because I couldn't see this, watch this. The Minian Philistines, right? The compilers of Genesis 10:14 knew that the Philistines and the other Cretans were in a oasis strongholds, meaning the equator, okay, and controlled by Egypt. Cashalum, out of which came Philistines, and Caphtorim. It is not possible on such a small map like this one, right? Look what it says. It's not possible on such a small map to show all the surviving Philistine communities. What? Then it says Yemen Jews, Falasha Jews, Berber, Moorish, Negro Jews. So Moorish are now Jews? But I thought Blackamoors were Africans. That's when they lost power. Yeah, exactly. After 1492. They've been fighting, the Canaanites been fighting and trying to conquer Europe for quite some time. They finally did it in 711 AD. From 711 AD all the way up to 1492. That's when they lost the last stronghold, which was Granada. But they started losing right around the 1300, you know what I mean? Like around that time. So these are blackamoors, so-called blackamoors, okay? So now let's go here because honestly, you know, this is what triggers me, man. Like you start saying things, you start claiming that you guys are Hebrews. Okay, well then let's prove it. Let's prove it. Okay, this is from. Let's see, where are you at? I think it goes right here. Let's see if I can find the book. Yes, I did. All praises to the Most High. I think this is still it again because the history of decree description. Let me see. No, you can't see this one. So you go to archive. Give me a second. The writer is Leo Africanus. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it like this. Give me a second. History. I think I might have found it. No. Oh, I know where I have it. Okay. I'm going to do it this. Okay, guys. Give me a second. I'm going to go to my Facebook page because I have it there. Perfect. Okay. All right. So remember the map Philistines, okay? Philistines. All right? And they're saying that this map is our people and, that's why they're all over there. Okay. Well, I find that very interesting because I also found out that watch this real quick. Where are you at? Where are you at? Let me find you. Leo Africanus. Give me a second. I should get there quick. Okay, it's coming up. We're gonna be in my Facebook page anyway, so we're good. Let's see. Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? It's almost coming up. It's almost coming up. Leo Africanus. It's coming up. Okay, so we got the Philistines. Watch this real quick. This is from a book by that guy. All right, and again, I don't have the link with me, but this is from a book called The History of the Afrique. Oh man, again, in my other classes I have it, guys. I sincerely apologize. I thought I had the link. Okay, but anyhow, my other classes I have it, and I show the book. I ordered the book. The book is on its way. It says, for all the Negroes or blackamoors take their descent from Cush, from the son of Cam, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference between the Negro and the tawny Moors, meaning the light-skinned Negro and the dark-skinned Negro, certain it is that they had all one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines. Watch this. Philistines, right? It is not possible, so small a map, to show all the surviving Philistine communities. These guys are not Hebrews. Look, when you look through, Judaism, paganism, Jewish, Timbuktu, Jewish, white, Jewish, Dagator, Philistines, Bantunism, Berber Jews, suppose maybe it's somewhat real. Maybe. I'm not saying all of them are not. Whole Jews, Jewish. Remember how they say Jewish, meaning you're not the real Jews? Y'all are saying the same thing. Look, there's no synagogues in Africa. But you know what I find very awkward? Let me finish real quick, okay? So for the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of Mizraim in the son of Cush. But the tawny Moor fetched their pedigree from the Sabians, and it's evident that Saba was a begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest son of Cush. Diverse other opinions there be touching this matter, which because they seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted. Hey, Shalom East Side. Let me go ahead and go through real quick. Shalom East Side real quick. Oh yeah, that's right. Shalom, Salome. Remember, guys, you guys can post up, but I won't read it right away because I'm going into my class. Okay? So just keep that in mind. All right? So let me go get out of here real quick. And then as you can see, look, the Philistines, these guys are them. And look, this is what bothered me. They show us this map all blurry here in America, but they go to Africa and they're like, look, guys, the Philistine community, you guys are Hebrew Israelites. This is Nigeria. Really? Here goes the book right here. That's on that page. You see that? I'll show you that in a little bit. Let me leave that here. So, anyways, I wanted to show you this. Look, in India, they have synagogues. Jews, synagogues. Look, they got a synagogue up there, synagogue in Asia, all the way over here. Ancient trade routes from cities of Medes. See, they have this map.
This is from a book called Lost Tribes Myth. So let me show you something real quick. Lost Tribes, a Myth. PDF. Let me see if I can find it real quick. I think I may have it here. Now, that page is, I think, page 248 or something to that effect. I know I've gone through this book several times, okay? So, don't assume that I'm making this up. I'm going to show you right now. Watch this. So that book is called The Lost Tribes of Myth, okay? Here, let me switch screens real quick. Give me a second. There's that book right there. Okay, that's that book right there. That's why, you know what I'm saying? So shot collar or whatever, titty collar, I guess that's what he believes. He's just going to be everybody. They're going to be everybody, family. They're Chinese, they're Arabs, they're Africans, they're natives, they're Europeans, because they say also that they ruled Europe, right? That's what these people start believing these things. See, blacks were original people, Middle East, they're everywhere. It's pretty stupid, but it's okay. That's why they invented Ebonics, because they need help. So let's go help them. Let's go and help them real quick, and hopefully maybe they'll learn something today, and then they'll just, excuse my fucking language, but shut the fuck up eventually. But I guess they won't, because they like to talk, and that's all they could do. Because I give you guys a link to fucking hit the link, but no BHI has ever hit the link. No FOPI, nobody, none of you guys had ever hit the link. One guy did hit the link, and then eventually he got smashed. Realized I probably shouldn't be doing this again. Never showed up again. So here he goes right there. You see, that's the map. We're not hiding it, right? Lost Tribes, a Myth. Suggestions towards rewriting Hebrew history. So this is where they get it from a so-called Jewish individual. That's where they get it from, okay? Nate the Snake Roberts loves to bring this out, but he doesn't like to show you this right here. Oh, this is the sad part. This is the page before. So it says here, page 256, Mr. Shapiro, in a second letter, informed me that he knows of the above Montclair congregation of Negro Jews. There is another in Newark, New Jersey, and several in other American cities where there is considerable Negro population. Some are of the commandment keepers. Oh, yeah, the BHIs, where they got their whole stupid doctrine from. Mingling Judaism and Christianity, like the guy says, Black Jesus. And some of the Beth Zion division holding to Orthodox Judaism. The respected leaders, after the fashion of the Jewish Shaliach, that's where you guys learn it from, these people. Jewish people, that's where you originate from. And incidentally, to collect $1 per member as weekly dues, which is what you guys do anyways. Their spiritual work consists chiefly in teaching their flock a very little Hebrew, and saying with them some ritual prayers, and urging ceremonial and observance and stated festivals. But this raises again the issue. Was not that about all the Judaism that much of North Africa ever had? Wait a minute. Let me read that again. Was not that about all the Judaism that much of North Africa ever had? Some young Jewish Negroes of Harlem, employed among the Jews, do not belong to neither of the above proselyte movement. Being pleased with their, proselyte, you fucking converts. Being pleased with their Jewish employer, they have chosen to take on their religion. They have learned Jewish prayer and go daily to synagogue schools of their white Jew friends. In considering the spread of Judaism by the institution of slavery, this presents tendency should be remembered. The case of proselyting among American Negroes are submitted without criticism. The cases of proselyting among American Negroes like you are submitted without criticism. Their significance has already been stated. They show what was always possible in Africa. They prove what has been done there through century after century. And so on and so forth. Let me read this real quick. The few scholars' volumes upon those more persistent and well-organized expressions of religious thinking that the writers class Jewish heresies and sectaries have included very few of the phenomenon of Yahwist or Jewish history. So, in case you guys don't know, that's where you guys get your dumb history from. And I know Nate the Snake fooled you, and I know he likes to show you books like, oh, look, this will be dead, and we were here. No, he's just made a fool of y'all because he wants your money. That's all you guys are, filthy lucre people. Historically, we see that because Leo Africanus, the same African, said that that's what you guys are about, filthy lucre. And I'm sorry, I look around and judge nations for nations. That's what you guys are about. Gold, floss, filthy lucre. Give me some money. I'm teaching Bible. There he goes. Blacks built America. No, you guys didn't. You guys haven't built shit. I've never seen one company where there's like a group of Negroes, blacks, as construction companies. Tell me one company. I'll look them up right now where they're all black. One construction company where they're all black. Black Americans. You tell me, Mr. Builders of a nation, Mr. Builders, since you're such a builders, tell me one company of fully owned black folks going in, building roofs, laying tile, framing, foundation, plumbing, electrical, HVAC, demolition. I'm sorry, ground. Also, like just one company, please. Yeah, he's listening to side. Yeah, and I don't know why he ain't listening to side. Like, so see, there goes. You see how this is the way these Canaanites like to work, because apparently since they were little, they were never given the spirit. So when they get attacked and they don't know how to respond, they attack you with some type of underlying insult, like, "Oh, Pedro, you are overly obsessed with Tariq Nasheed." Okay, is that supposed to be hurtful? And I still find it funny. You call yourself a shot caller, more of a shitty caller. You ain't no shot caller, nothing, man. You ain't from California, bro. Get your ass back to Africa. Let's go. We ain't playing with y'all no more. Too, and they didn't show it to us. Why? If we were scattered everywhere, why keep us from India? I wonder why. Look, all of these right here. Look at that. Look at that. All of these. There are synagogues up here. Okay. And I have a better map. I thought I had a better map. That other one that I have does show. Let's see. Yeah, you can't really see it. Well, I don't like to say, "Oh, well, you got to believe me." No, I would like for you guys to research yourselves. For some reason, it's not being clear here. Look, it even says Beni Israel, black Jews. So I'm not saying that there's no Jews that are. And by the way, when they say black, that doesn't mean woolly hair black. So please, black folks, get that out of your head. It just means dark skin. Not every dark skinned person has woolly hair. And then, matter of fact, Samoans have woolly hair. Are they Israel? You say you got to have woolly. I mean, hey, inquiring minds want to know. Okay, let's move on. Now, let's go to the scriptures. Okay, I think I've proven enough in regards to how we start and where we go. Matthew 7:15. All right, so let's read that real quick. It says here, beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Just like these guys that are really pushing against us, you also have people that they know within their spirit that they don't believe that we're Israel. You shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? And watch this. Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. So now we're going to dissect a corrupt tree. We're going to look at their track record. We're going to look at their women. We're going to look at everything about them. All right? You're going to look at the history regarding slavery. We're going to find out if black folks had no rights prior to Civil War, if there was no judges, no governors, nothing. If they had no presidents, nothing. If they had no decision making whatsoever prior to Civil War, we're going to find out if that's true.
Matthew 18, a good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. So when in a wicked tree, there's always sin, and it prevails, right? So what is one of the things that they're teaching us? They're saying that, oh yeah, we're Hebrews and you guys are not, and okay, well then let's go explore a little bit more. All right, so let's go now to the Africa's gift to America. This is Africa's gift to America. All right, watch this. And you guys can look through this book. Please look for it, okay? I'm not going to give you the numbers, the pages, not always. It says, however, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in the expedition that, as there is abundant evidence of their being with later Spanish explorers as de Aviles, Hernando de Soto, Narvaez, remember that guy? With 600 soldiers from yesterday? Yeah. Coronado, Tristan de Luna, and Menendez. Another important fact, the Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes and had been from before the Moorish invasion of 711 AD. I said it. It says Simon Bolivar reminded Spanish Americans of his time that they were not pure Europeans to begin with. Spain itself, he said, had ceased to be European by its African blood, its institution and character. Watch this. Popular history starts the Negro in the United States in 1619. In 1919, there was a tercentenary observance of this at Jamestown. But this date, based on letter from John Rolfe, Sir Edwin Sandy, is 107 years too late. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. Easter Sunday, 1512. Ponce de Leon was a black man? Maybe. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. There seemed to be no record of the number of persons in his expedition or their ethnic origin. But Salvador Brau does mention one Negro, Pedro Mexia, he says, was a mulatto and one of the companions of Ponce de Leon. However, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in that expedition, as there abundant evidence of their being later Spanish. So far, so good. We're not seeing any transatlantic slave trading. So far, we're not seeing any. It shows like you guys came with the Spaniards. Okay. Now let's go. I'm not done with this book. Is this it? I'm trying to look for the page, guys. Oh, here it goes. No, the Negroes was introduced here. No, that's not it. Give me a second. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can find it. I can get this one. Let's say this soon. Invasion. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm looking for a specific page that tells us a little bit about them. It shows that there was no 1619 slave trade. Not at all. They were coming in after. Here, let me see. Maybe it's back here. There goes the Philistine pages, as you guys can see. So if you guys have Facebook, I would suggest to friend me, because you guys can have access to all these pictures. Download them, save them for yourself. It's important to have these materials. And we're going to touch on this book slightly. I'm probably just going to move on because I don't know why I can't find that page. I thought I had it with me. Let me check real quick over here. Let's see. Africa's gift. Africa. Africa's gift to America. There it goes. Okay. I think it's this one. It's the same page. Okay, let me see. You know what? We're just gonna move on because in that one, it shows that the Africans were not being enslaved. I'll do it in another class, and I've had it in another class, so I'm not too concerned about it, to be honest with you. But some of these materials we're gonna look at, and I wish I would have had the page with me. I thought I did. I think this is it. Oh my God, it's right here. Watch this. It's the same book, page 61. It says, "It is clear that the enslavement of Africans did not start in racial issue. The great need then was for human beings to develop a new world, and Africa had an unused reservoir of them. Had the Africans been white instead, it would have been no different, as we see from the captive whites of from the captive whites of Europe, also shipped to the Americas. In fact, it was rather a religious issue." White folks being enslaved, huh? Did you guys know that, Fopi? Let me see if this is it. Oh, watch this real quick. I forget what book this is. I wish I would have had the material, man. It's from darkhive.org. Let me read it, and then I'll see if I can find a book. That these first Negroes could buy white people shows in earliest America there was equal treatment for white and black according to class. That were the first Virginians did not regard Negroes as a race of slaves, or that, as Thomas Carlyle, a great advocate of slavery, said, God has put into every white man's hand a whip to flog the black. All right? Discrimination came later. Why? There was at least two causes: the dispensability of the Negro and the human attitude of some of the white colonists, and later, as the opposition of these latter, the abolitionists, grew, so tightened the laws to hold Negroes down because you guys were outvoting them all the time. All the time. So these guys were getting tired of being outvoted. It really all became just about civil power. You enslaved our people. You lie about everything that you guys went through, all for the sake of power. Simple power. Let me see. I have the book. Give me a second. And it's on page, let me see if I can find it real quick because I want to read it to y'all. It should be on page 58 from Africa's Gift to America, and it reads, let me see if I can do this. And I typically don't do this, guys, because I want to kind of flow with my class, but I think it's important. Where's my phone? Okay, give me a second, okay? I'm going to take a picture of it real quick, and I'm going to send it to myself. Well, I can't. My phone died. Oh, great. This is great. Anyways, all right, so let me read it. I'm doing my best. It says, strong document to prove that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that chattel slavery of them did not start until 1659 or 1682, is given by competent researchers. Four of them are J.H. Russell, M.P. Andrews, Mary Standard, and Helen Catherall. Russell, in his chapter, Origin of the Free Negro Class, calls the belief that the first Negroes were slaves a popular error maintained and supported by a large number of writers. M.P. Andrews says, the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture for Virginia archives shows that throughout the page 60, throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of period of indentured. This is from a book called Virginia, the Old Dominion, page 88, 1937. I have that in PDF. Marty Snyder said, the common belief that all Negroes brought to Virginia in the early period were slaves in error. Virginia's First Century, page 159, 1928. And Helen Catherall, in Judicial Cases Concerning American Slavery and the Negroes. A Carnegie Institution publication gave instance of the first Negro serving for only a number of years. Only a court ordered September 1625, ordering Lady Yardley, wife of governor, to pay Negro 40 pounds of good merchandisable tobacco per month. That was an actual true African Negro, because our people were not free. You guys already showed y'all the law of partis equatum ventrum. You guys know that about that law. That law basically said they're going to enslave our gente, especially our women. The law in 1960, the Retribution Act, that they were going to enslave our women and our children, and obviously kill the men. So what really happened? Look, listen, let's be real, guys. Black Europeans, because that's really what happens. Africans were in Europe for 700 years. Wait, for 700 years. And the black Europeans, right, of the colonial period, they didn't even consider themselves Negroes. Matter of fact, they even had European accents. And they considered themselves elite. Because in case y'all don't know, the term Negro was first coined for our people, the Indians. Now, let me remind you, Fopies, guys, all you black Hebrew Israelites, well, wannabes, converts. Black is not a phenotype. It's a skin tone. Negro. It was in Spanish first. It's a skin tone. It's not features. So the question is, what happened? Why all the massive influence, and why this belief that you guys are Hebrews if the facts are on the books? Because you guys aren't aware of your history. Do you guys know who Daniel Webster is? He's a politician. He was a judge. He was a black man. 53rd 53 Congress, third session. Watch this. Upon acceptance, this was a judge prior to Civil War. Look, it says, how little these men could have thought that this sublime portion awaited them when Daniel, a younger lawyer at Portsmouth, on his way to the courts on Concord, and Stark, living in a retirement of his farm, met at the old hotel in Hookstead. And the hero of Bennington spoke of the sale of himself at one time for 40 pounds and was ready to believe Daniel was the son of Captain Webster because the same deep swarty color of his face, only blacker. All right, who's Webster, man? Who is this guy? The biography of Webster. Well, let's find out who Webster Daniel is. Webster Daniel. Or Daniel Webster. He doesn't look swarty. He doesn't look black. So what happened? Why the secret? Childhood. It says, watch this real quick. It talks about the father, right? Daniel Webster was born in Salisbury, New Hampshire in January 18th, 1782. His parents were Ebenezer, who worked as a tavern owner and a farmer and was also involved in politics, and his second wife, Abigail. While a child, Daniel earned the nickname Black Dan for his dark skin and black hair and eyes. The second youngest of 10 children, Daniel developed the passion for reading and learning at a young age. Now, some of you silly dubs are going to say, well, it's because his wife was black. No, man. This guy was black. His father, he looked like his dad. Look. This is in page 21. Again, you guys can go back to my site to look at the pages I'm bringing up. Let's see, where you at? Oh, my bad. Page 21. Hold on. Let me see. Dark red complexion. Here goes. Following these suggestions, I'm in the middle paragraph on the on the right hand side. Following these suggestions, right here. Following these suggestions, in their relation to Webster, we find him about a thoroughbred and typical a New Englander of that time, as it was possible to be, a native of the native stock, meaning Europe, brought up in the old characteristic environment of religion, politics, and education. On his father's side, he was descendant from the Bachelors and the Bachelors, A dark complexion, dark-haired family. Dark hair family, dark complexioned. From poet Whittier was supposed to be descendant. I'm sorry, let me read that again. A dark complexion, dark-haired family from whom the poet Whittier was supposed to be descendant. So a famous poet here in America, Whittier, was black as well. The migrating ancestor of his family was a learned minister of gospel, of which talent and independent of character, which kept him in continual hot water in Puritan days in Massachusetts. So these guys were black people. Let's see what you. Let me see. Shalom, brother. Let me see what you guys. Let me see what you're gonna read. Look up the United States cabinet. They have a bunch of elite working in government. Yeah. Matter of fact, I have a picture, and and on Saturday, man, my main computer bench just shut down, so I got a new one, and I'm bringing all my information over, and I have a picture of the cabinet of that year, 1700. They look like they're dressed like pilgrims. A lot of black people. So what is this that they're saying? Oh, we suffered. Oh my God. No, you did not. No, you did not. You see, the white man and the black man are involved in their cahoots. They're tied to the hip. One can't admit that they enslaved the other. One can't admit that they helped enslave our people. So they're both basically lying to each other, saying, listen, we don't want them to know that it was both of us that did it. We don't want people to know that it was black people that helped the white man. And the black man doesn't want the white people, or I'm sorry, yeah, the white folks and the rest of the nation to see that, damn, it was a white and black man that actually conquered America. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. That's the seal. In case y'all don't know, that's the seal that's coming at y'all this last hour. Because if you create a history that then matches the Bible, it is very difficult not to believe it, because it's literally you're walking in it. That's the Matrix. These men were black. Remember the movie Get Out? They're literally showing you flip side of it, meaning that the white folks that we see on pictures, they were actually black. All these movies, man, about black folks trying to be white, or they're looking like white, or they're acting like white. I'm telling you, like that other movie with a family, apparently like some weirdos try to be like them, right? That's crazy, man. That's crazy stuff. Let's go to page 22. Let's continue. I'm going to be done with this guy quick. Let's see. Where you at? Page 22. See, I bound apparently early man Stephen article. New Hampshire. Let's see. Several of his brothers and sisters had the light. Oh, look. Several of his brothers and sisters had the light complexion of the Websters. Light-skinned black folks. I think I may not have it here. Outdoor people with many generations English, and the line of the father's name had been presumably been farmers. And oh, look, it's because of their skin tone. The stock was thoroughly New England, and in the line of the father's name, they had presumably been farmers and out of doors people for many generations. Maybe that's not what it means. I don't know, man. I read it wrong. I was looking for something. I don't know why I'm not finding it. All right, let's continue. Last one. Let's just go here. Last one. See? This is supposedly Daniel Webster, man. That doesn't look like a dark-skinned man. You know what I'm saying? So now, who was John Marshall? Hold on a second. John Marshall is the Chief Justice. Okay. And this is page, let me see, page 23. Watch this. The Chief Justice of the United States is in his person, tall, meagre, emaciated. His muscles so relaxed as not only to qualify apparently for any vigorous exertion of the body, but to destroy everything like harmony in his air and movement. Indeed, in his whole appearance and demeanor, dress, attitude, gesture, sitting, standing, and walking, he is as far removed from the idolized grace of Lord Chesterfield as any other gentleman on earth. His head and his face are small in comparison with his height. His complexion swarthy. The muscles of his face being relaxed makes him appear to be 50 years old of age, nor can be much younger. So who's this guy? Who's this guy? Hold on a second. I'm not sure why I'm getting that. Who's this guy? His name is John Marshall. John Marshall. That doesn't look like a swarthy man, right? Well, this guy was born in 1755. An American politician, lawyer to serve the 4th Chief Justice of the United States. He remains a long-serving Chief Justice and longest-serving Justice. 4th U.S. Secretary under President John Adams. I have documentation about that guy too, but I'm not going to touch on it just yet. Okay? So far so good. We're watching who is these so-called white people are actually black. So what's the suffering about? Look, it says here, his figures, this is John Marshall. His figure says his venerable kinsman I have now before me. He was about 6 feet high, straight, rather slender, of dark complexion, showing little of any rosy red, yet good health, outline of the face nearly a circle, and within that, eyes dark to blackness, strong and penetrating, beaming with intelligence and good nature. As you know that these people writing, they're black. The people writing this are black. They're admiring themselves. An upright forehead, rather low, was terminated in horizontal line with a mass of raven black hair of unusual thickness and strength. The feature of face were in harmony with his outline, and the temples are fully developed. The result of his combination was irresisting and very agreeable. The body and limbs indicated agility rather than strength, in which, however, he was by no means deficient. He wore a purple and pale blue hunting shirt, trousers of the same material, fringed with white. A round black hat mounted with the blue buck's tails for a cockade crown, the same figure, the man. Black. Supposedly, the first judge wasn't this guy. It was someone else, like in after the Civil War. But that's a lie. Look. Watch this. This is from American Yap readers. Many poor white men gained voting rights, also known as suffrage, for the first time in 1830. In the 1830s, many white folks, poor. So who was voting? Black people. These changes, and remember in the other material I have in 1830, they had a convention. Black folks, a convention. These changes in American democracy did not take place without conflict. Voting rights in Rhode Island only changed after poor Rhode Islanders raised a militia and threatened violence. Below is the proposal of the army of men who 7 years later took up arms to fight for voting rights. So white people wanted to vote. Wasn't that something that they told us wasn't true? In case y'all don't know this, man, there was such a thing as called white status before the 1900s. Many blacks that came from Europe, they, like I said, they didn't consider themselves Negroes, dude. They considered themselves white people. If you could prove that you had a European lineage, you were considered white standard. John Marshall is a prominent Supreme Court justice guy, black man, not a white guy, like the pictures we see. They had school teachers. They had judges. They had policemen. You guys were not enslaved. Look. This is from an article, news history newspaper from South Carolina. You guys need to really do your digging, man. Watch this. John McCannon revises Constant and Constitution Convention in 1895 over standard of white persons and prohibition of interbreeding with Negroes. Those Negroes weren't black. If you had 1 ounce or 1/8 of Indian blood, you were a slave, which is why in 1662, they took our women and they had babies through them. A lot of them died. A lot of them, some of them lived, of course, because they needed slaves, obviously, right? But those men and women who had a little bit of native in them were enslaved, were considered Negroes, like slaves. But yet, if you were black of European descent and you could prove it, you weren't considered a Negro. You were considered a white person. White persons over standard of white persons. Look, it is instructive to review this contest in the Constitutional Convention over 1895 over the standard of white persons and the prohibition of interbreeding with Negroes. So what do you mean by white person? Look at this. Look at this. Provided that this section shall not be so construed as to disqualify for marriage with white persons, any person, or his or her issue, who shall have had at or before the adoption to this constitution status of white persons. You see that? So if you were a black man and you had a baby with a white person and they look black, that child would not be a slave. You would have the status of a free white person. It says here. It says, provided that this section shall not be so construed as to disqualify for marriage with white persons, any person, or his or her issue, meaning child, who shall have had at or before the adoption of this constitution the status of white person. So prior to this, if you were black looking and you were considered white person at that time, and your child would be considered white person too, you wouldn't be considered Negro. The trickery, man. The trickery. Look at this. Excuse my daughter, guys. She's having a hard time today. She's only a year and 8 months. She's trying to hang in there. Watch this. Check this out, Fopi. You guys were literally sleeping with the enemy that you call enemy. This is who you are. Chessboard brothers. Chessboard brother. That's right, man. They're playing chessboard with us, bro. We're playing chess. We see everything that y'all do. Unlike the other cams that go back and, hey, yeah, well, you know, we went through this and Second Ezra says, like, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit your joints because it's where the weakness is. The lie. Y'all really drank the Kool-Aid, man. Look, miscegenation. I can't even say it. It's so disgusting to me, man. You look. I don't see no slavery in this picture whatsoever. Look at this. You see that black man? Look. You guys need to look up this word. Look, the repeal of American anti-miscegenation laws. So that's what they were trying to do, man. They were trying to just stop you guys from mixing with each other. Because you were giving rights to who? The natives, potentially. Look. Are they dressed like recently? No, man. Look at that black man. Look at that black woman. You see, black and white folks, y'all were getting it on prior to Civil War. It's called the antebellum, prior to the Civil War. Miscegenation, or the millennium of abolitionism. Look at this. President allowed me to honor the introducing my very dear friend, Miss Dina Arabella Aramitha Squash. I shall be proud to number among my intimate friends any member of the Squash family, especially the little squashes. They called them squashes. I don't know. Look at this guy. Oh, you dear creature. I'm so agitated. Go and ask Pa. Lovely Julia Anna. Name Dede when brought her. I don't even know what you're saying. Look. Look at that white person. Y'all didn't have it so bad, man. Why you guys lie? See? Look at this one. It's called debutante. It's called debutante. Watch. See these black folks? Hey, look at that. Look at these white people. I don't know. Maybe they're white. Maybe there are people. They're light skinned, but they're the slaves. You see this black man, French, ready to get it on with one of these white women. Look. See? So you white folks or you black folks that are dissing black people, I mean, you black folks that are dissing white people, look at that. There could be this here. They could skip that and pick two black folks, and guess what? You're still a white man. You dummy. This is the silliness about. Look, this is not like this is in the 1700s, guys. I'm not lying. Look, anybody that's over here coming on and saying, "Oh, you guys are racist, you're liars." I'm not talking. I'm letting the book show. I'm showing the material. If you don't want to believe facts, that's not my fault at all. And then, one more. I know you guys are gonna trip out on this. Yes, Lincoln was a black man. Mm-hmm. Watch. Give me a second. From the moment. Hold on, I'm looking for the moment. I read it earlier. There it goes. This is from a website, historynet.com, regarding Lincoln. From the moment America's greatest writer caught sight of Lincoln, either in person or through photographs, they took notice too, marveling at the president's sallow, queer, sagacious visage with the homely human sympathies that warmed it. Okay? His hair was black, still unmixed with gray, stiff, somewhat bushy, and had apparently been acquainted with neither brush or comb. His complexion is dark and sallow, betokening, I fear, an insalubrious atmosphere around the White House. He has thick black eyebrows, an impending brow. His nose is large, and the line about his mouth are strongly defined, meaning he had thick lips. Thick lips. So you could see their lips. You could see his lips. Abraham Lincoln. Oh my God, I'm gonna change this. Come on, man. It's not the battery. This keyboard it does what it wants. I don't know why. Oh, come on, man. Anyways, look, you guys know what Abraham Lincoln looks like. Really? I mean, I don't even have to show you. You guys know what he looks like. Okay? So, as you can see, we kind of go back and forth, and it's like, wait a minute, man. Now that we're looking at everything, y'all didn't really have it that bad. So, what's this about? Hold on, let's see. Where's he at? Let's go do it. Let's go back. So, now that we have a little bit idea, we left off here.
Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes. Trans-Sahara trade.
Oh, and that's from Africa's Gift to America. Matter of fact, you guys can go and grab the book called The Golden Age, and it shows how they were enslaving white people the whole time. Matter of fact, let me show you. Let's show it, man, because they may be watching too, and they probably need to be educated. Again, there goes Facebook. Okay, come on. I kid you not, this is a blessing in disguise because this computer is so much better and I can do so much more. I can do thumbnails. I can do a bunch of different things. My other computer couldn't let me. So all praise to the Most High for destroying that one. Let's see real quick. Where are you at? Here it goes right here. Give me a second. Give me a second here. Matter of fact, let's look at some of this. Look. Free Negro owners of slaves. Free Negro owners of slaves. I'm going to show you guys a list of all the slaves that they had. You see this here? All those are last names of black people. And all of these numbers are our gente. And some of their people too. Look, the land lottery of the Cherokee. This was in Tennessee. Black folks and white folks voted for this. Look, massive amount of slavery. Black folks, white cargo. Y'all enslaved white people. Our people, mostly. The free Negro in Virginia, 1619 to 1865. Look at that. Look at that. Now I have like 3 of these books, and I'm still looking for some more. By the end of century, 2,000 men, women, and children came from the British Isles, would have been transplanted to British America. You guys didn't come to the transatlantic slave trade. That's a lie. You guys are the Phoenicians, the Canaanites. Everything about you is a lie. Everything about you is a lie. The first Negro could buy white people. Why? Watch this real quick. I think this is from that book. The first Negro says were popular, maintained large. Yeah, that was that book, the Africa. The slaves for life were white convicts shipped from Europe. Oh, but no, man.
Was conducted along 6 major slave routes just in the 19th century, for which we have more accounts. Only 5% of the slaves ended up in what we call the United States today.
So they say that you have to match all the scriptures, right? So if Africans never left their homeland, then that means you guys aren't Hebrews. But you're going to say, well, you guys weren't scattered everywhere. Yeah, we were. We proved it.
However, a minimum of 28 million Africans were enslaved in the Muslim Middle East, and in some parts of the Mohammedan world is still continuing to this day.
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other, from the one end of the earth even unto the other, from the one end of the earth even unto the other.
These are the Sidi people, the descendants of black Africans who live in communities close to the coast in this area and across.
And you can see the stretch. They're really stretching, man. Like, y'all are really stretching for this. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're really trying your hardest. Look.
When many came aboard the dhows of Arab merchants who traded with kingdoms along India's west coast, the Arabs are believed to have captured the Sidis after raids on coastal Bantu villages in East Africa.
Anyhow, I think we've had enough of this. Let's see. I don't mean just black then. Let's see. I don't mean just back then. Right now as well, blacks hold high-ranking U.S. cabinets. They do. They even have black admirals. They do. A lot of them don't fit the prophecy of Daniel 7:21. Let's read that. Let's see. Daniel 7:21. I haven't read that in a while, man. All praises. Let's see. Daniel 7:21 reads, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints, and prevailed against them, until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High, and the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're not in servitude in a sense. And matter of fact, they have a lot of representation in the government. They have a lot of wealthy black people. Black folks own a lot of banks. It's proven. Look, I'll show you. Black own banks. Look. And they're going to say, well, the white man owns it. No, look, 45 black-owned banks by state. Hispanics don't own any banks, not that I know of. And we don't have black colleges either. We're not racist, just looking at fact. Hey, man, all praises, bro, because that's really true. Hey, bro, listen, I got people of like, for example, my sister married my brother-in-law, Mikey. And I still call him Mikey, man. He's my brother-in-law. I ain't going to lie. You know, I've known the guy since I was young. He's half black, so-called half black and Asian. I got along with him before. We don't talk as much because my sister like kind of moved on. I have another nephew who's so-called half Puerto Rican, and he's light-skinned. My nieces on my side and my brother's side, they're dark skin. I happen to be a little bit more on the light side. But it's not about, man, it's just being objective. We just want facts. Listen, if they didn't come in with like Deuteronomy 28 and from afar, from the end of the earth, then okay, that makes sense. All right, you guys were enslaved, whatever. But then you start saying that we ruled Europe and it was just the Judah tribe, and I'm like, wait, hold up. I know the scriptures, and that does not make sense. So that's what it is. You're being objective. All praises to the Most High, bro, because that's really what it's about. I don't have hate, only for the enemy. And I'm done with that anger, bitterness, resentment. I'm teaching it. The Most High will give us salvation and revenge. That's what I care about. I care about our gente, about the struggle that our people go through. So let me go ahead and finish it off, man, because I know that you guys got stuff to do. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, okay? 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 33, I believe. That's what we're looking for. And it says, be not deceived, evil communication corrupt good manners. Does not that lying, claiming that they've been enslaved, transatlantic, blah, blah, blah. Evil communication corrupt good manners, meaning that you're misinterpreting the scriptures. And you're making people believe that you really are Hebrews, when the prophecies that you're using are not applicable to you. Ecclesiastes 1:15. And we've seen it before. We're going to see it often. Watch this. It says, that which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered. Watch this.
Dude,
First of all, let me read the scripture. Sirach 26:23. It says, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a God Lord. So you women, you so-called black women of the African descent, are an example and reflection of your men. So you team to tell me that you guys are Hebrews? Let's find out.
I miss having a man so much right now.
What happens if I meet him and he wants kids and I'm too old to not be able to give him?
Cook your children, and also I am your husband.
This is the kind of single that sucks. You wake up alone and you start your day. You have a long
Two nationalities are the ones pushing this agenda. The so-called black man and the so-called the so-called white woman and the so-called black woman. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. That's your portion, Mr. Black man, Mr. White man. This is your portion. They are a reflection of who you are. So if they're out of control, guess what? So are you. And it's just a facade for us. All we see is a facade. That's it. But we see the reality.
long day and you come home and you have no one really to tell about your long day. So you sit down, you watch a movie, you watch a show, you read a book. Something is sad, something is funny, something is motivating, and you have no one to tell. And you open up your phone and you have no notifications. And you go on social media and you check out your friends and your family. And they all have people in their
Undefeated heavyweight champion of the world.
Dude, I miss having a man so much right now. So every Thursday, we have a taco truck that comes to our apartments and serves us Mexican food. And I took my dog on a walk and I was waiting and there was music playing really fucking loud. And I'm trying to get the guy's attention. I'm literally there for like 5 minutes, just standing there waiting.
Remind me that I don't need a man and men are useless.
But trust me, guys, they reach a certain point and then they all need us. Or they just go crazy like this woman here.
You can wash your garden, cook your children, and also I am your husband. Yeah.
Hey, let's keep it real. So-called Hispanics and Native Indians. Do we have that problem? Yeah, we do a little bit, but not like this. We have it a little easier. So it's us men to get it right. It's the men. Now, don't get me wrong. You women, you guys are bugging out. But the women that are listening to my channel or any other channel that keeps the laws of God, I'm not talking to y'all. Because you're doing your best. And it takes time. But the men, we have to be leaders. Remember, a well-instructed woman is only instructed if she has a well-instructed father and a husband. Let's go.
Yes, I did university in 1977 and passed away.
This guy just canceled our date tonight because he'd rather hang out and get drunk with his friends in the club.
Question for the guys now. Or the girls, if you know the answer, speak up. Where do I find all the decent single guys? Like, where do they all hang out?
Now, remember, keep in mind that all of this is promiscuousness. That's really what it is. Where do I find a guy? You mean you're sleeping around because now you have no connection. Your dopamines now do not connect of just getting to know somebody and talking. You're only connecting when you have sex, which is why you're looking. You see, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
And don't try to tell me dating apps because I won't fucking believe you because I've been there. Like, where are all the nice, normal, single guys?
Create any more content on TikTok.
I just had like the craziest, saddest thought. I'm in a stage of life where I'm watching all my friends get married and have babies and find love. And I had another talking phase yet again fall through. And my friend was like, you'll meet the one day, don't give up. But now I'm at a point.
We go about fixing that. We cry. No, we don't cry. We put ourselves out there. And then what? Then we cry. No.
Well, ma'am, why did...
Yeah, that's one. And then the last one. This is only a short one.
In January, February, March, April, May.
Hey, guys, every month her number increases, meaning that's how many men she slept with so far. Okay, so...
November,
December.
717. That's about 8 men a day. Wicked woman is given to a portion to a wicked man. This is your women, white man. This is your women, black man. You telling me you're a Hebrew? A Hebrew of the Hebrews?
What's your body count? Are you gonna post this on TikTok? No, probably not. 74? 74? What's your body count?
8.5. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel...
Leviticus 19:29 says, thou shalt not make your daughter a whore. And you shouldn't be out in clubs looking at these whores, because then you're just basically influencing our children. This goes to Sakari. The chief guy, he says that he goes to clubs all the time. So what? Strip clubs, dance clubs, which clubs? Bathroom clubs? What? Club sodas? That's not. Come on, bro.
And enjoy my content. A sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
11.
11. Okay, so 33. Yeah.
4.
4. So quick math. 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3? Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many guys she's with, multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Hey, let's keep it real, guys. As a so-called Hispanic Native Indian, we always have looked at this kind of awkward. Like, man, these nations of people, they're just different. White folks, black folks, why are they like that? You know, that's the talk. That's the talk at home. Like, why are they so different? White folks and black folks, they really get along, and they're like a love and hate. I wonder why.
Can I make it 34 in 12? I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, guys, most women lie about their body counts. So you just multiply the number by 3, and that's the real number. Here.
What is you guys' body counts?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
It.
How much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch on each other like that.
Post question?
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope. That's dope.
2. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
Two.
Okay, bet that.
Done 1,000 yet.
By the way, guys,
1,000 men.
She's on a podcast that is seen by millions of people.
What? How 1,000? That's amazing. How long have you been doing this?
So long.
You see, and that's the stupidity. That's amazing. More than like thousands. Yeah. Let's go here.
Hey, check it out. He goes, yeah, they're submissive because they don't want to get beat after you all drink too many Coronas. Do you really want me to bring out all the facts about your nasty ass nation? Because see, now we're getting to the real facts. Because see, now we know you ain't a guy. You a girl. Now we know you're a girl. So guess what, so-called shot caller? You're probably Yehudi again with another fiction avatar. Family, this is a woman. This is a woman right here. That's an emotional response right there. I would never expect a man to respond that way, to be honest with you. I would respond some other way, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's what we sleep with and whatever, but not this. This is a woman right here. You are a female. And if you don't, and if you're a guy, then you better check yourself before you wreck yourself. Beat up from the feet up and tore up from the floor up. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm let me close this here real quick. Ecclesiastes 3:15. I'm almost done, guys. It says, that which has been is now, and that which is to be has already been. And God required that which is past. So this is basically showing that who they've been, they're going to continue to be, and they're always going to continue to be. So this is a prime example of who they are. We look at their surroundings, their fruit, look at their children, look at their women. The crooked tree will never straighten out. A good fruit will always bring forth good fruit. So if they're not showing the patterns, if they're not showing or exercising that Hebrewism, which means their women and children should also reflect that, then we need to question it. We need to definitely question it, okay? I got a video for y'all so then you can see, because I have the same mentality in regards to my family and my daughter. And when I saw this video today, I was so happy. I was so happy, man. Watch this real quick. Watch what this says. Watch, all right? It's in Spanish. So for you to speak Spanish, what she's saying is, look, it says Gitanos, costumbre gitana. So she's saying, look, my daughter, she's never had sex, nothing like that. Everybody knows it. You know what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah. And the daughter's like literally crying because she don't have to do this. Well, watch.
Tu madre la trajo al mundo. No está rosada, no está tocada, está entera y verdadera. Nadie puede hablar de ella. Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro. Tu madre la trajo al mundo. No está rosada, no está tocada.
No está rosada, no está tocada. She says no está rosada, no está tocada. Which means no rosada o tocada, okay?
Está entera y verdadera.
Está entera en verdadera, okay?
Nadie puede hablar de ella.
Nadie puede hablar de ella.
Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro. Y a su suegro también.
Que ahora yo creo que ven que está bastante claro. El suegro también, ¿o sea? Right?
Así que es lo que hay. La que quiera honra que se la gane.
So, la que quiera honrada, que se la gane. You see that? Meaning, she is a virgin. Never been with a man, never been talked about. Everybody in the block or the neighborhood knows that she is like that. Watch this. That's her pop right there. So this sister's about to get married. Like, listen, guys, that's a beautiful thing when you can actually do that with your daughter and say, oh, honey, I'm so glad that you actually reserved yourself, that you actually did it for a man that literally, powerful. That's powerful. Yeah, man, it's powerful, bro, because like I have a daughter that's 19 and I showed her, like, you see, mama, te digo, it's not in vain. We care for this. This is our gente in regards to the spiritual aspect. Now, do they look exactly like us? No, but I tell you one thing, gypsies, gitanos, I'll bet you they are our people. They are our people because they're scattered everywhere and they're in Europe. And guess what? They have these costumbres that's a biblical aspect. Watch this real quick. I'm going to read it and then we're going to finish. Hold on. Right there. Here it goes. Watch this real quick. Let's go to, where are you at? Where you at? Tobit. That's right. Tobit 10:12. Watch what it reads. It says, and he said unto his daughter, honor thy father and thy mother-in-law, which are now thy parents, that I may hear good report of thee. And he kissed her. Edna also said to Tobias. So the father talked to the daughter, and now the mother talked to the son-in-law. Edna also said to Tobias, the Lord of heaven restore thee, my dear brother, and grant that I may see my children, that I may see thy children of my daughter, Sarah, before I die, that I may rejoice before the Lord. Behold, I commit my daughter unto thee of special trust. Why? Because she's a virgin, didn't have sex. Nobody has anything negative to say about her. Where do not entreat her evil. The same thing with that video, man. That stuff is special, and that's what we're aiming for. This is what we're aiming for. Remember, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. One more time, guys.
No está rosada, no está tocada, está entera y verdadera. Nadie puede hablar de ella. Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro, y a su suegra también. Así que es lo que hay. La que quiera hombre, que se la gane. Todavía se puede hacer.
And that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. That's powerful. And that just shows that a wicked woman is given to a portion of a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to a godly man. That's Sirach 23. Okay. So, hey, fam, y'all take care. I appreciate you. I am going to have to cut it short now because, well, again, I've gone a little bit longer, but I just have a meeting at 5 and I got to get there as soon as possible. So let me go ahead and play this real quick for y'all. Here it goes right here. I think I played it before. Man, it's raining heavy. I don't know what the weather's like where you guys are at, but it's raining heavy over here. Okay, so anyways, the song's gonna come up. Shalom, family. Love y'all very much. You guys take care of yourselves. All right, appreciate y'all. I hope the class was edifying. Again, and this is first of all, let me say shalom to MSD. Shalom, bro. Shalom, Eastside 115. Shalom, Salome. Shalom, Eastside 115. Appreciate y'all being here, brothers and sisters. Okay. Tomorrow is another class, and I'm going to do that one. Tomorrow is on Abraham. Okay, we're going to go deep diving on Abraham regarding where he came from, why is it that he was of the Chaldees, and regarding how we are a direct connection to Abraham because of where he settled. And some of the people where he settled have a lot of costumbres like us. So we got to connect us. All right. Again, we got to go back to our fathers, man. We got to go back to our fathers. That's how we're going to know who we are according to the Bible. Okay. All right, brothers and sisters, man. You guys take care. Shalom. Love you all very much, man. Remember, I need these classes to stay sober, bro. So the moment you guys don't hear from me, you better start praying because something's not right. All right? Shalom.
Hey, pure nigga on a microphone. Studio of Kion. Gangsta song. Marina Komova. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower. Feel the warrior eternal power. Marina Komova. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower. Feel the warrior eternal power. Escucha a Dios si aún estás por este mundo. Voy a robarte tan solo 3 segundos. Quiero mandarte un mensaje muy profundo y pedirte disculpas por si me confundo. Soy un humano más que vaga en estos páramos, que se pregunta qué pasa si nos amáramos. Pero la guerra nos separa, así que páranos y únenos de nuevo, por favor, como quisiéramos. Ve al humano maltratar a su mujer, divisa al pueblo roto por su falta de poder. Sigo viendo al niño muriendo sin comer y al rico atragantarse tan solo por placer. Quedamos pocos mensajeros del honor, fieles servidores del humano con valor, nobles narradores de palabra con amor. Solo faltas tú para guiar nuestro interior. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Marina Komova. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Sé que no es fácil nadar en estas aguas, ni mantener el rumbo en este sin razón. Sé que me quemo si camino en la fragua. Este es mi deber cuando recibí mi don. Podría hablar.
Hey, brother, you know what? Sorry, man. I don't normally do this. I'll just let it play. But Fernando, you're very right, bro. Appreciate you being here, man. We Hispanos still keeping our honor. Our fathers are real conservadores unto our father Yahweh. That's right, bro. Hey, when you get a chance, man, try to get a hold of me, Fernando. I want to talk to you about something, bro. Okay? You take care of yourself. Shalom, bro. All right? Let me continue.
Sobre coches y dinero, pero no quiero, por eso soy la voz del guero. Prefiero mantener mi arte mensajero, luchar junto al humilde para destruir el clero. Unos tienen tanto y otros quieren tan poco. Esta melodía me está volviendo loco. Pido a Kion que limpie lo que toco. Él destruye el muro en el que normalmente choco. La tierra muere y morirá callada. Creaste un suelo de arena malgastada. Nos diste ciencia y eso no te avala. Ella da respuestas, tú no dices nada. Sé que mi fe no va mal, pero aquí debajo todo sigue igual. Luchamos por vivir algo que es normal. Por eso lo divino jamás será mortal. Oh, my nigga, feel the rasta, you nigga, no my nigga. Hey, escuela, haciendo fresco lo que siento desde el alma, nego, lo siento. Lo sé, señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. No verá cómo va, it's a champion general.
Ser mexicano se siente bien chingón, orgullosos estamos de mi nación, el tricolor se lleva en el corazón y que resuene fuerte que México es cabrón. Ser mexicano se siente bien chingón, orgullosos estamos de mi nación, el tricolor se lleva en el corazón y que resuene fuerte que México es cabrón. Ser mexicano es bien chingón, lo mejor que me ha pasado, es el único país que prende el aire pa' dormir tapado. A la flojera aquí se le dice hueva y se clava un cuchillo en el piso para que no llueva. Tan colorida y hermosa es mi nación, el único país donde la escuela antes era un panteón, donde se ama el fútbol y buenos pa'l boxeo, el único país que se une pa'l payaso de rodeo. Comidas sabrosas, paisajes pintorescos, aquí le decimos Coca-Cola a todos los refrescos. Distinguir a un mexicano es bien sencillo, si se espanta se está comiendo un bolillo. Somos ocurrentes, a todo aquí le entramos, hasta cantamos en inglés aunque no nos la sepamos. Lleno de culturas y tradiciones bonitas, el único país donde te ponen las mañanitas. Ser mexicano se siente bien chingón, orgullosos estamos de mi nación, el tricolor se lleva en el corazón y que resuene fuerte que México es cabrón. Ser mexicano se siente bien chingón, orgullosos estamos de mi nación, el tricolor se lleva en el corazón y que resuene fuerte que México es cabrón. Hermoso por su flora, por su naturaleza, el único país que se cura la cruda con cerveza. Gente alegre que siempre anda sonriendo, que dice provecho a toda la gente que ve comiendo. Somos una fusión indígena española, el único país donde quieren que te tatúen la cola. Un café caliente, huevitos y frijoles, esta comida en el mundo de las mejores. El único país en donde comes de todito, que hasta el profe de educación física está bien gordito. Aquí todo es rico, pues ni cómo estar flaco, lo mejor es comer parado en la calle un buen taco. Aquí todo es humor, alegría y albur, aquí todo es picante desde el norte hasta el sur. Que viva el tricolor, puro verde, blanco y rojo, y al que no quiera México que diga y me lo cojo. Ser mexicano se siente bien chingón, orgullosos estamos de mi nación, el tricolor se lleva en el corazón y que resuene fuerte que México es cabrón. Ser mexicano se siente bien chingón, orgullosos estamos de mi nación, el tricolor se lleva en el corazón y que resuene fuerte que México es cabrón. Pero qué chingón te quiero, haber nacido mexicano, y yo soy ciego.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
In India. The first. I need the input
from the Native Americans.
I challenge every tribe, rise.
You may become a spiritual superpower in this country that could change not only America, but the world.
The sleeping giant is no longer asleep. It is moving. It is moving. And I challenge every tribe, rise.
We're going to lead because we're ordained to lead this last great awakening.
Get ready.
Hebrew people, the Jewish people were put on reservations. And today, the American Indians are still on reservations. And I believe what we've seen in the book of Exodus is going to take place right before our eyes here in America.
I believe that the Native American people are the key to a tremendous move of God, a revival that's getting ready to sweep the earth.
It is Kairos time for us, and I'm seizing that moment. I'm seizing this time.
We feel a sense of urgency to partner with kingdom shakers up on the reservation, people who are not willing to settle with what history said, but are willing to really pursue what destiny says.
So God is going to use us, and there is going to be a change, and it's going to start from us.
God is getting ready to do something very powerful in America. God's getting ready to move, a powerful, powerful move like we have never, ever seen before. Never.
And we need the input from the Native Americans. They have the spiritual authority to break the darkness of witchcraft, the control over America.
It's an awakening. It's all about God.
God has connected them with China, Korea, and Israel for a move of God unlike any other.
For God has spoken. I have now turned my face to the host people of the land, for blood cries from the ground. Now is our time, people. Now is our time.
Get ready.
Hey, Shalom family. Hey, keep with it. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you. That intro is man, that's fire. Every time I see it, bro, like I get goosebumps. I honestly get goosebumps, man, because that's beautiful. What better way? Appreciate you guys being here, man. Y'all beat me. Yeah, it's funny. I was actually reading that because I was watching it. I'm actually going to show a little bit because it pertains to what I'm going to actually talk about, man. Partus Sequitur Venturum of it's 1662. That's the title. And we're going to listen. I'm going to read different pages because we got to go deep on this. It's important for y'all to know now that there's clarity. Yeah, bro. And I ain't lying. Let me read this real quick because it's true. Yo, the Watchman Report channel woman has ties to that big four-headed Dalton. They went to the same school. All that pride they had brought down. All praises to the Most High. Yeah, that's for sure, bro. Let me just read this real quick. Shalom, brother. Shalom. 9:1. Romans 9:1. I say the truth in Christ. I lie not. My conscience also bearing witness in the Holy Ghost. Reminds me of Romans 18. Spirit beareth witness with each. Spirit beareth with. Excuse me. Spirit beareth witness. God, couldn't even say that. Hermano, I made a Discord channel. Main topic is Indios Mexicanos, but I also need info that needs to be talked about. We can't be like the Canaanites and let the enemy feed us. Yeah. Hey, it's like this, bro. Me and a brother were talking about this. Why would you? Here, let me do this, because I'm not going to start right now. Why? Okay, would you go to Satan for advice? Honestly, would you go to Satan for advice? Would you go to an alcoholic on how to quit drinking? Would you go to a crackhead on how not to smoke crack? on how to quit. So why are we listening to other nations? First, you know what nation supposedly fed us and told us that we were just a bunch of Indians? That's what we were told. I asked my kids today, right? Because what is that thing? Hold on a second, family. I don't even know what that is. There it goes. I asked my kids today. I just asking them, hey, you know, what did they teach you about, you know, the whole history about our people, right? Like, yeah. Well, you know, they just said what we all know. Typical common stuff. And I go back and I'm like, that's the problem. We allow people to tell us who we are. First, the so-called white man told us who we were. And now we're letting the so-called black man tell us who we are. Like, who are you going to believe now? They both obviously are lying to us. One told us something. The other one's hiding another one. You know what I'm saying? Just saying. Anyhow, hey, there were several people, man. Everybody left. Well, hey, too bad. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you guys, I ain't pretty enough for you. Oh, well. I'm not here for that. Anyhow, let's begin. Again, Partis Viter Ventrum of 1662. If you guys are not aware of what this is, what's going on with the screen? If you guys are not aware of what this is, what's going on with that screen? That's weird. Hold on, let me see if I can share the screen. Acting dumb. I wonder why it's doing that. Let me see if let me try to play something here. See if you guys can see it. Oh, you guys, okay, cool. Sounds good. Okay, so you guys can see it. I don't know what that was about. The Canaanite spies coming in and out. Let them watch, man. Poor guys, poor people. It's okay, guys. We went, here, let me say something. And you know who this brother, hey, brother, I told you about this. I talked about this. So, you see, us so-called Hispanics, who are the so-called 10 tribes, who believed in this so-called legitimate chart, we went through a lot of spiritual choking and confusion and almost being completely rooted out, almost like not believing in God, like literally like, is this all it's about, man? Are we? So, you know, a lot of us went through that wave, that to and fro feeling, man. And, you know, a lot of us, I can say for me, I fought to hang on and I kept digging and digging and digging in a way to prove it right or to prove it wrong, whichever way I wanted to find out. Well, welcome to this world now. And yeah, you're right. They come in and out. I see 5, 7, and then they boom, they just bounce, right? They're waiting for the material that I'm going to bring out. They just want to see the material so they can go read it and then go to sleep and hung on their beds, hung on their pillow and cried, "Mama, this can't be true." Yeah. Y'all are going to have to now deal with it. You're going to have to question yourselves now, because now with this information, which was always available, but it somehow had to be presented some way, we can now see the spirit that you guys carry, and there's no doubt in it anymore. There's no like, man, why are they acting like that? Why, you know, why are they treating people that way? I thought, So let's begin, first of all, with the little humor. I hardly bring humor, you know, and I should
At Vista
do that, fam.
we can get your
Yeah, listen, man, I actually enjoy, I enjoy jokes, and I love comedy. And this is one of them, okay? So let me just say that we're going to have a couple people here who, I chose these guys because they're actually both nations. So these guys right here, right? They're funny, man. They're actually funny. And, you know, sometimes they talk crap about us, which okay, fine. But, you know, at least they play fair and square here. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going to do it like this because I don't want to get, you know, busted, whatever. But let's laugh a little bit. Okay, so I want to show you guys that now you have to start questioning like how we question ourselves, right? Because these nations really did that to us. You guys really did that. And me personally, I highly appreciate you, Fopies, and you hardcore BHIs that You made us dig deep, man. Like dig into this. Who the fuck are Mongolians? Because that's something that even in Mexico, we use it as an insult. If somebody called you Mongolio, it's because you were retarded looking. Honestly, sorry to use those words, but that's how we saw it. So when you say that to us, it's like we never even assumed that we were those people. But anyways, let's enjoy a little humor because it's tied to the spirit of the people that we are now dealing with. Now we have answers in regards to, but no, this is who you guys are. So if you want to bring a 12-tribe chart that says we're you people, oh, but we're not you people fully. We're a mix of you people. And when the Messiah comes, y'all have afros. Nah, let's have a little joke.
Yeah, got a new show for y'all. We got a damn good
I got to play fast, okay?
show. I love being black, but there's a lot of Negroes out there that's making it tough on me to be black. It is, man. I'm a good Negro. Pay my bills, got good credit, take care of my family, you know? But these niggas out here making it hard on us good Negroes. Because that's the difference between niggas and Negroes. What do you think? You've been reading that book by that black philosopher, Chris Rock? Yeah. He's one of the greatest black philosophers of all time. Yeah. I think he's Greek too, like Aristotle. Yeah, he got some Greek in him. Yeah, he got that curly ass Jerry curl. He got that Jerry curl, like that nigga sitting on that rock like this. That curly kid. But anyway, so this black woman goes into this Asian-owned business because she thinks it's black-owned. She's a black supremacist. And you mean to tell me that's how you spend your money? I only support only black-only business. Take your iPhone, give it back. Take all them clothes off. Take that weave out of your hair. Take everything you own, give it back to the white man. Yeah. If you think like that. Yeah. But she goes into this business and it's Asian-owned, and she feels that they're still in black culture to earn a profit. Check it out.
Is this black owned? No. Okay, interesting.
See, family, this is what I mean by being stupid. You know, initially there was a question that one of our brothers had made a long time ago that you avoided. You see, we don't forget. We are very mindful of what we're talking about. And the brother from All Will Be Revealed actually mentioned that. He's been asking in every single class about David's hair. David had goat hair. He didn't have your confused woolly hair because there's goats in Iraq, Arab nations, that those territories that have actually wool-like hair, meaning that thickness, but it's straight, not nappy, not in a bunch like a bunch of girls, like a little bunch. No, like an actual straight hair, but thick. So now you're saying something about straight hair of the white man. Funny you say that because David was actually hiding, and they use goat hair. Goat hair. Goat hair, okay, to hide him. It's not nappy hair. Hey, you see what this guy is trying to do, family? Instead of answering every single example, y'all know who I am. You guys know exactly what I am. So he's just a fool, or she. I think it's a girl, because you're very responsive. And I'm kind of entertaining you because I'm not working tomorrow. So I'm kind of enjoying tonight. As you can see now, weak-minded people, brainwashed, weak-minded people. Meshicha's here to brainwash weak-minded people. You see that at every step of the way, these Africans, these Negroes, these unfortunate Black Americans, right, so-called Americans, the only way to attack you when you really hit them in truth is by saying the shit that their moms used to tell them. That you ain't shit, that you're weak-minded, you're not going to succeed, you're not going to amount to nothing. This is called reverse psychology, when you are attacked, so now you are trying to hurt someone because that's how they feel. Listen, shit man, shit woman, I don't know who you are. My gente knows exactly who I am. I gave you that answer because I knew that you would run with it. I was born in Guadalajara, Jalisco, Mexico. Pendeja. You fell for the trap. Let's continue, family. Now we know how weak they are. Let's go.
Ain't no black-owned business. White Asian people now.
Listen, when you try to tell me that we're the same people, and now you're telling me to question me, and I got to go deep in my history and understand where I'm from, blah, 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 blah. Okay. But they are paying attention, and I'm like, man, you guys' spirit just doesn't make sense to me. So this is what I see. And you're being called out on your own ways. Because listen, family, just like Ecclesiastes 1:9, there's nothing new under the sun. These spirits are going to come back with the same mentality. We ran into them already. We're going to see it again. Watch.
That black owned ain't none of them in there. They make some damn good drinks.
Good, how are you?
Get some boba drinks in.
Yeah,
Boba right there? Throw them bobas in there. These little bobas like tiny old guys.
Question, are you guys black owned?
We're all Indonesian.
Okay, do you think using this, you guys are not using black culture to gain attention? You don't think this is black culture? Is this Asian? Is this Asian culture?
The commie house is definitely an Asian culture.
No, but it's a trap house though. Is that Asian culture? Yes, it is. Trap tea.
I can show you where it's inspired.
Trap tea, the boba plug. You're using black culture to gain customers.
God,
This establishment is not black owned, but you're stealing black culture. Is this not black culture? Trap tea, the boba plug? No, you're thieves. Asian people stealing black culture once again. It's okay, you'll be exposed though. You're not black owned.
They get exposed. You get exposed as a clown.
No, I came here because I thought it was black owned. That's why I came here. So my friends, I'm supporting a black
what the
business.
hell is going on?
This is not black owned. This is not black owned. Asians stealing black culture once again. You're a coon. Don't talk. I'm a coon. Because I didn't know it was black owned. I only did. But I'm sorry. Because you're a coon.
Hey, everybody, you go to the black communities, when you go buy your do-rags, your weave, every time you go in these stores, they're owned by Asian people. Yeah. It's never a problem, but it's a problem because he's selling trap tea. Yeah, I guess, okay, he's referring to two terms. Trap, that's where you go buy drugs, trap house. Trap house. Right, and then it's drug jargon. Yeah, right. And it's plug. That's the dude plugging people with drugs, the drug dealer. Yeah, that's right. Not black culture. So I guess they got those names tied in with their drinks. You know, Asian people, they smart. Yes. We'll call it the trap tea. Niggas will love this. Yeah, so that's what they doing. Yeah. But to say that's black culture, that's not black culture, that's drug culture. Well, you calling black people crackheads and drug dealers. Hey, hold on now. That's what she doing. Well, if we think about it, let's look at it from her point of view. She's owning something here. She's owning something? Yeah, these niggas are controlling this country. They out here got these trap houses, plugging people. Mm-hmm. When you think of drug dealer, who you think of? A Negro. Negro. K-N-E-E-G-R-O-W. Negro.
Just a little humor, man. Hey, listen, a little humor, man. Because you know what? I'm going to show you something. And I'm going to show you something. Oh, damn. You never sent me those videos, bro. You sent me that one. I didn't really like it. But this is actually really, this is not funny, to be honest with you, what I'm about to show you, okay? It's not funny at all, man. And it's probably one of the things that I dislike the most. And there's a couple of things that I saw. Okay, so I'm going to present these things to you guys because it has to be brought to our attention. Can't ignore these things, you know what I'm saying? Let me show you guys this real quick. Where are you? Here it goes, right here. I'm not kidding, family. We saw the actions of certain people yesterday throwing dollars and like it's funny. That's people's tithes. Those are tithes. I don't care, man. I go to the club all the time. Yeah, but you know what you also do? You also insult and disrespect our elders. You have absolutely nothing in common. What's your name? Eliezer, whatever you are, whatever you are, honestly. You have nothing in common with our people. And if you think you're being smart by doing this, because practically what you're doing to this woman right now is you're calling her a stupid bitch. That's what you call this older lady, a Hispanic older lady, most likely Mexican, a stupid bitch. And then we got Nate calling us wetbacks. And then all those so-called Judites
They call y'all Northern Kingdom silly doves. Fucking donkeys.
Cállate la boca, pendeja. Afra la boca. Cállate la boca. Vamos, güey, pendeja. Vamos, güey, puta. Vamos, güey, puta. Now it's chapter 15, right? It's a free country. This was our country. Now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me. Pinche idiota. Vamos, güey. Vamos.
Hey, any of you on my time, I rooted for that punk white one. What the f*** is always gonna happen? There are people that pack in the churches every Sunday to worship this white boy. We know that they're not true believers in the Most High. Freedom. Right, hey, men, women, and child are a bunch of devils. That's right. The white woman and that white god child is the devil. You're a god devil, that's what. You god cave dog. Right, hey, right.
Actions speak louder than words, fam. You call this your brother?
IRS agents, and I'm going to line them up across the southern border so they can.
You do realize those people you're calling illegal aliens? They're not aliens. They're not illegal. This is their continent. And they may pay more fucking taxes than you'll ever dream of. You are the only illegal alien on this continent. No one invited your people. No one wanted you here, and no one wants you here now. Not that kind of thinking. What gives you a right to be on this continent when you're from somewhere else, but yet you're telling the people who are from this continent that they're illegals? Make that make sense to me, please. I don't think you can. Why don't you, and people that think like you, grab Donald Trump and take your asses back across the ocean to Europe where you're needed? You're not needed here. We have no borders. That is not a native concept. That's a European concept. You want to pay your taxes? Take your ass back to Europe and pay taxes. That's not our concept. That's your concept. You want to lie, cheat, steal, murder, rape, commit genocide, pedophilia? Take that shit back to Europe. That's not our concept. You got the idea, white man? You're not needed here. You're not wanted here. As long as you think like that. You have a colonizer mindset, thinking someone fucking owes you something for something you didn't even fucking work for. Your people stole everything on this fucking continent. Prove me wrong, Mr. Illegal Alien.
Latinos joined with us to benefit themselves off of our struggle. And once they got all they felt that they could get, they disappeared and never mentioned your name again. And now when Latinos struggle, they struggle only as Latinos. They never mention how black people helped them. European Jews only struggled with you to benefit from you and use your numerical strength to advance themselves. And once they got to where they wanted to be, they jumped off the black bandwagon and they never mentioned you again. Gonna use your dumb, multicultural, low self-esteem having ass. They're gonna use you as the front man, and they're
No. Let's get this right, shit caller. I'm not saying that. I don't do that to people. I'm not disrespectful to men. I'm an adult to understand that. It's the way that you communicate. You try to hide, and you proved it very many times that you're a chick, that you're a girl, in the way that you text, that you post stuff. I don't know why you think you're hiding. I don't understand that. That's why I say you like me. That's why you're here. Oh, else why would you be here? And you know damn well, come on. Either you're a dude, and if you are, then I don't know what's wrong with you. And if you're a girl, then I know you like me. So then guess what? It's okay. Shut up and sit down and listen. But it just becomes funny at this point that you still thinking that you're a guy, yet you expose everything about you being a girl. And I really think you're your hootie. I think it's you, man. You've been bugging Yakusha for years. Now you want to come here. It's just funny. But you know what? I rather enjoy it because you let me sharpen my sword a little bit. Let's continue. Because this to me, this is amateur stuff. Let's go.
They're going to get all the gains, and once they deplete all the resources from your civil rights and community programs, they're going to jump off your back and act like they never knew you. Lord have mercy. We do not learn from our history. Why is your self-esteem so low that soon when an Asian jumps up saying, I want to work with black people, you act like you hit the lottery?
Y'all had to go to school to be taught to be native to the land. There's a difference in being taught and actually being born into this.
Now this is a prime example of when you believe things that you've never researched, you only hurt yourself. You see, indigenous boarding schools was not meant to teach Native Americans to be Native Americans. It was literally to strip their culture, their identity, and their language from them so that they can assimilate into American culture. Now let's watch how he puts his brain on display.
See, what you are, or what they call $5 Indian, your ancestors paid to be native to this land.
Again, when you believe things you don't understand, you only hurt.
So because you don't understand racism, I'm going to share with you what your definition of racism is. What that African just said. To assume that every so-called person that has suffered and struggled in their own land is a $5 worth of a bill that your white daddy created, that you helped conquer in this land. And we've showed you many books, and you're still around here, still acting like you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not sure why the obviousness is like literally passing over you. No wonder you guys are so broke in this society. I mean, in every chance you jump over $1 to make 10 cents. It completely fathoms me with the way your psychology works. And now that we have scripture, we understand that the reason why you lack spirituality, meaning that you don't understand scripture, is because you are not of the Most High. Now, everything that you've been told is from Nate to Snake, One West, BHI, that Jewish stuff, right? That's all you really know. But when you look back at your history, when you actually read, you probably don't even realize that prior to 1763, Florida was full of Africans that spoke Spanish. The Hodge? Oh, that's what you guys call them, Hodge twins? Hey, that's what they call them, Hodge twins. Those two races, white people with that look black. I think those two guys are actually white people that just have African features. That's what I say. You know what I mean? That's me personally. I think that they're actually weirdos and shit. They just look black. I don't like them, but I'm trying to prove a point here. But anyways, it's all good. Let's go, because they are your people. You just don't know it. It's sad, but we're gonna continue, man. Let's continue. Stick around.
Yourself. You see, the designation of $5 Indians was reserved for those white people who literally have friends that was working on the Dawes rolls, who they would pay $5 to be added to the Dawes rolls to get land and call themselves indigenous people of Turtle Island.
I have the rightful heritage, meaning my DNA is in the land.
Maury?
I detective determined that was a lie.
This video was not meant for bullying and harassment. It was only to correct the disinformation that was put out by that gentleman. Thank you.
Yeah, their spirit is just bad, disrespectful. You think they would be humble and be a light. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro. That you would think that if, after all the struggle, you would be like, yeah, man, you know what I mean? After all of that, let me show you how to do it right. That's not, you guys ain't showing shit. You're good at, using famous people. You're good at collecting money. You're good at asking for alms, and you're good at yelling and screaming. And, yeah. Romans 9:8. That is, they which are the children of the flesh. These are not the children of God. Now, you guys always read that, right? And you're like, oh, the flesh, it means you get the seed. No, think about that. Remember, the scriptures say, be not conformed to this world. Romans 7 says, Paul said with regards to, I'll show you. There's nothing good in this flesh. Romans 7:14. For we know that the law is spiritual, but I am carnal, sold under sin. So when the scriptures talk about Romans 9:8, that is, they, which are the children of the flesh, these are not the children of God. Why? Because they will be boastful, proud, evildoers, wicked men, wicked women. Listen, family, it all goes back to you look at the women and you look at them. A wicked woman is given as a portion.
All right. Okay. See, this is where you messed up. Okay, so now this is where you messed up. Look, I haven't even read anything after enemy. But the first thing you said is Hispanics aren't my enemy. You want to know something? I wish you would have actually really meant that. Because I was kind of wondering about where you were going to take your conversation and post with us today. And, I'm very cautious. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to go be judgmental. Scriptures say, Sirach 11:7 tell us very clearly not to do that. So I'm like, okay, let me wait and see. Hispanics aren't my enemies. I grew up with Hispanics. Okay? So did I. I grew up with blacks and Samoans. Okay? I never had any issues with so-called black people. Never. They never robbed me. They never did nothing. Never. No, I had so-called black friends or so-called African-American friends. Never. I never had a negative experience with any of you guys. But you see, it's funny to me that you come in now and say, we're not your enemy, but yet you came in, oh, what does this mean? I thought, natives were from here and there, as like, you're like, oh, I don't know what I walked in this room and I don't know that, I just woke up in this room and I don't know where I'm at. Can you please guide me and tell me what you guys are, how can I get out of here? You came in with that spirit. And then you turned it around and said, we're a bunch of Russians. Now you say Hispanics aren't my enemy. No. You see, we don't forget. You think we're stupid. And family, this is a prime example of why you need to study the scriptures. Because scriptures will teach you how to discern dumb-ass spirits and not waste your time. Or not only that, use them as examples. This is a prime example of exactly what we've been talking about. Remember the scriptures say, out of the heart, the mouth speaketh. Out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. So let them talk, let all the pattern go through. You'll eventually start noticing certain things, and they say and they speak. And then you realize, man, you know what? I'm so glad that the Most High allowed me to repent and that I'm not a Canaanite. I mean, other than Edomite and, Moabite and Ishmaelite. But today, other than that. Because as you can see, all we need is scripture. Wisdom is exactly discerning. It's discerning spirits. That's what the wisdom gives you. But you have to study and show yourself approved unto the Most High, unto Yahoo. Not like these guys that call him Yahweh, Yahweh, Ba'ashem, Yahweh. They don't even know his real name, man. They're listening to Yiddish shit. Let's go. I'm gonna start showing you guys more stuff about that. I might have a brother come over to give us a little more guidance as to Paleo Hebrew stuff. Real talk, fam. I'm not joking. Let's continue.
To a wicked man.
We're moving on to
wicked woman or wicked women is given as a portion to a wicked man. Don't forget that, because I'm gonna show you something statistical at the end. And that's why these classes are done, so we can wake the hell up, because our people are starting to follow their ways. Look, Romans 7:23 says, blessed I, Romans 7:22 says, for I delight in the law after the inward man, but I see another law in my members, meaning the flesh, warring against the law of my mind and bringing me into captivity to the law of sin, which is in my members. Then it says, Romans 9:8, that is they which are the children of the flesh, emotional, sensual, sexual, debauchery, fornication, prostitution, sodomy, Gomorrah, Amorite, Canaanite, whatever you guys are. Everywhere we look at, Amorites were destroyed by the Most High. Sodom and Gomorrah was destroyed by the Most High. Roma was destroyed by the Most High. Now we are back at it again. And there's a nation of people, two of them, that are always involved in those destructions. Hey, good evening, Rita. The whites told them they were Judah, and that's the whites, and that the whites were Esau. Why would the enemy give them the kill to their freedom? Once people get power, they never give it up. Yeah. I'll give you an example. John 6:6, man, this is beautiful. It is the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profited nothing. Nah, these fringes are so long, man.
I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said that. I'm so glad you said that. Blacks are the most talented people on the net. Obsession is a hell of a drug. On the net? You mean, like, what do you mean? You see, this vanity family, blacks are the most talented. So what you're saying is every African is a so-called, from your Yiddish understanding, an Israelite. You don't even know the actual paleo name of our people. That's what you're saying. Yeah, of course Dr. Umar says fuck those Hispanics because he's a fucking racist African. That's why. It's very simple. That's what they are about. And that's why I want our gente to start waking the hell up. Like this girl right here, right? And I'm giving you time because I'm using you as an example for my people can see. You see, like, you see this thing right here? Oh, Hispanics are my enemy. But guess what? What was the first thing that she said? That they are of this continent, that the Aztecs were black, that the Mayas were black. Now it's not a problem. We're not her enemy. Family, this is why Jude. I'm gonna show you something real quick. Let me show you something real quick. What is it? Oh, hold on a second. Bible. What's the scripture I'm looking for? Man, I wish I would have had it. I'm not at my normal place. Online Bible. But I had a scripture for y'all, but it's okay. Let me continue, man. Let me continue because you know what? Like I said, man, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. They expose themselves, family. And this is why, as long as you continue to study, show yourself approved, get rid of that guile, get rid of that envy, hypocrisy, evil speaking, slowly and surely, you'll start experiencing discernment on how to keep these spirits away from you, and you'll start paying attention to the stuff people say. It's very easy to destroy these people. It's not that difficult. They're just mad at this point now because guess what? I've given them many chances to hit the link and they don't hit the link, fam. Proof is not in my talk. Proof in action.
13 inches long, down to my foot. The spirit, it is the spirit that quickeneth. The flesh profiteth nothing. The words that I speak unto you, they are spirit and they are life. That's wisdom. It's called wisdom. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying, family? Look at this. So this is what it is. Hispanic gang through fire, whatever. Yeah, well, you know what? Negro or black conquistadors helped the white man conquer this land. And they raped, robbed, and pillaged our gente. They raped our women, our little girls. They took our little girls and raped them like typical Negroes do. Like if they had a chance in jail, they'll be raping you. If you're a dude, they rape you if you're weak. Okay? You want to talk about pain? They hung us on meat hooks. They burnt us at the stake. They gave us smallpox. I know that's impressive to you guys, but smallpox came from Africa. Africans, Negroes gave us smallpox. What are you talking about? You want to cry over some simpleton situation that happened supposedly in LA when you forget about the decimation that actually occurred to our gente? There you go. You see, family? I'm glad you guys are here. Hey, listen, we welcome you. I'm glad you're here because you want to know something? You're letting this channel grow. You see, for a long time, YouTube has been keeping me quiet. You just didn't know this. Bring more attention to this channel. Bring me that Dr. Umar Johnson. Bring me whatever Rashid Nahid. Bring me FOPI. Bring me GMS, ISUPK. Every single damn BHI that you bring me, anybody you want. Matter of fact, bring me Vocab Malone. You have no idea who I am. But you're going to learn.
It's called wisdom. And you know what? Honestly, we're going to see something about this too. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to show you. I'll show you this. Okay. But, let's now, before we get into
for a fulfilling career.
All right, so now this is a good one. This is actually funny. Hold on. Okay, here goes right here. All right, let's listen in.
Augustinine's grandmother and my grandmother, okay, they were sisters. So that make me and Roydale and Alverstein, okay, that's going for a second. Got same grandmother. They my first cousins, okay, they cheer. Roydale and Alverstein's grandmother and my grandmother, okay, they were sisters. So that make me and Roydale and Alverstein, okay, that's going for a second. Got same grandmother. They my first cousins, okay, they
Got to do it, family. Got to do it. Okay, and this is why I got to do it. I know that's all nice and fun and stuff. It's funny, but listen, I know that we're supposed to conduct ourselves according to the law, but there comes a time where
Let's educate this Negro real quick here. You want to talk about stupidity, little stupid ass micro situations and shit. This is happening often, and it's not uncommon. It's happening too often, and yeah. Let me see how it plays. Hold on a second, fam. So it says here, police are warning the public about a string of violent robberies happening across Memphis. According to the Memphis police, a group of thieves have been driving in an all-black Infiniti, robbing those in the Hispanic community at gunpoint. This was in March 8, 2023. I could sit here and go back and forth with your stupidities. But if you go back to 1492, let's compare that. You say you're the people of the Bible. You're a black conquistador. You brought smallpox. How are you the people of the Bible? You were dirty, you're filthy, and guess what? You're a conquistador. So now you're trying to run away from your truth. No, we're not going to let you do that. You're going to learn today. You're going to learn today. I don't care what you say. Makes you order to kill blacks in LA County, man. Well, hey, listen, that's between you guys, man. If you're involved with that, bro, that's you. That's because you're a demon. We're keeping the laws of God. And if we got people, listen, as much as you say that we are over here doing this stuff, guess what? You're responding to it as well. It's pretty stupid that you keep saying us, but yet you are still responding to that. We are not doing that. You guys are responding to each other. So if you're involved with that, that just shows that you ain't even keeping the commandments. Why are you even involved with that? Why are you involved with that at all? You should be raising your family. You should be taking care of your wife. You should be taking care of your kids. You should be educating them, period. Why are you involved with that? No, you're too concerned about what gangster shit goes on. That's why you call yourself a shot caller, but you say you're a Hebrew. You are a confused mayate. That's what you are. And look that word up because they don't mean black.
where enough is enough. And I'm not here to tell y'all what you need to do, but I know what I'm going to do. I know what I'm going to do. Because this needs to stop. This goes to you other people too. I know, and look, the reason why I'm sharing these things of boastfulness, right, and pride, is because of what's been fed. When you use empathy and absorb everybody's energy, or so-called energy, for lack of better words, energy of empathy, and you feed it towards one nation of people, you feed that people an attitude of pride and arrogance. Now y'all feel like, oh, well, I need reparations. Oh, I'm the original Aboriginal of this country. Oh, we're the First Nation, whatever you guys call yourselves. And now you've given idiots this pride of boastfulness. And actually, I'm thankful because you are exposing your spirit. I'm glad you're showing our people. You're making my job, to be honest with you, so much easier. Because if it wasn't any of this happening, then everybody like, bro, you're just a hater. You just, racist. You don't like certain people. Nah, I love my gente, first and foremost. And they don't come in one color. So it's not that. When I say I love Mexico, I don't mean like the land. I love my people. And this is why, and when I love them, or like you guys, when you love somebody and they hurt you, when you when you mess with one bean, you're going to have to mess with the whole burrito, family. This is enough. This happened 7 days ago or 5 days ago, okay? You guys better start really paying attention to this.
Here's something with you guys, fam, okay? So, I was meditating early today. I was reading some scriptures, and I was like, man, I really don't like to do these classes, to be honest. I don't like them. I don't like them. I don't like to show this shit. I never asked the Most High to give me this. And then there's something that says, but I got to do it. I got to do it. So I have to do it. I would rather be in peace with raising my family, being around my gente, man, enjoying our life, like actually like living the life that I think every man and woman, a father or mother would love, taking care of our kids, raising them properly, giving them over to a good marriage and not sinning, not doing all this bullshit, all this crap, all this LGBTQ, all this gay, none of that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So I sit there sometimes and ponder, and there's something that says, but you got to do it. So I accept my mission. And, like, I'm like a soldier, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, I may not like the fact that I'm being sent, but I'm going to do it anyways. Because that's how I am. I'm built that way. It's what our Creator has asked me to do, and that's what He gave me, this understanding. So I'm not gonna fight it. As much as I don't like it, I don't like doing this, man. But tell you what, I look at myself like I'm taking care of my kids, my wife, my children. We're having a little lunch, whatever, and then I hear some people talking shit about my people. I visualize me like, what am I gonna do? I'm gonna get the fuck up and say, hey, listen, don't fuck around with my gente. So I know that's why Yahoo gave me that mission. Let's continue, man. I'm gonna show you guys more about that name.
Hey. Hey. Ahí déjala, que te pegue, ahí déjala. Hey. Hey.
Think I like this shit?
Hey. Hey.
I reclaim my life.
Hell.
They gonna steal my motherfucking money.
Listen, family, they do this to our gente because they know that a lot of them don't have papers. And this false pride, as if you are anything. Let me remind you and tell you, you're a fucking heathen. And I pray to the Most High that He does exactly what you deserve. This is just ridiculous, family. But you know what? Hey, IUIC, since you guys are cops and you ran the plates on ISUPK because you said they drove around your building, well, guess what? We just presented the license plates, okay? So don't you do your fucking job and see what you're gonna say. Are you gonna tell it? Look, there goes the license plates. What's his name? The so-called deacon from Haiti, the guy that looks like we're not with OPP, the goofy dude. Yeah, that he just talks a lot of shit. He don't know the Bible. This is all taught. The guy's brainless. He's brainless. I'm telling you, you're brainless. Okay? You said it yourself. That's how dumb you are. You open your mouth. Because I don't even know if that's legal for you to run plates on someone when you say suspicion. But are you working? Oh, I'm sorry. There were security guards. What? Oh, security guards, cops? So now, since you have this kind of ability, did you run like history on all the people in IUIC without their knowledge? Now that we know, and now I know why, you need to understand who is in these rooms. See, now we saw one guy, he left. I'm by, man. This is not a channel to sugarcoat you and tickle your belly and tickle your feet like, oh, this is nice. No, this is, you want to call it a show, it's a show. You want to call it whatever. I'm not from no camp, and I'm not telling you how to go follow a camp. This is not what it's about. What I'm showing you is real shit. Real things that happen to our people. And the nerve of you guys to go and say, oh, well, you know, because imagine all of this is happening, and guess what? Y'all ain't the people of the Bible. You guys are just illegal aliens. Oh, but poor black people. Poor white people. They're taking their jobs. Get the hell out of here, man. That's the stuff that bothers me, family. I'll tell you what, man. I don't get angry like I used to. But this is the type of things, man, that I know that a lot of you guys are probably frustrated. So let's read this real quick. So, 2 Maccabees 6:13. Thanks, bro. For it is a token of his great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time. Like that dumbass broad. Yeah, you with the fake ass hair. That's right, you ghetto ass 5 kids from like 7 men. Because that's your story. That's that a wicked woman is given to as a portion to a wicked man. These women have the highest divorce rate, and then they want to complain. You got to see the spirit. You guys want to say, "Oh, you're too harsh." What? Oh, now we got to be politically correct now. Well, it's okay to say illegal aliens, spics, wetbags, beaners. It's okay to say all that. It's okay to say we're murderers, we're thieves. It's okay to blame us for fentanyl, when in reality it was a fake Jew, Shackler, whatever your name is, the one that created oxycodone. That was a fake Jew. It's okay, Israeli. He started the whole demographic of people dying. Watch the movie or documentary Painkillers. And now they want to blame the so-called Mexicans for something you fake people created? Nah, man, you ain't getting away with it. It's amazing how fast this exposure came within the past week. All their connections, all priests, the most high. Yeah, man. All praise there. I guess it, 1 John 4:1. Let me read this first. Beloved, do not believe every spirit, but test the spirit, test the spirit to see whether they are from God. Just like Isaiah 1:8-20. If they don't speak according to the law, that means there's no light in them. Imagine me going out there teaching, fam, and I'm like, shut the fuck up, you black bitch. Shut the fuck up, you bitch. Imagine me saying that, because that's what you said, Alizar, or Eleazar, or Cigar, or whatever the hell you are. Gorilla, white ass monkey fool. Because you don't know whose mom that is, man. That's the thing. You don't know whose mom that is. And if it is somebody's mom and they see it, man, I hope they don't take it easy on you. Let's put it that way. Because that's total disrespect of our people. I know you don't see us as your people, because if you saw us as your people, you wouldn't talk to her like that. That's right, Jude. If you read the Bible, it says some with fire and others with compassion. Don't you guys preach that women shouldn't be teaching? Oh, they're the weaker vessel. But yet you measure to this old woman as if you're a woman yourself. You literally acted like a child, like a girl, because girls do that. Oh, it's not my fault. I know you are, but what am I? Oh, it was your country, but it's my country now. That's Bible? Y'all give this young kid your money? Are you guys that dumb? Are you grown men? This is stupid. You got grown men older than me in these rooms. He's talking shit to probably your mama. That could have been your mom. How do you know it wouldn't have been your mom? But nah, hey, here's my brother. How do you fucking know? You don't know nothing about that guy. And now we know everything about them. James 3:10, out of the same mouth proceeded blessings and curses. My brethren, these things ought not so to be. You see what I mean? That's fire right there, bro. Because when you look at the video like that, man, I got to see it again, man. I'm going to see it again. You know, I need you guys to really absorb this. And all you idiots that are in these rooms, bro, y'all stupid. Y'all dumb. I got no respect. I got no respect for you men. You so-called Hispanics, you so-called Mexicans, or Cubans, Puerto Ricans that are in this room with this idiot, where he's taking your money. Okay, look like I don't know who made that design. That somebody made it. And if matter of fact, if you pay attention to these designs, that's some shit right there. That's an eagle. Those are wings. And that right there in the center, that's Greek shit right there. Over his head. And that's a sword. If you guys are still in these rooms, you grown men, older than me. If you're young, you're stupid. Hopefully you listen. But if you're older, like my age, 40, 50, 35, whatever, and you're still in these rooms, bro, you deserve what you come. You deserve what the Most High is gonna do to you. It's like Lazarus. Yeah, y'all have it good, cool. That's cool. Sounds good. Yeah, just like Maccabee said it. Second Maccabee 6:13. For it is a token of great goodness when wicked doers are not suffered any long time, but forthwith punished. For not as with other nations, whom the Lord patiently forbeareth to punish, till they come to the fullness of their sins, so dealeth he with us. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Lest that being come to the height of sin, reward, he should take vengeance on us. Meaning, if you guys follow what they're doing, if you're dumb Mexicans out there trying to teach like these idiots, you listen, it's just a matter of time. And like you said, bro, and this week it's amazing because it's coming. Like, listen, when the flood, the Most High talks about water. When it comes and it floods, it's gonna flood, and it's not gonna hold back anymore, at all.
Cállate la boca, pendeja. Afra la boca, cállate la boca. Vamos, güey, pendeja. Vamos, güey, puta. Vamos, güey, puta. Now it's chapter 15, right? It's a free country. This was your country. Now it's the white man's country. Don't sound free to me.
Free country. Now it's our country. Huh. Again, it goes back to my point. Partris sequitur ventrum. So this spirit you see on this Canaanite or Edomite or Orionite, however you want to call him, that same spirit is Partris sequitur ventrum spirit. I'm telling you, it all makes sense now.
Hey,
any of you on my time, I rooted for that punk white one. What the f*** up is always gonna happen? That our people that pack in the churches every Sunday to worship this white boy, we know that they're not true believers in the Most High.
Wait a minute. We got a gangster here threatening me. Are you gonna bring 50 Crips over to my little town, so-called? So that's where we are now? You came in passive saying, what's this channel about? Oh, no, you guys are Russians. We're the Mayas. Hey, by the way, we don't have a problem with Hispanics. Oh, no, I got 50 deep. This is either a effeminate young man or a girl that enjoys looking at my picture on the screen. And I've already said it several times, family. So for this person to be here and not leave, you should really wonder why. I just literally said she's here because she likes looking at me, and she's still here. Like a man would have been like, man, I'm out of here, bro. You see what I'm saying?
Men and women and child are a bunch of devils. That's right. The white woman and that white black child is the devil. You're a god devil. That's what. You god cave dog.
Hey, they hate. Yeah, I know what you mean, bro. They hate women, but they hate their own the most. You don't talk to people like that. Nah, bro. You know, I don't care. Especially when they're older, man. Like, you don't do that to our gente, bro. That's you just don't do that, bro. I don't know how you even think that you can. So now let's get back to the point. Now, but this is what we were taught, family. This is what we were taught, right? We all know this is what the whole concept of history it is. Evolution of slavery in Virginia, 1619. Oh, as you will see below, historians agree that. Hold on, let me do this. Oh, sorry. Says that you will see, historians agree that the first 20 Africans landed in Virginia in 1619. What is in dispute is their exact status. So this is what we've been taught. that Africans were brought here in 1619 and that we had no clue who the hell they were. Typical. That's not unnormal. All right. We know that, I don't know why I closed it, man. I should have done that. We know that we were told that they came on ships and that we weren't really involved in slavery. And that, you know, all of these so-called Negroes, you know, had nothing to do with slavery. And that it started in Jamestown. And it was 20 Negroes. And that, you know, conditions were always horrible. Now, check this out. But then it gets interesting here. Who knows when the first slave law was passed in the 13 colonies? Let me read that real quick before I continue. Proverbs 19:11. With his mouth, the godly man destroyed his neighbor. The godless man, I'm sorry. With his mouth, the godless man destroys his neighbor. But through knowledge, the righteous will be delivered. That's why you have to know how to speak to people. That's a great scripture, bro. Given this, even though we do not see the first statutory slave condition until 1660, we see that its immediate antecedent, I guess. I don't know. I've never read that word. Actually, it's weird. In several runaway slaves, serving cases occurred decades before the law of slavery appears. So here we see that for the first time, we see like a law about slavery in 1660. That's what we knew, and that white people did it, and they took them from Africa, and the white people did it to us, and that, you know, we were in slavery, and because we didn't know any better, and because we're stupid, you know, and that they had like a category, you know what I'm saying? Like they had certain slaves, and some were not slaves. And then now, yeah, like I told you, but I'm going to show you a little bit. And now we see this here. Okay, so the brother, whoever this is, whoever you are, all praise to the Most High. So I'm going to play it a little fast, and we're going to see some subtitles. Let me see how fast it goes, okay? Let me see. This is going to be to right here. So he's talking about, he's showing this guy. This is William Cooper and how he holds his hands, right? So masonry stuff. So now he starts showing this big-ass forehead fool. Let's listen in. I don't think it's too fast.
So I tell people, you know, you don't have to believe in the New Testament.
Whoa. That is fast. All right, let's continue.
In Christ, the people that the Bible is about, which is the Hebrew Israelites, the children of Israel. So I tell people, you know, you don't have to believe in the New Testament in Christ, but at the end of the day, you can't deny your ancestry and your lineage. And your ancestry and your lineage goes further than the word Bantu, because Bantu means the people.
Whatever. At the end of the day, when we do the DNA of Latinos or indigenous Indians in Mexico, and we do the DNA of black people in the Americas, our DNA on the mother side and father side is always going to connect us back to sub-Saharan Africa with the Niger-Congo Bantu-speaking people. And we know that black people don't have wings and black people don't have gills like Aquaman. So how did they get to the Americas? And we know through history that the slave trades brought us to the Americas.
Now, this is not true, fam. DNA, if you want to believe it, does not connect us at all. Whatsoever. A1B1A and A1B1B, it's all over Africa. But here we start, see, this is where it gets a little tricky. Is he talking about the 12 tribes, or is he supporting the Wobbles? You see what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Raised 33 degrees. See, if I had come through man, then I could have only been raised 33 degrees. If I raised myself.
And I thought, well, if we're real Israelites, then what are people in Israel?
No, I got stopped right there. So what age did this happen? This happened when you start really seeing the scriptures and saying, oh, man, this might be us right here.
This happened like 10 years ago, so I was about 33 years old.
Okay.
Yeah, 33 years old.
CANAANITES organization bent on gathering blacks and Latinos back to their true nationality.
I quit my job to come to South Africa and bring this message here because the movies and the books they're a big thing in America. And even though the movie and the books have been around.
And, you know, you guys got to think about it. They keep saying black and Hispanics, right? But where are you guys? Where are you Hispanics in this whole movement? No, shut up, Northern Kingdom. Y'all don't know shit, okay? Shut up. You guys are silly dogs. Let us Negroes handle it.
And selling on Amazon since 2015. It's time for Africa to get this information.
Bruh.
You have Israelites that believe only in the Old Testament. They believe, and you have those that believe in the New Testament and the Old Testament. You have those that believe certain books they don't believe. You have some Israelites that believe these people over here are the Israelites, and these are not on this earth are a group of people. And so there's different teachings and doctrines that every Israelite, I guess, assembly or camp has.
What's amazing is I went out there and I jumped the gun. Now, the last thing I want to talk about, Kyrie Irving.
Nathaniel, because there's been a lot of, conversations about, the situation with Kyrie Irving.
The world is truly a stage.
I quit my job to come to South Africa and bring this message here because the movies and the books they're a big thing in America.
A while. So, but why now? Especially now that we understand the heat is on now because of the Kyrie Irving situation. So, why now, Ron? You think because so you have to kind of question the timing as to why now.
I think his behavior is agent-like, and because the powers that be, they will use our own people to infiltrate.
Bruh.
Oh, I do this every day. Yeah, but you don't do it every day on video. And when you do it on video, it's throwing up hand signs to the Illuminati. You are not to do that. You are not to do any kind of Masonic, demonic hand gestures. Why can't you just keep your hand in your lap and talk when you're on video? Because you can't, because you're worshiping Satan. That's why. And so I put up these videos to show you the comparison with these same demonic elders in churches, in the Christian churches. They're throwing up the hand signs, and you got these Hebrew Israelite brothers throwing up the same hand signs and gestures.
Oh my God, here we go.
A ver, que alguien me explique.
See, even after, now it's like, yeah, you got these heathen Israelites, sellouts. No! Y'all are... All right, so anyways, this is what we're not seeing in our faces, right? So now, let's find out about the first slave law. The first slave law was in Barbados Slave Code, okay? It was officially in 1661. Officially titled An Act for Better Ordering and Governing of Negroes. How convenient, huh? How convenient of Negroes. That's so common. That's so common now. Like, oh, it's just Negroes. Nah, not at all. Okay? The slave code described black people as a heathenish, brutish, and uncertain, dangerous kind of people. You mean to tell me that you had to come up with slave codes in this continent when you already knew them back then? Weren't you enslaving them for a while? All right. So, but then again, now, let's look at this. Partis sequitur ventrum, okay? And it was in 1662 when the law was passed, a Virginia royal colony. Who was a king at this time, you say? King James IV. That might have looked like some of these guys here. I already showed you guys, right? So now, but whenever you see...
Fam, this just comes to show where this whole thought process is about this individual here. Whether you're a girl or a guy, it doesn't matter anymore. But now you see where the talk is going. There's no more scripture. There's no more oh, we are the people of this land. No, now it's talking gangster shit. Why? Because when you take somebody's spirit, they have to feel good about themselves. So then the only resort left for this white crown man of an avatar is enjoying the feeling of his flesh. Prison talk. That's all flesh. That's all it is. It's not of the Most High. It's not spiritual. It's not scriptural. Don't fall for the traps, family. You're like I said, out of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaketh. Just pay attention. They destroy themselves.
Partis equitur ventrum.
That's what I'm here to teach you.
You see, you
They
don't
destroy
see
themselves.
our people. You see Hamites, Canaanites, not Israelites. I know you guys like to believe that, but I think it's a portion of you are, but hardly any of you. Hardly any of you. Partis equitur ventrum, that which is born follows the womb, was a legal doctrine passing colonial Virginia, okay, was originally chartered in 1584 and established in 1585. Who was in charge? Who was chartering this? King James, the so-called black dude that supposedly authorized the Bible translation. So in 1662 is when you see the actual first practice of partis equitur ventrum. But see, here's the funny part. When I first started learning this, well, partis equitur ventrum to all the 13 colonies. You see? So let me show you something, family, because this is one thing you need to learn. 13 colonies of America. Map. All right. Oh, no, I don't want to see that. Let's see. I need a whole map. I need a whole America map. There it goes right there. Okay, so here's the 13 colonies. You know, Florida isn't part of it. All this, Florida is not part of it. Then you start seeing Texas, Louisiana, Georgia. I don't know all the maps. I don't know all the states. But it was 13 colonies at this time. That means the so-called British or Europeans were just here. Here. So who was over here? You see, when you look back at history, when the 13 colonies, the British or these so-called Americans here separated from Britain, they promised not to invade further than 13 colonies. So now we know that the 13 colonies was from where to where? The 13 colonies began. The first 13 colonies founded along the eastern seaboard in the 17th and 18th century, between 1600 to 1700. Okay.
From the Mayflower up until 1763. Remember that date. Let's continue.
Well, that's what we see here. So a lot of you so-called African Americans, you guys don't realize this. You guys forget about all that. You think partis equitur ventrum with all black people? No. Not at all. So now, let's look at this. Matter of fact, I'll even let somebody help us here real quick. One of their own. So you can see.
A common characteristic for the first illustrious so-called African Americans to rise into prominence was a melanin deficient parent, in most cases, a father. This outcome was mostly a result of Virginia colonial slave statute, partis sequitur ventrum. That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the will always to ventrum. That the provenance was a melanin deficient parent, in most cases a father. This outcome was mostly a result of Virginia colonial slave statute, partis sequitur ventrum. That which is brought forth follows the womb, meaning the legal status of a child born of an enslaved Indian woman.
Enslaved Indian woman. Indian woman, not a Negro, not an African, none of that crap. An Indian woman. And you're gonna continue to see that I prove who they are. Let's continue. That's why we need to know the historical parts of this this area of our land that they took and stole. Because then within the space, they created their own history. Now they're trying to plague everybody with this whole fake fucking history. Now you got stupid asses showing up to channels. Not like I said it last year. They weren't saying this last year. I said last year, you're going to see Wabos wanting to be Hebrews. You're going to see it. And we saw it today. I'm not lying, family. Look, you believe me, you don't, I don't give a shit. But I do believe that our creator, Yahoo, is dealing with me. And all praises, because I don't deserve it. Let's continue.
Will always remain enslaved. This law gave planters and free white men in general carte blanche authority to impregnate captured women without having to so much as even claim responsibility for their mixed race children. Just as common, these children were sold on the mulatto maid market as house niggas for an added sticker price as compared to their darker skinned counterparts. In this aspect, Virginia colonial law was totally.
This is where you start getting some of that light skin bloodline, some of those features, you know what I'm saying? Some of that mixture. That's why they started calling these house niggas. Our women, these bastards purposely do these things. Like, for example, family, we know this in Mexico. In case you guys don't know this, but in Mexico, we know that the Spaniards, they les gustaba, eran cogelones, like they like to fuck around, right? But we knew that the British didn't like to mix around, but we knew the Spaniards liked to mix around. So then now that you know that the Spaniards came with Africans and they were conquistadors, now you wonder who the fuck it is because they still act that way, right?
Contradictory to English common law, which states that a child's status follows the father. Of course, this law extending from the earlier Virginia codes was designed this way to assure legalized rape of indigenous women without consequence, and naturally the perpetuation of slavery through a duplicitous modification of English common law. Children born of a white mother and black father were considered free and were counted among free people of color. White men were freely allowed to abandon or kill their children without recourse, solidifying their position as the first deadbeat dads in American history, to the point that many of the most notable so-called black men in history, like Frederick Douglass and Booker T. Washington, never even knew who their white fathers were.
You heard it. It wasn't for me. So the 13 colonies, which is Virginia, colonial law, meaning that Florida was of Spain, and so was all this territory. This part was of France. I think France was right here. But all of this was Spain, and it was natives. That's what it is. Let me show you this real quick. This is interesting here, okay? Slavery in colonial history in the United States. Slavery in the colonial history in the United States refers to the institution of slavery as it existed in the European colonies, which eventually became part of the United States, okay? 13 colonies right here. You see? Florida's not part of it. Florida's not. Georgia, South Carolina, North Carolina, Maryland, Delaware, Jersey, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Massachusetts, New Hampshire, New York. That's to the original 13 colonies. And every single one of these colonies.
But if you tell every Negro or African in Florida about the history of Florida, they're going to say it was always under white submission. Like, you know, British and black European submission. But they don't know that because obviously when it comes to them, let's put it this way, family. I think for us, Raza, it's kind of like this. If we ain't Israel, then we ain't fucking Israel. If we're not the people of the Bible, then we ain't the people of the Bible. It's that simple. I think for most of us, I think all of us, we're okay with that. But see, for other nations, they can't do that. You know why? Because they know deep down that they can't talk like that. Because see, we have nothing to lose. Why, family? Because when you have nothing to lose spiritually, then you know there's something for that purpose. There's a reason for it. See, we're not trying to be heathens. We're saying, hey man, if we're not chosen, then we're not. But I'm still gonna love, our Creator. Yeah, they always say Florida belonged to the Black Seminoles. It's pretty stupid now that you realize that it was because Black conquistadors went in there and killed our men and took our women and raped them. And I like typical shit to this very day. They don't take care of them. I mean, listen, you give women the option. So you either have babies or you abort them. That's the Canaanite way. And it always has been, and it will always will be. Judaism, Canaanite. This is where the whole sacrificial concept of killing babies came from Canaanites, from the Hamitic nations. I mean, not the Hamitic nation. Let me take that back because not all of them did it, but it was specifically that Canaanite lineage, and we have it here in America. But I guess now she got tired of it, so maybe she took off. Let's go.
Colonies had slaves. Now the question is, who were the slaves? We know that Spanish, French, Dutch, and English all gradually started coming here. But French and Portuguese were the first ones to initiate slavery. Now, we know Portuguese were the very first ones to start enslaving people in Africa. But we also know that Portuguese weren't white. Neither was Christopher Columbus. He was Swati. Now, here's the funny part. Okay? This is how they get away with this discovery of doctrine. Native American enslaved members of their own and other tribes, usually as a result of taking captives in raids and warfare before and after Europeans arrived. How convenient, huh?
I showed y'all yesterday the stupid African girl that married the European white guy. That what's her name, Candace, whatever. She said that we eat each other. That's what she said, right? Remember, slavery started in 1619, and then she said that white people stopped slavery. You know, remember that, right? That's a African. Don't forget that. She's not African American. Get that out of you guys' mind. They're not of this continent. Stop calling them Americans at the end. Okay? Stop that. They're not of this land. They're still foreigners. They're not of this land. Remember that, family. They're still Africans. They're still Europeans. Remember that. Stop calling them Americans. You're giving them too much credit for that shit. They are black or white, but not of the Americas. You have what's called the America experience. You are the real illegal aliens, and I'm never going to stop saying that shit. And I'm not hiding my face because you know what? At the end of the day, our Creator is going to make sure that I'm not wrong. Let's go.
Talks about expeditions and all that, but the funny part is in this very same article, it actually talks about Nathaniel Bacon's actions in Virginia during the late 1670. If you guys look him up, he hated our people. They also provided soldiers. No, I'm sorry. Let me read it. In 1676, the Virginia Assembly granted Bacon and his men what equated to slave hunting license by providing that enemy Native Americans caught were to be enslaved for life. For life. They also provided soldiers who had captured the Native Americans with the rights to retain and keep all such Indian slaves or other Indian goods as they had taken and hereafter shall take. By this order, the assembly had made a public decision to enslave Native Americans. In the years to follow, other laws resulted in Native Americans being grouped with other non-Christian servants who had imported to colonies, Negro slaves as slaves for life. Puritans, Virginia, Spanish, Florida, and the Carolinas engaged in large-scale enslavement of Native Americans. New England, Virginia, Spanish, Florida. Who conquered Florida? Narvaez. Black. Yeah. All of these guys, they were what? Interested in enslaving Native Indians. Okay? The first Africans are stop lying. We know that's a lie. Once again, let me touch on this so you can be clear. That which is born follows the womb. The law before in Britain was that if your father was free, then you'd be free, not of your mother. But never do they mention our women in this. It actually says in 1620, a group of 20 odd Negroes were landed in the colony of Virginia. They had been captured from Portuguese slavers, the Portuguese having begun the Atlantic slave trade. And we know that Portuguese were swarthy and black. But see, never in this moment do they mention our women being the ones. As they hint it, they reference it. But never do they really put it in your face. They can't. And they never will. I'm gonna show you this real quick. Now let's get into the books. See, y'all see, man. I don't lie about this stuff, man. The free Negro. Watch this real quick. I hurt some feelings, but I'm not here to caress your feelings. Let's see. This is on the Free Negro in Virginia, 1619 to 1665. It says here, were any or all of these Negroes permitted to realize the freedom to which servants were entitled under the laws and customs of servitude? In the records of the county courts dating from 1632 and 1661, Negroes are designated as servants, Negro servants, or simply as Negroes, but never in the record, which we have examined, were they termed slaves. Hold on a second. They were never termed what? Gotcha, bitch. Slave. Hold on. Gotcha, bitch. But an order of general court, a Negro brought the West Indies to Virginia in 1625, was declared to belong to Sir Francis Wyatt, then governor, as his servant. There is nothing in the record which indicates that servants meant the same as slaves. Among the 23 African servants enumerated in 1624 was a Negro man named Anthony, and we know who this guy is, and a Negro woman named Mary, serving under different masters. In the court county records of Northampton, the date February 28, 1652, as the following order. Okay, we'll see this here. Let's continue. Page 25 of the same book. Subtracting 30 or more years from 1652, the date of this court order, we find that Anthony Johnson and possibly the woman who became his wife were inhabitants of Virginia before 1622. If additional evidence is required to establish the fact that Anthony Johnson and his family were free in 1652, it is contained in a land patent of 1651 assigned to him in fee simple 250 acres of land. Hold on a second. What, 18 a slave? How the fuck do you got this much land? Excuse me. Didn't mean to cuss, family. I'm really working at it, fam. I'm gonna try to cuss not today, okay? I'll really work on it. If additional evidence is required to establish the fact that Anthony Johnson and his family were free in 1652, it is contained in a land patent of 1651 assigning to him a fee simple 250 acres of land. Y'all know how much 250 acres of land is? Here, I'll show you. How many? Well, first of all, how much is 200 acres of land? That's about 200 acres of land, fam. Okay? How many homes you think you can fit in there? Yeah, I understand, bro. Don't trip, man. I got you. Okay? So anyways, let's continue. 250 acres of land, or on the records of a suit which he maintained in a court county in 1655. Then it says, after 1643, terms of service for servants brought into the colony without indenture or covenant to testify their agreement were fixed by law at 4 to 7 years. The period varying somewhat with usefulness of the servant. So perpetual slavery, not at all to you black folks. So far we see there is something as indentured servants for black people. The variation in the term of service for Negro servants appears to have been greater than the variation for white servants. In 1651, head rights were allowed upon the importation of a Negro by the name of Richard Johnson. Only 3 years later, a patent.
Wait, hold on a second. If it wasn't for our gente, there wouldn't be such a fucking thing as a computer, you dumbass. zeros and ones. That's the binary code for a computer. We created that shit. You know, you don't know nothing about that. But of course, typical dumb Canaanites. Let's enjoy this company, family, because at the end of the day, they're bowing down. And those are facts. Understand that. They're bowing down. That's why they're here. That's why they're here. They are bowing down. They're just having a hard time to deal with it. But you're bowing down, because if you ain't bowing down, guess what? You wouldn't be here. Because I don't bow down to nobody. If I don't have time for you, I don't listen to you. But if I'm there listening to you, it's because I have a problem accepting what I know for a fact in my mind. It makes me feel. And this is how you feel. You're just having a hard time accepting it. Bow down.
Calling for 100 acres of land was issued to this Negro for importing 2 other persons. So every time y'all brought your people, did the white man give you the land, or did you give yourself the land? Or was there no such thing as white or black at that time? It was either European, African, or native. And I'm starting to wonder now, who really enslaved who? Because you guys say that Africans enslaved you and sold you. But I'm starting to think that you guys actually, you European blacks, you guys were enslaving the Africans from over there and bringing them here. No wonder a lot of them don't like you guys. They know what tribe you are. And the problem is, you don't know what tribe you are. Only 3 years later, a patent called for 100 acres of land that was issued to this Negro for importing 2 other persons. Now, how did you get this land, Negro? Hence, it appears that Richard Johnson came in as a free Negro, or remained in a condition of servitude for not more than 3 years. What the hell? A Negro who came to Virginia about 1665. Remember, Partus Equitur Ventrum was already established. But we see free Negroes getting land through headright programs. It doesn't make sense, right? Okay, let's continue. Then it says, it appears from a certain indenture to be found on records that the term of service to which a Negro might be bound could be for almost any number of years. In the following agreement, for example, the term was 10 years. But it thought fit and assembled unto Mr. Steph Charlton in court that John.
Hey, family, I just want to give you a real quick update. This class that I did earlier, I don't even remember when it was, man. I'm getting a lot of notifications about this class. It's called Africans Are Not Hebrews. Okay, it was done 5 days ago, right? And there's about 60 60 posts in that class. You know what I'm saying? So apparently that really shook some shit. And I'm not gonna play it, but check it out in case you haven't, man. It's called Africans Are Not Hebrews. There's about 121 views on it, 22 likes, 60 comments. So I mean, you know, we're gonna continue with this, but I'm just telling you, like, man, like it's not that far from this, but again, I always bring new things in every class. I bring reminders because again, Ecclesiastes tells us what has been in the past will always happen again. So that tells me I got to remind you guys. I got to keep reminding you guys because remember, we've been conditioned for so long to believe something. So I got to keep engraving this shit in you and break that stupid, dumb sleep spirit and wake it up. And then at the same time, slap around Canaanite spirit and just say, hey, listen, you're not the people. I'm sorry. This is, you know, Joshua. I'm here. I'm going to kick your ass and move on. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, let's go.
Honorable, I guess, G. Hammer. Oh, I'm sorry, no, that John G. Hammander, Negro, his servant, shall from ye date thereof serve ye Mr. Charlton, his sirs and assistants until the last day of numbers, as well as we should see for the years of our Lord. 1,658, and then ye see Negro is to be a free man. Another example of a contract of indentured Negro servants, the following extract from the Northampton County Court Records 1645 quoted. We see here one thing that you guys ignore. That Negroes remain in condition of servitude for not more than 3 years. Not more than 3 years. And I'll show you this now. Now, I'm taking you through this process because I want you to pay attention, because once you start connecting these this history, Indian slavery. Indian slavery in Virginia. Okay. I'm sorry, Indian slavery. No, it's called Indian slavery in colonial. Okay. We're gonna go to page 76. Watch this real quick. I'm gonna show you something because this happens a lot to us. Okay. So watch. Remember, I just read to you partus victor ventrum. You know all these things, and we read that black folks weren't technically slaves, perpetual slaves. They were indentured servants, 3 to 4 years. Now let's read. They shall be slaves for their lives. This is from Indian slavery in colonial America. Okay, there's this book right here. Oh no, that's not the book, but I'm gonna read that later. It reads, second paragraph. These Indians were not indentured servants. Like Rawlinson boy, Indians served masters not for 4 years or 7 years, but until they died. No matter how many years they might be. Indisputably, and by 1661, at latest, Indians could be and were lifelong servants. You Negroes were not doing that. You Negroes were getting away with head right program, and in 4 years, you were free as hell, and you were buying land. And remember, this is the 13 colony laws. So it was just you, black and white people. And you were enslaving our women. That's why you dumb wabos that think you have native in you, it's because El Negro raped our women. So I guess be thankful in a sense that through rape, that you are the real mamsers. You see, we lost 2 people. Why? Because it hurts you. It hurts you. These are facts. So unless you don't like it, then hey, hit the fucking link. Hit the link and prove me wrong. Or tell me that these books are lying. Because here we see that Indians were not indentured servants. No, undisputably, by 1661, at the latest, Indians could be and were lifelong servants. Judging from the deeds and wills of 1640s through 1660s, Indian servitude was generally something more than lifelong service. The children of Indian servants were also servants for life, born into that condition. Moreover, Virginia did not limit slavery only to Indians captured from distant Spanish territories by dubious allies or disruptible traders. Virginia, after decades of struggle for survival from 1607 until 1640s, was stabilizing, growing increasingly more powerful and secure. Remember what Thomas Jefferson said? As long as they continue to strengthen, hopefully we get weakened so then they can take over the whole entire land or continent. Still, there were occasional threats to security. By the 1650s and early 1660s, with trade opportunities and expanding, contact with distant tribes increasing, rather than hindering or limiting slavery, armed conflicts between colonists and natives provided justification for and rationalization of slavery. For example, in 1660, when Northumberland resident John Powell complained of damages occurred upon his state by unspecified Indians, the colonial legislator passed an act authorizing county commissioners to demand monetary satisfaction from all Indians living within the county bounds. If any of these Indians did not or were unable to immediately comply, then so many of them as the court shall think fit shall be apprehended, sold into a afferage or Sorings, I guess, county. The governor and give me a second. And council subsequently appointed the authorized themselves to cause some of those Indians to be apprehended and to be accordingly disposed of. So now let's read here, okay? Yeah, I'll continue. This transpired some 16 years before Bacon's rebellion at an event cited by early scholars as a seminal event leading to the eventual but temporary enslavement of certain Indians, and perhaps most notably, 2 years prior to the Virginia First Legislative Act recognizing the condition of Negro slavery. probably realizing a profit from the direct capture of sale of Indian slaves in 1660, as in 1646, the Berkeleyan administration sought with its Indian Slavery Act of 1661 to circumvent the growing power and influence of the independent traders. Again, in 1666, and barely a decade before the onset of Bacan Rebellion, Governor Berkeley issued an order against the Rappahannock River tribe. Members of this tribe allegedly murdered some colonists in that section in violation of the Treaty of 1646, as mentioned before. With the 1660 and 1661 Retribution Act, aside from Partus qui ventrum, the General Court, Berkeley presiding, declared that for revenge for the alleged murders and for the prevention of future mischiefs, the tribes would be prosecuted with war, and their women and children taken and disposed of according to such instructions as shall be issued from the right honorable governor. So all white folks buying, and who's selling our sister? This freaking Canaanite, you heathen right here. You better swallow that pill. You better swallow that pill. Examine yourself. Because I know this is going to be a very, very, very difficult thing to comprehend for you. But quite frankly, I'm glad you're going through it. Because you deserve it. You deserve it for all the lies. You and the other and the white heathens. Y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve what's coming to you. This land was taken and destroyed families. And it's funny because this land here destroys families spiritually. The highest divorce rate in the entire world. Y'all getting what you deserve. I already read that. Let the blood. Here, let me show you this. Let me show you this page here. Let the blood stay pure. So let's talk about this term Negro, okay? Because I know that some people get offended, like, listen, that word don't even apply to you, black man. Let me get into this. The word Negro doesn't even apply to you. You took it, just like every culture vulture. It's awkward that you kind of like, oh, you're stealing black culture. Trap tea. Trap tea? They said that these Asians were stealing black culture because they called it trap tea, which is some gangster shit. Damn, bro, you steal everything. I mean, you buy their hair, their products. I don't get it. And then you even take whatever. Okay, let's do this. Due to the European broad use of the term Negro, it appears that the radical. Hold on, let me read it. It appears that the racial identity of the Negars brought ashore the James River in 1619 remains ambiguous as well. John Smith recorded in General Historia of Virginia. About the last of August came a Dutchman of war that sold us 20 Negars. These 20 were stolen from a Spanish vessel by Dutch pirates of the West Indian coast. Remember who was responsible for the Dutch? King James. And remember, King James authorized the translation of the Bible in 1611, but yet the same Dutch company is enslaving Negroes. About the last of August came a Dutchman. These 20 were stolen from Spanish vessels by Dutch pirates of the West Indian coast. The names of 11 of the 20 captives had been preserved, which bear their Spanish affiliation. One captive was a Negro woman named Angelo. According to Helen Cathedral, this name is not common in England or found in Africa. See that? One captive was a Negro woman named Angelo. According to Helen Cathedral, this name is not common in England or found in Africa. Additionally, names were Anthony and Isabella, and there were also two other Anthonys, two Johns, Williams, Francis, Edwards, and Margaret. Those names may or may not have been anglicization of Antonio, but Juan, Guillen, Francisca, Eduardo, and Margarita. Now check this out. The use of the term Negar to describe the new arrival is not without significance. The Dutch adopted the term from the Spanish as they had no such equivalent in their own language. Remember, the Spaniards were Swati. The Dutch were Swati. The Portuguese were Swati. These were black people, or so-called negros. But check this out. Well into the 18th century, the Dutch used more or morion when referring to black Africans and not Negro or nigger. What? Similar to the Spanish, it appears that the Dutch use the word Negro as a general term for slaves, yet the early English definition of Negro remains ambiguous. It does not appear that the term was initially synonymous with slaves due to a large portion of free population in England and in Virginia having this classification. You see what it says? It said it does not appear that the term was initially synonymous with slaves due to a large portion of black people being free in England and in Virginia having this classification. In the Virginia colony, the colony legislation often used the categories Negroes, Indians, and mulattoes to describe free and enslaved people. For example, Chapter 13 of a 705 statute, which defines slaves as real estate, referred to all Negroes, mulatto, and Indian slaves. In 1723, the statute that established a number of free people as a titleable referred to as all free Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. Was the term Negro, as used in the above statement, synonymous with Africans? Let's see. Stick around, fam. I'm gonna be here for a bit. I'm gonna keep reading. The English in the 16th century were referring to people of Africa as Moors. The English in the 16th century, meaning from after 1492, 1500 through 1600, okay, were referring to people of Africa as Moors, not Negroes. Yeah, we're Moors. You black Americans, you guys were Moors. They called you Moors. They never called you guys Negroes. The Negros, they used the word for Moreno. That's what Negro meant. Moreno. Not black, Afro, Asia, or Africanoid, whatever you guys want to call yourselves. Not at all. Okay? Let me get that for you real quick, bro. Matthew 5:26. Verily I say unto you, thou shalt by no means come out thence till thou hast paid the uttermost farthings. Let me get the translation on that. Matthew 5:26. Matthew 5:26 reads this, so you can just simplify it. There you will stay, I tell you, until you pay the last penny of your fine. Beautiful, bro. It says here, we're referring to people of Africa as Moors, and later as Blackamoors, Ethiopians, and Negroes. While the above 1705 statute referred to Negroes, mulattoes, and Indians. Another 1705 statute asserted, and for further Christian care and usage all Christian servants, it is enacted that no Negro, mulatto, or Indian, although Christian or Jew, Moor, Mohammedan, or other infidel, shall purchase any Christian servant, except for their own complexion or such as we declare slaves by act. Now, these Christian servants were white. That means that people were allowed to purchase Negroes, mulattoes, Indian-looking people, and Christians, whites, poor white people. What is the interest here? What is of interest here is that the Virginia legislature defined Negroes and Moors separately. And the term Moors was used for people of African descent. Then, who were the Negroes in the above passage? The same question can be asked regarding the term Moor. It was also translated with great flexibility and could include people of Arab descent. In addition, Negro was not synonymous with black because it also encompassed brown.
Bruh. Wait a minute. Who are you?
You guys don't read. Dear black people, you need to learn how to read. No offense. You really need to dig deep into your history because you got a Mexican over here telling you guys what you don't want to hear. This is where y'all come from. And you guys had it good until all these other lands here that you were taking, because supposedly the white man took it, but you benefited from it because you fought in every single war. Don't you guys say, we fought at every war? We built America. You built America on the backs of this native blood. That's what you did. Now I know why Habakkuk talks like this about you. Now I know why. Habakkuk 2:2, and the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. Remember, you are running the hold on. Let me see if I can remember it. Hold on. Yeah, that's it. We're in Hebrews, Habakkuk 2:2, right? Remember, it says here, and the Lord answered me and said, write the vision, and make it plain upon tables, that he may run that readeth it. 1 Corinthians 9:24. Know ye not that they which run a race, run all, but one receiveth the prize? So run that ye may obtain. That's why it talks about you need to really know the Bible. You need to understand when you hear these things and they give it to you. Listen, the Most High is telling you, I just gave you something. Freaking run with it. For the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak. We're seeing it now. The summer's nigh, and not lie, though it tarry. Wait for it. I know y'all been frustrated. Like, man, these guys are just like, no, just wait for it. Because it will surely come and it will not tarry. Just like Maccabees 6. Yeah, it looks like Most High is dealing with them. But he ain't. He ain't. Sorry, family. I'm a little hot here because it's hot in here. He ain't dealing with them. For the vision is yet for an appointed time. But at the end it shall speak and not lie. Though it tarry, wait for it. Meaning, though it takes a while, just hold on. Just hang in there, okay? Just hang in there. Because it will surely come. It will not tarry. Behold, his soul, which is lifted up, is not upright in him. But the just shall live by his faith. Yea, also, because he transgressed by wine, he's a proud man. Remember? Talks about transgressed by wine. I can only translate this to like Revelation 1:14 and try to say that they drink wine and so that's why their eyes are red. Oh, yeah. Oh, because he transgressed by wine, he's a proud man. And a lot of you campers, y'all love to drink. Neither keep it at his home. I'm always at the club, who enlargeth his desires is hell. Meaning, I want to rule the world and I want a bunch of women and a bunch of money. And is as death and cannot be satisfied, but gardeneth unto him all nations and heapeth unto him all people. All people. Which is, I'm looking for the wood to him. Habakkuk 2:9. Woe to him that coveteth an evil covetousness to his house, that he may set his nest on high, that he may be delivered from the power of evil. Nah, we're the people of the Bible. Hey, you Hispanics are too. Nah. Thou hast consulted shame to thy house by cutting off many people, and hast sinned against thy soul. Woe, verse 12. Woe to him that buildeth a town with blood and establish a city by iniquity. You trying to tell me it was just you? You trying to tell me it was just you? Hey, all praise, bro. You're in the spirit. Trying to tell me it's just you? 13 colonies. Florida was conquered by black people. And like I showed you and I want to show you today that wherever the Spanish flag was, Negroes were there. Same book. Many American Indians imported to or exported from the colonies were listed as Negroes. Approximately 69 Indians were included among a list of Negroes brought to Virginia from North Carolina from 1710 to 1718. You see, brought to Virginia from North Carolina. North Carolina, Virginia. Okay? So now that, we brought Negroes from Africa. How convenient. A similar occurrence happened in New York from 1715 to 1736. A number of studies show that many slaves of probable or stated American Indian ancestry imported into this colony from Campeche, Jamaica, Honduras, the Carolinas, and Virginia were listed as Negroes. People of Indian or part Indian ancestry were listed as Negroes Negroes well into the colonial and antebellum period. That's why y'all look like that. Hey, Shalom, bro. Thomas Sowell has videos talking about the same thing you're teaching on. All praises, bro. I don't know who he is. As you can see, an East Indian Negro man called Gene, a slave born, demonstrates the broad use of term Negro in Virginia. Now let me go to the bottom. No, here. The term Negro eventually became synonymous with the slaves in Spanish, Dutch, and Portuguese colonies, or Swati. And these were so-called Jews, Portuguese Jews that were black but couldn't prove they were Jews. Remember that book I showed you, The New Voyage to Italy, written in 1739, I believe. Then it says, nevertheless, although slaves became virtually synonymous with Negro, Negro was not synonymous with African. Wasn't synonymous, was it? No, it wasn't. These are facts. I'm not lying. There's a link. Let me find out who Thomas Sowell is, bro. Let me check it. Thomas Sowell. Oh yeah, he's been talking about it lately. I got to look at him again. I have a video on him about what he said about natives, and I was kind of blown away by him even assuming or even saying that. But yeah, I saw him around. He's been around for a while. He's way older than me. Let me get this one out. Okay, so now we're gonna go to this, fam. Africa's gift to America, and we're gonna look at the first. Let's do this. Okay, Africa's gift to America. It says. I'll start here. They were as eager to sell as the whites to buy. Stronger chiefs made war on the people of weaker ones for captives. Some grew very rich and lived in great luxury. Two of the most notorious, Norberto da Salsa and John Ormond, were mulattoes with Christian rearing. Da Salsa, prince of slavers, better known as Chacha, was born in Brazil. John Ormond had been educated in England. Da Salsa lived in a place in Dahomey like a Maharaja. I know some stuff about these guys. I can't remember what it is. I'll dig it later. He had a harem drawn from many parts of the world. Captain Drake, American slave dealer, said that Chacha offered him the pick of them. You shall have French, Spanish, Greek, Circassian, English, Dutch, Italian, Asiatic, and American, or any other kind. Ship, slave, slaving, right? So who's this guy? This guy. That guy. Does he look white? No. The Salsa, slave mogul of West Africa. So here, most notorious of the slave traders. Oh, these guys, are you going to tell me that it's just their jigs? They're just jigs. They didn't know any better. They're just jigs. These fools are black. They ain't our people. Get out of here with that shit, man. Give to America again. Y'all need to buy this book. It's expensive now. I was bringing it out last year. It costs more now. I don't know if it's because of that. But anyways, on this side of the Atlantic was Zephaniah Kingsley. Zephaniah is a Bible name. It sounds to me like black people knew something about the Bible at this time. 1765 to 1843 of Florida with his East African Negro wife. Both made an immense fortune for smuggling slaves from 1765. Remember, Spain had just lost Florida in 1763. So who were these slaves that they were smuggling? It would be cheaper to smuggle them from the land, right? Kingsley, who was related to Whistler's mother, was not only the richest man in Florida, but one of the richest in America and a powerful political figure. His ships brought in many thousands of Negroes, bought at 25 cents each. Remember the word Negro, though. We don't know if it's not synonymous to African. So what Negroes were these? Your mom and your dad. Esos negros, güey. There you go, that dude. Listen, man, I was reading about, dude, this morning or yesterday, I actually caught that. I gotta find it. But anyways, but that's a fact. So we read before. This is why I take you guys through a process so you can see, so you can see what I see. I'm trying to put these books together because that's what you got to do. Even the scriptures say it with the scriptures, with the Bible. The scriptures say with the Bible, right? But when the Most High has that kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know, preach, not love, man. When he has that trust in you, when the wisdom kicks in, this is what happens. Isaiah 28:9, whom shall he teach knowledge? And whom shall he make to understand doctrine? Because doctrine is past, present, future, history, future, present, future, historical. Everything is doctrine is about our people of a history and how we're supposed to look at history and match it to the future. Then them that are weaned from the milk and drawn from the breast, meaning those that are meek and disciplined, that actually showed me, those that I've taken, that have disciplined themselves with the little bit that I've given them I'm going to feed. For precept must be upon precept, precept upon precept, line upon line upon line, here a little and there a little. Just like you find how to read the Bible, you learn because the Most High teaches you how to read information in books. It's the same concept. So that's why I'm taking you guys from the beginning to this point, because we see now that initially it wasn't black folks being enslaved. Participes or ventrum was attached to our people. And now we're seeing that there was like 11 figure Negroes living in Africa at this time. This is a Negro right here. His ships bought in many thousands of Negroes bought at $25 each in Africa and sold in America, in the West Indies for $1,500. Once when U.S. Coast Guard captured 350 contraband blacks on Kingsley ships, the government, not knowing what to do with them, turned them back to him. Africa's gift to America. Let's continue. Africa's gift to America. It says here, 1526, the Allion was a party of 500, mostly Negroes. This guy was the one that went to Africa. I'm sorry, to Florida. And a few women landed in St. Eleanor in the Carolinas and started downward till they reached the mouth of James River, Virginia, where they started the colony of San Miguel, the exact site on which the English founded Jamestown. So you see this? In 1526, the Allion, look him up. He is a African conquistador with a party of 500, mostly Negroes, not us. Why would he take us? He don't know us. He don't trust us. And see, that's the thing that you guys got to think about. These white Europeans came with black people. They'll trust them more than they'll trust us. Okay? But the colony was a failure because the Negroes revolted. Justin Windsor, in his narrative, meaning Negroes didn't want to work, just like what we see. It doesn't stop with you guys. It's not like what is it? It's not a Willie Lynch letter thing, dude. Y'all are Canaan, and by sedition through sedition, you're gonna manifest yourselves, which is why our forefathers told us, don't F with these people, man. Y'all don't get it. You want to go around giving your daughters and your men to them? Go ahead. But the colony was a failure. Let me get ahead. Narrative and Critical History of America says Allion began the settlement of San Miguel, where the English in the next century founded Jamestown.
My question is, how come you keep ignoring this? In case you're watching, maybe you're not. Maybe the four of you that are watching, maybe you're not them. But I'm sure you're going to come back to the class. Or maybe you won't. It's 5 hours in. We're about to finish, or maybe we're not. Because again, we're going into these holidays. It's okay, honey. I'm at home. We're going into these holidays. You know what I'm saying? Usually I do my classes from where I am at, like I could say professionally, so to speak, but like I focus on my classes. But no, man, I'm forced not to work tomorrow. Like I can't even do any business because of the business I do, because everybody's taking off for Christmas, because their Christmas Eve is on Sunday. So that's what typically happens every other year. If Christmas falls on a Thursday, Christmas Eve, then they have Wednesday off because they got to prep for it. So since it's falling on a Sunday Eve, Friday they're off. They started taking off today or Thursday at around, matter of fact, 1 p.m. my time, which is Pacific. Like after that, I couldn't do nothing, and so I had to like rush a bunch of work so that I could get it done before 1 p.m. Why? Because they're rushing to have a day off today and tomorrow for their holiday, which we didn't bring. It's a black and white holiday. Anyways, let's continue. I forgot my point.
So you see, dear white people, in case you don't know, Jamestown was funded by and founded by Negroes, Africans. The Negro slaves first introduced here did the heaviest portion of the toil. Cruelly oppressed, they revolted. Such were the stormy beginnings of the Spanish rule in Virginia. See, they might have revolted and stayed in Virginia. If he knew of the Spanish attempt, he did not mention it. That's why you gotta understand what's going on here. Like these wobbles are y'all are lost, man. I feel sorry for you guys. Actually, I don't feel sorry for you guys. I don't, because I don't care. Y'all don't want to listen. Let me go to the top. Popular history starts that the Negro in the United States Popular history starts the Negro in the United States in 1619. In 1919, there was a tercentenary observance of it at Jamestown. But this date, based on a letter by John Rolfe to Sir Edwin Sandys, is 107 years too late. Negroes first came with the Spaniards. Boo! Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. Gotcha, bitch. You see? You guys first came with the Spaniards. Remember? Negro. Okay? First came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. Ooh, damn. Which reminds me, before I go, no. Matter of fact, let me do this now. Okay, so we've got that. We read it. Let's stay with that. The first of them was Ponce de Leon. We read about him yesterday, right? The first Negroes were the first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. Remember that, right? Remember that, right? Okay. So remember this. The conquistadors, the famous ones. Garrido, Pánfilo, Portugués, Garcia. Remember that, right? Okay, all right. Remember, don't forget what we read. Don't forget what we read. We read that Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. And they're not lying. Watch this. Well, then this is from what book is this? It's a famous guy. He's like I'll remember it, okay? Don't get me wrong. I'll give you guys the name. Just remind me. While the number of African explorers is impossible to determine, they participated in some way in virtually all of the Spanish expeditions in the New World in the 16th century. Let me go back to this. This is from Africa's Gift to America. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the U.S. Okay? Now go back to this. Then it says, these black conquistadors, hold on a second. These black conquistadors, okay? It didn't say just black slaves. It didn't say these black servants, these black assistants. They said these black conquistadors set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience. Why? Because when you look back at what happened to our people, the decimation, the smallpox, the chopping up the bodies, the raping of our women, the feeding to dogs, the throwing overboard, the hanging by hooks, the burning at the stake, it wasn't just white people. It was you Negroes too. These black conquistadors, you damn devils, set an example for subsequent relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience. Why? Because we knew that Spaniards were crazy as hell. Now I know who was doing the act. Y'all were the muscle. And you want to sit here and tell us that we're the same people? Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here with that. I think I slipped. I think no, I got it. Romans 15:4. It says, for whatsoever things were written aforetime were written for our learning, that through patience, because a lot of y'all were questioning yourselves whether you were the people of the Bible, I don't know, blah, blah, blah. Written for our learning, that through patience, because this is a combination, we have to help each other. We, through patience and comfort of the scriptures, might have hope, because the scriptures taught us.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you, gente. I'm gonna tell you, my family, man. Don't ever have any doubt into who you are according to the Bible. I'm telling you this right now. I'm telling you this right now. Okay? Don't ever doubt who you are according to our book. Family, there's no doubt in me. No doubt. I can look, listen, we've proven it with historical books. We've proven it with the scriptures. Shit, man, if they really want to show or prove that your DNA, I'll show them my DNA. 92% of this continent, and then all of a sudden it shows up over there where my father is from, my DNA, and I'm no different than you. No different than you. I know this because I get to talk to y'all, and it's a spirit that I can sense in my gente. I know this for a fact. I talk to a bunch of people, and I can tell when you're not, and I know when you are. Because it's that time where we're going to know exactly. Don't forget, fam. Let's continue.
What is this didn't come from me. The Bible taught me this. The wisdom that the Most High has given me is what led me to actually read and read properly, because I didn't even speak English, family. I wasn't born here. Okay, I started speaking English. I came here when I was 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Around 12 years old is when I was like speaking English kind of decent. So the Most High, man. He had it all planned. These black conquistadors, you rapists, murderers, the real wetbags, the real illegal aliens, as well as the white ones, don't think I'm not including you guys, set an example for subsequent racial relations throughout the entire Spanish colonial experience, living their daily lives at degrees of complexity that rarely would be achieved by black men and women in early English settlements in the Caribbean and in North America. Indeed, wherever Spain set its flag of conquest in the Americas, Africans helped hold the pentent. They participated in the exploration of the lands that would become Mexico, Costa Rica, Honduras, Panama, Venezuela, Peru, Chile, Florida, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. Men such as Garrido, Esteban, Yanga, Rodriguez. Go back to this. The Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the U.S. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. You Negroes got to do some digging. You guys have no idea that you black people were here in Florida. Hey, FOPI. Hey, IUIC. ISUPK. GMS. All you dumbass. And you Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, all of you, dumb Cubans, every single one of you that are in these camps, you have no idea that after 1763, a lot of these people in Florida went to Cuba and Puerto Rico and all the islands. And did you know that up until 1861, they were actually enslaving Mayas and sending them to Cuba? Now they don't know anything about it. You guys don't know anything about this continent. Leave it for the souls that have been here before. Leave it for them. Psalms 49. Their inward thought is, Psalms 49:11. Perfect. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever. That's what you thought. Nah. Oh, man. And you know, that's beautiful, bro, because it leads me to another point that I'm going to get to. Nah, you guys, we knew about them. We were here before. Their inward thought is that their houses shall continue forever. We're the real people of the Bible. No, we're the actual Aztecs now. We're the Mayas now. And their dwelling places to all generations, they call their lands after their own names. However, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in the expedition, as there were abundant evidence of their being later with Spanish explorers de Aviles, Hernando de Soto, Narvaez, Adillon, Coronado, Tristan de Luna, Menendez. Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes. Read this. Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes and had been from before the Moorish invasion of 711 AD. Man.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I'm almost.
Yet they come here and try to tell us that we are the mixed breed. Wake up, fam. Let's go.
Almost done with this, fam. I'm almost done with this. Actually, yeah. So now, to bring your point, bro, I'm telling you, look, this is why I love that thing. The Most High just I don't know, he finds a way to make this video, this class move, bro. Because look, they're very famous of saying like, oh yeah, the black Jew, a Negro. It shows that that our people knew about this land, and that you guys aren't the people of the here, that you guys were put on slave ships and shit like that, right? That's what they say. And they use this famous book here. I'll show you right now. Give me a second here. They use this famous book here. Right up. What is this famous book? This big book? Big book? Hold on a second. Give me a second. I highlighted that thing, and I know when I see it, I'll see it. Give me a second. Bear with me, because I know I put it here. I was trying to show people something, and if it ain't here, man, I hope it's here. This is the one that I should have put in there, but if I don't find it quickly, here it goes, right here. Boom. Okay, the Negro, a Jew. Okay, so watch this real quick. Did the Negroes know of America? Diodorus Siculus. So who is this Diodorus Siculus? So I'll show you who this Diodorus Siculus is, okay? Diodorus Siculus is this gentleman right here. Hold on a second. Here it goes right here. This is from the Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History, okay? Diodorus Siculus on the bottom says, Greek historian, born at Agarium in Sicily. He was in Egypt about 660 BC. His history was written after the death of Julius Caesar and ended with the Gallic War, taking 30 years in the writing. Okay? That's what that guy is. So this is what they say. And listen to how wicked as hell y'all are. Whoever is telling you guys these things, y'all are wicked as hell. Okay? So let me read it, and then I'm going to read Psalms 49. Diodorus Siculus tells us that the Phoenicians in early times sailed beyond Hercules Pillars along the African coast, and there, meeting with storms and tempests, were carried to the remotest part of the ocean. And after many days came to a vast island a great distance of Libya, and lying very far west. The Phoenicians informed the Carthaginians of this place. The Carthaginians prohibited other nations from settling in it, they reserving it for themselves as a place of retirement if they should ever be driven from their native soil. So now, when you read this, meaning what? Their inward thoughts is that their houses should continue forever and that their dwelling places of all to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. This is Psalms 49. But what does Psalms 83 say? You know what it says. Here's why it says that. So they say this, right? But if you go to the actual link about what he wrote, this is him. Diodorus Siculus, library. Okay? So you Canaanites, y'all mess with the wrong people, man. Especially now. If the Most High woke me up and puts his name on Joshua, guess what? You guys set him again. You guys are dealing with him again. Now I'm trying to look for Caleb, bro. Caleb, wake the hell up, man. Come on, hurry up. Because these other damn tribes are too scared. Watch this real quick. We're going to go to 0.523, I believe, is where they say this, right? 0.519. Is it 0.519? Okay. So here it talks about, let's see. Right here. Okay. What they share is this here. Right here. This is what they share. 5.20.3. I'll read it. The Phoenicians then, while exploring the coast outside of the pillars for the reason we have stated, and while sailing along the shores of Libya, were driven by strong winds at a great distance into the ocean. And after being stormed, tossed for many days, they were carried ashore on the islands we mentioned above. And when they had observed its facility and nature, they caused it to be known to all men. Consequently, the Tyrrhenians, or the Phoenicians, at the time when they were masters of the sea, purposed to dispatch a colony to it. But the Carthaginians prevented their doing so, partly out of concerns lest many inhabitants of Carthage should remove there because of the excellence of the islands, and partly in order to have ready in it a place in which to seek refuge against an incalculable turn of fortune, in case some total disaster should take over. The same thing, right? This is why Psalms 49 says this. Their inward thought is that their houses should continue forever. Let's just show this part. But they don't tell us this part. Let's read right here. Here. It says, but now, as we have discussed what relates to the islands which lie within the pillars of Hercules, we shall give an account of those which are in the ocean. For there lies out in the deep of Libya an island of considerable size, and situated as is in the ocean, it is distant from Libya, a voyage of a number of days to the west. Its land is fruitful, much of it being mountainous, and not little being of level plains, meaning Mexico. Not little of level plains. I'm trying to catch my map. And not a little being of level plains of surpassing beauty. Through it flows navigable rivers, Tenochtitlan, which are used for irrigation. And the islands contain many parks planted with trees of every variety and gardens in great multitudes, which are traversed by streams of sweet water. Chalupas. On it are villas, private villas of costly construction. And throughout the gardens, banqueting houses have been constructed on a setting of flowers. Tenochtitlan. And in them, the inhabitants, whoa, wait a minute, hold on a second. The inhabitants pass their time during the summer, since the land supplies in abundance everything which contributes to enjoyment of luxury. But I thought you said that nobody was there. Again, Psalms 49:11. Therein where thought is that their houses shall continue forever, and their dwelling places to all generations. They call their lands after their own names. Here's why, family. I said the fall of Granada has everything to do with our history. The fall of Granada has everything to do with our history. Because if you really think about this, right? Think about this for a moment, family. Let's just kind of deal with me here a second. We know that historically, these other nations, we saw the example, Conscience Dictionary of Ancient History, okay? We saw a link about these great philosophers, written about civilizations, centuries. We know of Asian civilization, Arab, African, European, right? So if you are the type to calculate and you studied like animals and you took down herbs and you jotted everything down, but yet you did everything possible to destroy our history. Why? If we were just savages, if that's all we knew was just bestiality, I guess. Why? That's the question that I'm starting to find. I'm trying to wonder, like, why would you destroy all of this? I'm going to show you guys why. I'm going to show you guys why. Show you guys why exactly. We start with this. Because I always wondered, man. We learn about Granada. We're going to learn about us. Why did they do everything to destroy our history, our traditions, our culture? Right? So let's start with this, fam. This is from the 10 Tribes of Israel, historically identified with Aborigines of the Western Hemisphere. Barbara Simmons. Let's go to page 8 real quick. Page 7, I'm sorry. Page 7 reads this. Okay? You guys kept jotted everything down. But yet our history, you destroyed. And you did everything possible to get rid of it. Just like the scripture said. Psalms 83. We see Psalms 49. What they were trying to do, they want to continue. Psalms 83 says they have taken, Psalms 83:3, they have taken crafty counsel against thy people and consulted against thy hidden ones. They have said, come, let us cut them off from being a nation, that the name of Israel may be no more in remembrance. Let's read. This is on page 8. Sagahun further complained that he was forcibly deprived of a very valuable painting representing the great temple with the court by which it was surrounded, which he says was sent to Spain. It is very evident that everything in Mexico, calculated to draw attention to the ancient history of the country, more specifically if connected with religious recollections, was carefully removed from notice immediately after the conquest. Pieces of sculptures were mutilated and buried. Paintings were burned. Temples and edifices which from their size, it was impossible to destroy, were suffered to fall into oblivion, and that magnificent monuments of ancient art, such as the temples of Palenque and the places of Milan, were passed unnoticed by Spanish authors. Sagahun, when engaged in the compilation of a history after it had been taken away from him and again restored, meaning they gave it back to him. Hold on, let me a second. Sorry about that, fam. Meaning they gave it back to him. Received 3 cautions. First, write nothing to prove that the Hebrews had colonized the New World. Secondly, to be guarded in what he said of the devils having imitated God in taking to himself a chosen people in the New World and counterfeiting the rites and ceremonies of the Jews. And thirdly, pay attention to this, family. Not to advance the hypothesis that Christianity had ever been proclaimed to the Indians or to treat too largely on the history of Quetzalcoatl. Why? Why destroy our history? Why? If we're just heathens. We're just heathens. Record it. Oh, this is what we found. Look, these are buildings. Because you did it to everybody. You jotted down every single history. Black and white people, Europeans. You jotted down every single history. But our history, now you want to say that that we're not even the people. And you don't see no pushback for no white folks from government saying, hey, listen, you black folks, you need to stop saying that because that's not true. No, they just say nothing. Masonry at its finest work. But I'm not done. I'm not done. Au contraire, mon frère. What's up, Nate the Snake? Whenever you want it, bro. I know you're old school cop. Whenever you want it. We're about to say, well, you got to be about 10, 13 years, man. I'll give you a break. You lost some weight. You can handle it. You can go to 180, man. I'll go down to 175. Yo, that's beautiful. Check it. First Maccabees 3:48, and laid open the books of the law wherein the heathens had sought to paint the likeness of their image. Remember, the book of the law was scrolls. I'm sorry. They weren't books. The scrolls never had pictures. So when they opened the scrolls, they put their image on these scrolls. And who are we seeing? And what do black people say? That white people put their image on top of their image. The scrolls never should have had images. Gave yourself up. But hey, what do I know, right? Second paragraph, it says, at this distance of time, when the state of the world is so different from what, I'm sorry. Give me a second. Am I reading the right page? Give me a second, fam. Because I have them here recorded. Yeah, at a distance of some time, when the state of the world is so different from what it was in the 16th century, it may not be readily conceived how easy it was for the Council of the Indies, to the power vested in it, of pertaining or prohibiting the general circulation of all writings relative to America, to keep the rest of Europe in a state of darkness respecting the history of the new continent. For 3 centuries, those who successfully composed that council exercised their functions as censors with greatest vigilance. Man, I ain't gonna lie to you, family. I showed you guys the book that about the Lutheran guy. They were saying, like, since the Spaniards came, we weren't allowed to have a Bible, no printing of it whatsoever. And Europeans were not allowed to know anything about us, and no writer could write about us or anything to do with religion or anything to do with Hebrewism or anything about Quetzalcoatl. So I'm going to say something. I didn't want to put too much weight on it. But what would be so strange for the Meshiach to come here? He created the world. Remember Matthew 15:24? I know you guys think like, oh, that's all Israel. No, it's not. No, it's not all Israel. It's not the northern kingdom. It's not the southern kingdom. Matthew 15:24. But he answered and said, I am not sent but unto the lost sheep of the house of Israel. Judites weren't lost. Yeah, we're just proud. Not lost. That was the Catholic Church because the soldiers just wanted to the spoils. Yep. A lot of that. To keep the rest of Europe in a state of darkness respecting the history of the new continent. Why? You jotted down everything. What is so fearful about our history? If powerful patronage or inadvertence on their part suffered in the first instance of any obnoxious work to appear to print it, it was sure soon to be recalled. Thus, the history of the Indies by Gomorrah, dedicated to Charles V, and The Conquest of Mexico, by the same author, dedicated to Don Martin Cortez, son of the celebrated conqueror, became prohibited books soon after their publication. But there were other works against which a silent war was waged in Spain. We shall, we shall only further remark that the history of Peru is enveloped in much greater obscurity than that in Mexico. The real cause of less being known of the history of Peruvians in Europe. So they didn't even want nobody in Europe to know anything about, let alone Mexico, especially Peru. Don't know nothing about them. Notwithstanding, Garcilaso de Vega, himself of the race of the Incas, wrote in the latter of the end of the 16th century of Peru. This is a so-called cacique. He wasn't our people. Okay? He had kids with one of our women, and then they called themselves caciques. That's what they did. It says it's probably that Peru was discovered many years after the discovery of the conquest of Mexico, and Europe was not to be surprised a second time by a sudden appearance of fresh ocean decades of mythological paintings. As part of the paintings collected by Boturini, was sent to Europe in Spanish vessels, which was taken by an English privateer. It was never known whether these paintings reached England or whether they were thrown into the sea as of no value. The greater part of the mess of Boturini, those which were confiscated in New Spain, were torn, pillaged, dispersed by persons who were ignorant of the value of these objects. They weren't ignorant. They knew exactly what they were doing. What exists at the present of the Palace of Viceroy composed only 3 packets, each 7 hands square by 5 in height. They remain in one of the damp apartments of the ground floor of the archives of the government, which the Viceroy Count Revillagagedo removed because of the humidity, moldering the papyrus with alarming rapidity. We feel a sentiment of indignation on seeing the extreme negligence with which these valuable remains were abandoned, which had cost much care and labor, and the unfortunate Boturini, fired with the enthusiasm which is peculiar to enterprising men, calls in his historical essay the only property which he possessed in the Indies, and which he would not change against all the gold and silver of the New World. The Library of the University of Mexico is no longer in possession of any of the original hieroglyphics. The richest and finest collections of this capital is that of Jose Antonio Ricardo. Why? Why get rid of why? I mean, it just makes no sense. Why? I think this is page 50, and then I'm gonna switch. No, this is not page 50. The names and titles of the Creator. I'll just read it here. The character of the Holy One in Israel, being a manifold unity of moral glory, the distinctive manifestation of which originated those names and titles which serves to express his power. It may be useful as an object of intellectual contemplation, as well as an illustrative of that portion of the subject under new review, to trace to their Hebrew sources those surprising analogies which are demonstrative of the origin of the Peruvians and Mexican theology. Tenochtitlan, Lord of our bodies or life, was he who resided in the garden of Tenochtitlan. Ometecuhtli, Most High, is another title. He is represented crowned as the supreme and is the father of Quetzalcoatl. Why hide this? Why destroy everything about who we are if we're heathens? Why not keep our records, man? Let me see this real quick. Let me show you something now. I'm going to tell you what they did. I'm going to tell you why. I'll go through it real quick. Let's go to page 89. Y'all see what I'm talking about. Page 89. Come on. Page 89. Too much. Page 89, okay? This is what they were trying to hide, fam. In everything related, religious observance, in everything relating to the treatment of the Mexican children, even in the mode of their punishment, even of the mode of punishing them, the Mexicans resemble the Jews. Torquemada also observed that festival took place of the naming of the infant, and afterwards on this being weaned, omitting further mention of the baptismal ceremonies and use of circumcision, both which may be presumed on the authority of very ancient writers, were in use among the Mexicans. In nothing did the civil policy of the Mexicans more closely resemble that of the Hebrews, that in their dedicating their children to the temple, and afterwards sending them to be instructed by the masters of superior rabbi in the doctrine of their religion and moral and ceremonial law. Hey, brother, Al, you know that conversation I had with you, bro. That's why I'm telling you, man, that if you have fruitful children, is the best feeling ever. Says this is why what these camps are teaching y'all is BS, bro. They're quick to leave their women. They're quick to leave their children. First Maccabees 2:10. What nation had not had a part in her kingdom and gotten of her spoils? No joke, bro. The largest heist, holocaust, and robbery against our people. There are over 2,000 codices and amoxles where truth can be revived. Just got to weed out all the foreign garbage. Yeah. And you know, I appreciate the Most High because he's helping me weed out all the foreign garbage. I'm seeing things clearly. Now let's go to page 94. Why did they get rid of this? Maybe because of this? The offerings of the Mexicans consisted like of the Jews in the lives of animals or blood, incense, in the first fruits, which like the Jews, they presented 3 times a year. Oh, 3 times. Oh, that's beautiful family. Man, I'm telling you, man. Y'all the people of the Bible, man. Stop trying to say you're not. Stop being afraid, for God's sakes. Daniel 16. Is it 16:16? Which one is it? Yeah, Daniel 16:16. 3 times a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place which he shall choose, in the feast of unleavened bread, in the feast of weeks, and in the feast of tabernacle, and they shall not appear before the Lord empty. The offerings of the Mexicans consisted like those of the Jews, the lives of animals, incense, the first fruits, which like the Jews, they presented 3 times a year, which Torquemada undertakes in the following manner to explain. It is certainly a thing calculated to create astonishment to see in their offerings of the first fruits, the 2 republics resemble each other, meaning the northern and southern kingdom. But we need not feel much surprise at it, since it was the devil who persuaded and instigated that. Remember, he was forced to write this, right? And substituted himself for God. So Satan is teaching our people to do good. Whenever it was possible, and being the case, the task was more easy, in so much as these Indians were extremely dedicated to religious worship. He found it little trouble in inducing them to tender to him with this kind of offering and sacrifice, which, as we have observed, all paid very generally and regularly without being either remiss in offerings or inexact in its proper quantity, meaning they gave as much as they could. They didn't say, oh, I'm just gonna share the portion and give the rest. Nah, not at all. Not at all. Our ancient customs and traditions sync with the Bible. Exactly, bro. Exactly. That's why I'm telling you, man. This is what they were hiding. 102. Let's go. Today, I'm bringing out the bullets. Y'all can save this information anytime some silly dub wants to come and tell you, oh, yeah, what tribe do you see yourself on the chart, and shut up, dumbass. The breastplates of the Mexicans appear to have been different shapes and sizes and to have been set with precious stones. It is supposed that solemn an injunction to the Jews were to wear fringes on the borders of their garments would be scrupulously obeyed throughout their generations. And we see that we did. Let me show this real quick. Page 104. I'm going quick, fam. It says here. The manner in which they kindled the sacred fire is not precisely known. That it was a religious rite accompanied with certain ceremonies cannot be doubted. And we may even be permitted to believe from an expression in the 14th verse of the 19th chapter of Ezekiel. And the fire has gone forth from a rod of her branches, which have devoured her fruits. That they were acquainted with the Mexican method of kindling fire by wood. Many passages of scripture led us to imagine that the ground plan of the great temple of the Mexican resembled that of Jerusalem. Woo! Hold on a second. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. Let's get some more food. Some more food. Page 147. Let's go real quick. Bam. All right. Perfect. Not too far. It's an odd number, so it should be on the right side. Yep. Oh, man. Come on. Page 147. It reads on the bottom. Where's it at? Right here. From the 9th to 20th of May, it was in this month, Toxcatl, that the fellow soldiers of Cortez Alvarado, that ferocious warrior, made a horrible slaughter of the Mexican nobility assembled within the enclosure of Teocatli, house of God. This attack was the signal of the civil dissension that caused the death of the unfortunate Moctezuma. Remember, the summer is nigh. They came in the summer. Flee from Jerusalem. When you see the leave, you know that summer is nigh. Let me see this. Pertaining to that conversation we had concerning raising our children, Proverbs 14:26. He who fears the Lord is secure and confident, and his children shall have place of refuge, because they are our future, we are their past. Without them, there's no future. Without us, they had no past. That's why it's important to love our children and do the best that we can to be amazing leaders, because our women need it. They're beautiful women. That's why these nations want to marry them. They count times after the manner of the Hebrews. They divide the year in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. We went over the new moon the other day. 4 periods. 1 new moon for 4 Sabbaths. 13 weeks in every season. 4 seasons. The sun tells us when it's winter, autumn, and the moon tells us what month we're in. That's how we're supposed to calculate time. It's not worshiping. It's calculating time. We didn't have no clocks. They divide their year into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Passover is in winter. Passover is in spring. Okay? Wait, what did I do? 149, bro, what the hell? Jumped to 1 something real quick. Give me a second, fam. I messed up. 149. They divide the year into spring, summer, autumn, and winter. They number their years from any of those 4 periods, for they have no name for a year. And they subdivide these and count the year by lunar months. Whoa, hold on a second. What? Like the Israelites. They count the year by lunar months, like the Israelites, who counted the moon by moons, as their name sufficiently testifies. The number and regular periods of the Indians' religious feasts is a good historical proof that they counted time by and observed a weekly Sabbath long after their arrival on the American continent. Now, how would they keep a Sabbath? By following the moon. Hello? Bruh. Let's continue. I'm almost done on this. I'm almost done, honestly. Page 50. Y'all got to see this, fam. Especially for you brothers and sisters that are a little older that don't know this. I hope this helps you. The world has been subsequently peopled by 3 names not mentioned. They, the tribes, were descendants from or of the race of Quetzalcoatl, the Meshiacha. And for this reason, they hold lineage and create account. Whenever they change to be or chance to be, they said, I am of such lineage. Before his image, which they call the great heart of the people, wood and incense are always burning. The third age is characterized as the holding up of roses in a flint limes, partly covered with branches of rose trees, which denounce the suffering of Quetzalcoatl. Page 151. The 2 signs dedicated to Quetzalcoatl are the primitive terms characterizing his first and second coming. That of wisdom in its symbol, the serpent, and that of life in the breath of the Most High, and that of the emblem, the wind. For they, like the Hebrews, express spirit, wind, by one term, ruach. Ruach. The catastrophe which they say befell Tulan, of which is to be noted the virgin mother of Quetzalcoatl, was a native of which she was anointed king, in which he was the anointed king, was that which gave rise to a new epoch. The age was called Yazapal Nakayuaya. I can't. Nanakaya? Nanakaya? Heavens of roses. Okay. Let me read on the bottom. The following plate represents the 4th age. Those 2 flint knives are decorated with budding branches, alluding to the atonement of Quetzalcoatl at some remarkable era of his life. The Mexican paintings describe 4 ages of the world, the representing of being life. Okay, let me go ahead. Hold on a second. 152. It says here on the bottom. The Mexicans appear to have given due consideration to a subject very explicitly detailed by the prophet Daniel in what has been well denominated his calendar. The gold, which symbolizes the ancient Babylonian Empire, was not figuratively nor spiritually, but literally impossessive. Not only succeeded, but supersedes by that which of the symbol was silver. The Medo-Persian dominion was in turn superseded by that which was brass indicated, and in due time the Grecians' domination was superseded by the Romans, which was characterized by the iron. The 5th universal empire, that of the Messiah, which is a symbol of by the adamant, shall at really and politically supersede the last aspect of the Roman Empire, basically saying that Esau is the end of the world as we know it. 158. Almost done, fam. We are naturally disposed to acquire that was the Theomotli, the name of the divine book, which contained the history, mythology, calendar, and laws of Toltecas. The word is compound of Theo, divine, Atli, papyrus, or Motzli or Mosley, Moxley or Motzli, for in the Mexican language, Y and X frequently supply at place of the S. Li is devoid of meaning, but it is a general termination. Moli then appears to be Moses, when the sentence would be the divine book of Moses, meaning the divine, the Theomotzli means the divine book of Moses. Moses, family. Page 159. It says Garcia notices himself other Indian names which resembled Hebrew. Let me go to the bottom. The Peruvians, Quipo, might have been quite a symbolic writing like that of the Japanese, and the Spaniards seem to have consigned them to eternal Biblion. As regards the tradition of letters in Mexico, it may be properly recollected to that Torquemada says of the book. Sorry, Bam. Which the Indians declare that they buried under the ground on the arrival of the Spaniards, between the columns of which Christ was painted crucified, and the intermediate space was filled up with alphabetical characters. Sahagún affirms in the following very singular passage that the children who were educated in the temple in Mexico learned hymns which were written down in books and characters. They instructed them in all the verses which they were accustomed to sing, to which they gave the name of divine songs, all which were written in their books and characters. This passage from its singularity has been marked in the original blah, blah, blah. I'm trying to hurry up because my phone's going to die too. Page 161. Bottom part. Sagahun says, in the reign of Yatzcoatl, the lord and principal persons among the Mexicans who were the priests, the government by a theocracy, buried their ancient records that they might not fall in the hands of others.
I think the proper it's Itzcoatl. Okay, just to show respect. Let's go.
This might refer to the destruction of the Teomotli, the divine book of Moses, in the reign of the above-mentioned king, from which Mexicans might have borrowed their notions or metaphors. Last page. Page 163. Sorry. Second paragraph. The Jews, who only had been in Babylon 70 years, had so corrupted the Hebrew language as to render it necessary to affix a determinate pronunciation by the introductions of vowels. It is therefore in the genius of the transatlantic dialect that we are to expect Hebraism rather than in the use of Hebrew terms. So anyways, he's just explaining how he sees certain similarities, okay? So let me see what I got. Almost done, fam. Almost done, fam. Okay? So now I'm going to show you this. Why is this important? Why am I showing this right? I'm going to show you why, okay? Because of this. Watch this. Listen to what he says, family. Listen to what he says regarding the Meshiacha, okay? Or México.
Al que busca estar directo con Dios. Esa es la respuesta. Más preguntas. Dime, Mónica. Ya voy a mí. Todo el mundo tendrá derecho. Dime.
Gracias, buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes.
¿Qué relación existe entre el Mashiach y México?
¿Y México? Pues, para empezar, el nombre de México no es México. El nombre de México era Mexica. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Y Mexica no es otra cosa que Mesías. Así que hay una energía mesiánica en México. Fíjate, por eso cada vez que voy ahí yo tengo una vibración especial. Los mexicanos sois extraordinarios.
All right, so I'm going to tell you something. We don't need their approval, family. We don't need their approval. But I'm just showing you the videos about how there's why, if we're heathens, why get rid of our records? Just keep our heathen records. It shouldn't offend you guys. Just keep our heathen records. But apparently, no. Yeah, man. And you know, and that's okay, Rick. That's what we're here for, bro. That's what we're here for. And listen, family, for all you guys, as you know me, man, you see the Aztec or the Mexica and you see the Mexico and all that. That's where I'm from, okay? But I don't just feel like you have to, like, I when I see Mexico, I see all of our people. So don't think it's just me isolating myself with my land, my tribe, because technically I am, but I'm not. Okay? I'm not. I really appreciate you guys that are watching. But anyways, this goes for all of us. Check this out. Like, I don't remember where I got this, man, but I remember seeing somebody. All praises whoever this is.
Hispanic. They looked a little bit more like Hispanic. So here's an important question. And it is certainly important, once again, if you judge by my YouTube comments box, because everybody seems to want to argue what color Jews were originally. Let's try and figure out that question. What does the historical data suggest? We have no clear-cut answer from biblical texts or archaeological texts, but we do have some scientific data, and we do have some very suggestive data from both biblical texts and archaeological data. Let's start with biblical passages, for example. According to the...
Attention to this, okay? Look what he's talking about. Biblical passages. He's talking about what people look like, all right? So, you see the we've studied this. The of the Chaldees, that's where Abraham came out of, okay? Remember this.
Book of Genesis. The roots of the Jewish people are in southern Iraq, very close to Kuwait.
Meaning India, okay? India. Over there. Not here. Over there. Well, let's go.
Abraham and his wife Sarah originate from the city of Ur.
Since I'm here and then we're talking about this, I'm gonna show you something of my shit. And I showed you guys before, but you know what? I have to show it, family. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm the leading. Maybe I'll say it like this, man. I'm the forefront of this shit. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna show it because look at the trajectory, right? Okay, let's continue. Let's just listen in for a second.
And that puts us down, right in the Persian Gulf region like that. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? And we don't have evidence of any of that objection.
So now I want to show this because I mean, apparently they make an effort out of this, right? Okay, fine. You see that trajectory? The trajectory relates to my trajectory. This is my ancestry. Okay. Now people want to talk about like, oh, well, you guys are heathens. Okay. Apparently, recently, this is what I'm considered, but I'm still of 90-something% of the Americas. Further analysis shows that I'm more beyond that, and then it's what 70% proven. That's why I told you, because I just wanted to joke you. But here's the point. Here is the point right here. You see the trajectory that he talked about. It's right around there. This is what my DNA is showing. That I'm going to show up somewhere around here. And the trajectory that he's talking about is not that different. You see what I'm showing with me, right? Okay. I wish I could keep both screens on, but I'm going to have to cut it off. And then I'm going to show you what he's showing. Give me a second. Oh, no, that's not it. There it goes. You see that? You see the trajectory? It's not that different than mine. It's not. I mean, if you really think about it, it's look. It's over there by the sea and Iraq, so-called, so to be, right? They're making importance about these things. So then it's like, how come we can't talk about it? Like, listen, you're saying that's a trajectory, right? That's a trajectory. So it shows that my DNA shows that I am of that region right there. Oh, and by the way, I'm also of, what is it? I'm sorry, let me remind you, 92% of the Americas. So if I'm 92% of the Americas, but my DNA shows up over here, what does that mean? And listen, I didn't make this up. This is white science. They're putting me literally, strategically, right where the 10 tribes of Israel were scattered abroad, or where Abraham traveled when he left the Ur of the Chaldees and he went to Haran. This is Haran right here, in case you guys don't know, somewhere around here. So your stupid science or scripturally, you can't prove me wrong. But let's continue, because you know what, that doesn't matter. I'm just trying to show you guys like how funny it is that these guys want to say, where's your DNA? We show you DNA, and then they want to say, nah, F that doesn't matter.
Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that they tend to have a little bit darker complexion. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic, lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City, lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic, Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical Iraqis look like today. And you can see that, they tend to have a little bit darker complexion. They tend to lean towards darker hair color, although the child on the right seems to have a little bit lighter hair color. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. Hispanic. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City, but basically they look Middle Eastern as we would typically think of Middle Easterners. And if
So that right there is there's one of those right there. Yeah. There it goes right there. Now why am I saying that? Here's why, fam. Remember I showed you guys this book, this big book, this book here right? The Jesuit and the Incas. Sabin Hinland. The Extraordinary Life of Padre Blas Velara. That guy hated us. I'll read it real quick. Peruvian history was a major theme in the Valera writing, his History Accidentalis, History of the West, appears to have included accounts of the early origins of the Native Americans or of the Peruvian dynasty before the Incas, and of the Inca rulers themselves. Throughout the remaining fragments of his work and material pertaining to the history of the Western Hemisphere prior to the time of the Incas, although most of Valera's writings about the pre-Incas people have been lost, portions of his history of American migration and pre-Incas dynasties of Peru survived in his Relaciones de las Costumbres Antiguas, as well as the works of Garcilaso, Montesino, and Anello Oliva. Valera vehemently rejected the notion that the American Indians were the descendants of the lost tribe of Israel, common theory in the 16th century. Okay, but this is what he failed to do. You see, haters will hate, but you cannot get around facts. Further up the road, all will realize the old world is here in our continent. Man, I just saw a video, bro, that they found something in Utah regarding Egyptian stuff. So I'm not there yet. Two sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject appear apparently speculating that the people of the Americas, watch this, I don't want to pass this, watch this. Remember what he said this, okay?
physically look so different in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? And we don't have evidence of any of that objection. Secondly, if we assume, and it's not necessarily an assumption we have to make, but if we assume that the people who live there today basically look like the people who lived there in antiquity, then we should be able to get a sense of what did Abraham and Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical...
And remember, he's putting them in the Ur of the Chaldees. He said Ur of the Chaldees, watch.
And that puts us down, right in the Persian Gulf region like that. Later on, several other family members who may already have come from Ur are married in from the region of Padan Aram, which would be in Syria. Now, even if one does not want to take the biblical passages at face value, one has to recognize that when they were circulating in antiquity, if they were way out of whack with people's sensibility, people would say, hey, wait a second, how can it say we come from Ur because we physically look so different than all those Ur people? Sarah actually look like. So this is what typical...
Right? Or the So we saw the video. Thank you, bro. I apologize. But I think you guys were reading too. We saw the video of what he said.
Hispanic. And we don't have evidence.
The Ur of the Chaldees, right? Ur of the Chaldees. Well, this guy here, Valera, puts us there. Few sections that remain of Valera's work on this subject apparently speculated that the people of the Americas originated from ancient Chaldeans who once lived in the plains of Shinar in the Persian Gulf. The chronicler wrote that the religion of the natives Greater Florida and the Caribbean islands was derived from the practice of Chaldeans who worshipped on natural features such lakes, springs, and stars. Likewise, he claimed that the faith of the first Peruvians was molded on that of the Chaldeans. The Chaldeans were renowned in the biblical history for founding the city of Ur of the Chaldees, from whence came Abraham, the father of the Hebrew nation. They were believed to have descended directly from Noah and became famous as learned astrologers astrologers, priests, and magicians. By linking the ancient Peruvians to the Chaldeans, Valera was placing the people of the New World into the framework of the biblical history.
People back then, Hispanic. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City, but basically they look Middle Eastern as we would typically think of Middle Easterners. And if we look at Syrians, we have the same kind of more or less family of complexion, eye color, hair color, and this is probably based on a reasonable assumption that people back then sort of look like the people today who come from the same place, that this is probably what Abraham and Sarah look like. Now, there are other peoples living there, of course, and Israel in particular is at a crossroads between Africa and Asia and Europe, so there are lots of possible mixings. Let's get to that. But let's look also at some artwork that we have from history as well. Here is a really interesting tomb painting. Like a lot of the wealthier classes in Egypt would decorate their tombs with all kinds of amazing artwork, and because of the way in which it was preserved in the dark, we still have them.
Hey, family, I want to tell you something. Okay, you see the Amu? Some people say like, oh, those are the Hyksos and blah, blah, blah. And Manitos wrote about them, and that's all BS, okay? Manitos wrote about him, but Manitos has no clue about him. Matter of fact, Josephus put Manitos in check. Like, bro, I don't know what you were writing.
And family, I'm not joking. I have the book on that. I read it myself. He totally debunked this whole concept, okay? That whole Hyksos thing that they ruled. No. That's wrong. Okay, so if you don't believe Josephus, then there's a lot of shit that Black Hebrew Israelites should just stop not teaching. Let's go.
Basically said it's not true. The Hyksos, not true. That was a made-up story by Manitos. And if you don't believe Josephus, then y'all are dumb, because then that's gonna destroy everything you guys base some of your understandings out of. You know who I'm talking to, by the way.
And they can be reconstructed with some, clearer colors, as you see in the bottom image here. This is from 1900, before the Common Era, which would be, although we don't have a really clear date of when Abraham would have made his way down to the land of Egypt, but it's definitely in this neighborhood. And here you see the Amu, who are Western Asiatics, led by a Hyksos figure, which some scholars even identify with Hebrews, and they are coming into Egypt led by some Egyptian figures. The Egyptian figures on the right, the two of them, you can see seem to be somewhat darker in skin tone, but the Hyksos and the Amu, Western Asiatics, which would come from the land of Canaan, the land of Israel today, they seem to look pretty similar to what we saw of the Syria, although the...
Okay, so here's why I'm going to get into the whole Egyptian concept. And that I'm not interested in. I'm not trying to prove anything with Egyptians. But I can tell you that since I was young, I was always interested in Egyptian culture and pyramids and all those things. You know what I'm saying? My wife was too. And, maybe it was because, the whole slavery concept. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But trust and believe that I have a lot of documentation. I just never wanted to bother to look at it. I don't know, my wife and my kids are here. They know I got a lot of books on Egyptian culture because I actually study it. I just don't get into it because it's not my culture. But if you keep saying, well, you guys weren't in Egypt, okay, all right. Now you're going to get me to pay attention to that. Now, when you get me to pay attention to something, I don't think you like it, because now I'm going to be obsessive about that information. You caught my attention now. So now you got it. Let's go.
For Hispanic in New York City. I think they could easily pass for Hispanic in New York City. Hispanic. I think they could easily...
Yeah, yo, baby. Yeah, yo. Come on, man. Oh, you know, stop tripping, bro. Hold on a second. Gotcha, bitch. Here it goes. Check it out. All right, let's read a little bit here. It says here from the Gene Matlock. I forget which book is this. I think it's called India, or Jesus was in India or something like that. Sham's descendants, who founded and resettled in India, inhabited from Copan and Indian River and in the parts of Asia adjoining to it. Josephus. You can verify with Josephus. He says that. Okay? But now I'm going to show you this page. This is from a Bible dictionary. Okay? Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who, this is actually in the Antiquities of the Jews from Josephus. Shem, the third son of Noah, had 5 sons who inhabited the land that began in Euphrates and reached the Indian Ocean. Now let's go to the bottom. Arphaxad name was the Arphaxadites, who are now called Chaldeans. Page 32. This country lies between Palestine and Cilicia. Ur found Armenia and gathered the Bactrians and the Mesa the Messenians. It is now called Karax Spasini. Salah was the son of Arphaxad, and his sons were Eber, from whom they originally called the Jews Hebrews. Eber begot Joktan, like Yucatan, and Peleg. He was called Peleg because he was born in the dispersion of the nations to their several countries, where Peleg among the Hebrews signifies division. Now Joktan, one of the sons of Eber, had 3 sons: Elmadad, Salaph, Azramoth, Jerah, Adoram, Aziel, Dekla, Ibal, Abamiel, Sabius, Ophir, Eulat, and Joab. These inhabited from Copan and Indian River, and in parts of Asia adjoining to it. And this shall suffice concerning the sons of Shem. So now we're going to read this. Let's see if we're going to go back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, cool. I'm going to start here, family. Okay. This is from, what book is this? The Great Migration. The account of early movements in the Great Migration, which we extract from the legends of Pentateuch, must have lived long in popular traditions, but we find them referred to as genuine and undoubted matters of common knowledge. Let me go here. The sons of Israel, says the Hebrew scripts, are to go with dry feet across the sea. There is nothing said about dry land. Javid or Jehovah or Yahweh, or however you want to say, the Most High, made the sea a dry footing. The sons of Israel went across the sea on that which was dry. This and all similar expressions can only bear one reasonable meaning, that the sea can be crossed dry shod. The sea can be crossed dry shod, I guess, only when it's covered with ice. As part of the Baltic Sea, the White Sea, Hudson Bay, and Sea Okhotsk are still crossed during the certain months of the year by traveling hunters. The word of the Hebrew legend could not have referred to the body of water, as in the tropics, which is now called the Red Sea, nor to any of its inlets, as they have never been frozen over or any geological age or any time. The sea covered with ice, over which the sons of Israel walked with dry feet, was none other than that Bering Strait and Sea Strait between America and Asia. These waters were the same place, though narrower and shallower, when the continent stretched across the greater part of what is now the bed of Atlantic Ocean, and when an island continent, the legendary Atlas, lay in the tropical Atlantic. Assyrians, Babylonians, Arabs, and Phoenicians, as well as Hebrews. Oh, the tradition. Sorry. Let's see here. Etham is now, we now call Alaska. The true interpretation of the legend is that that they started from one of the cities of the sun, either in Peru or Mexico, that they crossed the dreary solitudes on the northwestern corners of North America and wilderness Etham, and is now what's called Alaska. Let me go back here. I'm trying to look for something. Give me a second. Why did I put this in here? There was one reason why I put it in there. Can't remember now. Honestly, can't remember. And this is a separate. Oh, here it goes right here. This is from the Essex God. Hold on, let me get it. Give me a second. This is this page right here, okay? Can't see it that well. So let me move it. And then we're pretty much done, and I got scriptures, and that's it. Page 204, History of Mexico. Of the ancient Indians in Cuba, several historians of America relate that when they were interrogated by the Spaniards concerning their origin, they answered that they had heard from their ancestors that God entered the heaven, created the heavens, the earth, and all things. That an old man, having foreseen the deluge with which God designed to chastise the sins of men, built a large canoe and embarked in it with his family, many animals. That when the inundation ceased, he sent out a raven, which, because it found carrion to feed on, never returned to the canoe. That he then sent out a pigeon, which soon returned bearing a branch of hoba, I guess. I can't read it. A certain fruit of America. In its mouth, when the old man saw the earth was dry, he disembarked, having made himself some wine of the wood grape. He became intoxicated, fell asleep. That one of his sons made ridicule of his nakedness, and that the other son piously covered him. That upon walking he blessed the latter, and cursed the former. Lastly, that they drew their origin from the cursed son, and therefore went almost naked. That the Spaniards, as well as they, were clothed descendants perhaps from the other. The Mexicans used to call Noah Cocox, or and Teocipatli, and the Michoacanis Despi. They used to say that there was once a great duelist, and that Despi, in order to save himself from being drowned, embarked in a ship formed like an ark, with his wife, his children, and many different animals, and several seeds of fruits, and as the water abated, he sent out birds which bear the same aura, I guess, which remained eating dead bodies, and sent out another bird, that was a raven, which he did not return either, except the little bird, the flower sucker, the dove, or the pigeon, which was prized by them on the account of the variety of the color of its feathers, that brought a small branch with it, and from this family they all believed they drew their origin. If therefore we refer to the sacred writings or the traditions of those Americans, we must seek for the people of America among the descendants of Noah. Y'all are crazy, man, if you hadn't believe in this. I don't know what to tell you, family. Jeremiah 51:20. Y'all should know this. Jeremiah chapter 51, verse 20. It reads, "Thou art my battle axe and weapons of war. For with thee will I break in pieces the nations," meaning their understanding. You're not going to break them in pieces. You're not going to put your foot on them. You're going to destroy their understanding. You're going to destroy their so-called history. You're going to bring all that darkness to light. "And with thee will I destroy kingdoms. And with thee will I break in pieces the horses and his riders," meaning power. And all that government above that power of horses. Because they came that way. "And with thee will I break in pieces the chariots and his riders." Wisdom of Solomon 5:1, fam. "Then shall the righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him, and made no account of his labor." I know you guys think that we ain't shit. I know you guys think we're not the people of the Bible. I get it. Fine. "When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strength of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for. And they, repenting and groaning for anguish of the spirit, shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, a proverb of reproach." Listen, fam. This gonna get it. Hey. Hey.
Ahí déjala, que te pegue, ahí déjala.
The husband told the wife, "Leave her, let her hit you." because if he hit her back, they could call the cops and they could get deported. More likely, they don't have papers. This is a Mexican Hispanic family. But you got this damn thing right here. Look at the anger. Look at the hatred, fam. Look at the hatred. For food? It's a taco vendor. It's a taco vendor. This isn't new. This doesn't stop. I mean, apparently you guys are going to have to learn a lesson.
Yeah.
Oh, you want to do that? Let's do that.
Why, sir? Take it easy.
A San Jose auto shop worker under arrest in a vicious attack on a street vendor. It was all caught on video. The victim, Carlos Sanchez, was outside Intex Auto Parts yesterday when he was confronted. The man with the bat called him a criminal, knocked things over, and even damaged the vendor's car. Police arrested the attacker for assault with a deadly weapon.
That's called a hate crime, fucking idiots. But you don't call this a hate crime. Why? Because they're black?
Have you tried Wix or Squarespace, but
Listen,
never?
You ain't getting no sympathy from me. Ain't no fucking Willie Lynch in this room. Get the hell out of here, man. You had it easy. Y'all are just complainers, lazy as hell, and blame everybody else for your own shit.
Sellers at this popular taco stand at Normandy and Slauson in South Los Angeles. Employees are usually greeted by happy, hungry customers, but not on Saturday night.
No, I can't believe it.
Check out this aggressive, angry woman going nuts.
Vino y agarró la charola de cilantro y me la aventó encima la plancha.
Alirio Chon says the woman grabbed the container with cilantro and a barrel of horchata and dumped them on the sidewalk, then proceeded to scream at him. Alirio says he was upset but couldn't do anything because the attacker was a woman. What was your reaction when you saw her going crazy? ¿Cuál fue tu reacción cuando la viste?
Pues yo lo primero que hice fue quitar cuchillos y todo lo más peligroso.
Juan Carlos Cervantes says he quickly hid all the knives to make sure she wouldn't grab them and hurt the employees. Berta Zúñiga says the woman then started screaming at her and then smacked her on the head. Where did she hit you? After hitting Berta, the woman then made herself a burrito, and before leaving, she spit on all the food that was on the table.
Se perdió nuestra.
Dear white people and dear black people, okay? This is a fucking hate crime here. This is a hate crime. A Negro or African American hates a Hispanic person. You guys need to stop with this bullshit. Oh, we got to talk about it, guys. If you just vote Democrat, if you just vote Republican, you'll stop acting like this. No. This is who you guys are. This is exactly who you guys are. That's what the Most High said. Don't mess with these people. They're corrupt. They're dirty in spirit. They got no appreciation of life. They're envious of everything. They don't work hard.
Ready to be
anybody to do shit for them. They go around telling people lies about, oh, it's not our fault, man. It's the Willie Lynch. Really? Shut your ass up. Ain't no such
This
thing as Willie
time
Lynch.
was no different.
No mire para atrás.
I didn't look behind me, and the kids poured cold water. In the Long Beach community, Eliu Ramirez is a proud vendor,
Hecha por mis manos.
selling homemade fresh treats to the community.
Nothing's better than it.
But on Monday, Ramirez says he was approached by some neighborhood kids who often taunt and insult him.
No, not neighborhood kids, but some black kids that whose father doesn't want to take care of. Like their dad, where you at? Whoever the dad is in here, where the fuck are you, man? Where are you guys at? Y'all complain about the white man. Oh, they're so oppressive. You pick on a guy that you know is not legal because he can't call the cops on you. That's a hate crime, Rick. I don't give a shit how people slice it. 2 Ezra 2:28. The heathen shall envy thee, but they shall be able to do nothing against thee, say the Lord. Well, I know what you mean. But you tell someone like that, they're going to be like, that's not true. They're kicking my ass. But I know what you mean, bro. Sirach 12:10. Never trust thine enemy, for like as iron rusted, so is his wickedness. This is a hate crime. This is all hate crimes. Okay?
So I sit around here and I think about like, man, listen, the way I raise my children is respect everybody, respect other people, regardless of what you're learning from me, your mother, or myself. Respect other people. Don't go around, robbing, stealing. Follow the laws. Because at the end of the day, you got to follow the laws of the Most High. But is this happening right now? No, it's not happening right now. And all of a sudden now, when we question that shit, and then they say, "Oh no, you guys are," man, stop it. We know who you are.
It's time for you people to start calling these so-called Americans, let's call them Africans. Okay? You're not Americans. You're not from this continent. So what I want to say, Europeans, you guys are white. Africans, you guys are black. I'm not going to call you European Americans or white Americans or black Americans anymore. You guys are Europeans and you're Africans. You're absolutely nothing American of this. So you guys need to start seeing that your African friends have hate towards so-called Hispanics, specifically Mexicans. This is your great people. So you see, like, look, fam, check it. There were several people watching, and as soon as I went here, 4 of them left. You're probably Hispanics, and you probably follow the 12-type chart, and it hurts your feelings. Why? Is this a surprise to you? Oh, because the 12-type chart makes you feel good?
This time was no different. I didn't look behind me, and the kids poured cold water on my back, he says. His friend, Jose, who was also a vendor, tried to help, but instead his cart got vandalized too. They grabbed my mayonnaise and threw it. All of the things on my cart got thrown, like my spoons that I bring for my job. And then one kid grabbed a mango and threw it at my head. Ramirez called police, and when police arrived, they gave Ramirez and Jose both $900 tickets for not having a license to sell.
You see this? Hey, Marvelous, you're really full of shit, man. You really disappointed me. And you don't even call me back. You say you're a man. You say you about the Bible. You say, I'm maravilla, bro. I'm ghetto. But then call me back. I left you 2 messages. Call me back. But you don't, because y'all don't know. Now I'm realizing that you are probably just part of the system. They're probably paying you to bring those dumb ass campers to mislead our people. Does this not matter to you? Or you're going to walk over it? Oh, no, it's because the white man did it. Then, hey, listen, the nerve of you, by the way, like, oh, I don't speak Spanish because that's a colonized language. Well, you fucking speak English, you stupid ass. What do you think that is? What do you think that is? A colonizing language. Oh, but the Spanish language, oh, that's... See, this is how stupid our people are. And the unfortunate thing is that when you're a kid, you think you've lived because you've been in the dirt, in the ghetto, and you think you lived, and you know more than people, and you don't know shit.
I asked the police why they gave me a ticket when I'm the victim. He says the police told me it's to be fair to everyone. The video and police interaction made...
I mean, it's because they're black. That's why. It's because they're black people.
You're not imagining it. The price of commercial auto insurance just keeps going up.
The Willie Lynch made me do it. It was the Willie Lynch. Oh, it's because white people are so bad to us.
These things happening in very public places, also some of them happening in broad daylight, and some business owners around here are... New video shows the disturbing attack in downtown Crossing. A 20-year-old woman beaten and kicked by a group of juveniles while she's already...
Group of black kids, black Africans, African kids, not African Americans, because you guys aren't from here. Africans. Y'all love Africa. You want to Pan-Africa. Well, then fucking hurry up and skedaddle out of here. Because we're all tired of this shit, man. This isn't just in one city. This is in California, Chicago. What else? I mean, I don't even want to go to states. Y'all know exactly. They never say black. Oh, no, it's because you guys are black. It's because you're Africans. And this is how you guys always conducted yourselves. Since the Spaniards came, we got material that shows that the problems that we had living next to Spaniards was not with the Spaniards. It was their servants. These servants were Africans, and they would go and rob our people. You motherfuckers haven't changed one bit. Listen, Ecclesiastes is the most beautiful book. What is in the past will be in the future. What happened in the future will happen again. This is not a surprise. To me, I'm not surprised anymore. You can try to tell me that Chop I will shove that shit down your throat. You know why? Because I know your spirit. And there's nothing good about you people. Nothing. Zero. Listen to this. I want you to know this. Look at my face. Zero. There's nothing good about you people. Call it racist. I don't give a shit. You're not proving to me that there's anything good about you guys. You're the light of the world? Hey, listen. If y'all are Hebrews for real, and you are the light of the world, then guess what, man? Y'all can keep that God. Straight up. If this is God, and you guys are the people of the Bible, y'all can keep that fucking God. If that's the case, if this is true, man, listen, just get rid of me now. Because I cannot, there's no, I can't even understand or comprehend the spirit that you guys move in.
Down, one of them as young as 12 years old.
That was baffling, honestly. It was incredible to see that because I've never seen any type of thing like that in my life ever.
Julie Mendez works at the smoke shop right in front of where this happened. She ran out to try to help.
It was just crazy. She was trying to take her bags, so I was trying to grab them to take her bag. It was just insane.
They're looking for trouble. Everywhere.
Several police reports show a trend of violence in the heavily trafficked area over the past month. At the Silvertone Bar, where kids broke a window, and at the Black Seed Cafe.
Not kids, black kids. Black kids. Africans. It's always the same MO with them, always in gangs. It's just an African thing, man. I'm not calling you guys African Americans anymore. Y'all are Africans. Look, and these crack. Look at it. Here goes the heathen.
Celebrate.
You see, this is not just Negroes, man. This is you white people too. It says you crackers too. You crackers too.
Named Andres Arguellos Alvarez says he was bullied by a group of young women.
What are you doing? Another hot dog. Should we move? No, sir.
In it, you can see 4 young women lined up against the vendor's grill. One woman starts to berate him for his prices.
You charge me $7, I'm gonna you over. You understand? Yeah, you understand.
The vendor says he asked them to leave. Instead, 2 women start grabbing and throwing his food. The video has now been seen more than 2 million times. The vendor telling Noticias Telemundo how it all made him feel.
Me agarraron el bacon con la mano, todos mis vegetales, todo lo que ocupo. Ellas se dieron cuenta pues que yo era mexicano, que yo no hablaba muy bien inglés y pensaron, a él podemos atacarlo.
The student who recorded the video explained on TikTok that she did not know the women involved.
I'd much rather just show the world how these girls go out in public and act than get myself involved. Also, I mean, for everyone saying that we should have said something, we did. After this video, we did say something. The hot dog vendor is also the sweetest man. The vendor did nothing to provoke this. It was just the girls coming into it, angry and drunk and ready to start something.
A spokesperson for Cal State San Marcos said a current and 2 former students were among the group of women involved. Telling NBC News the women's behavior is, quote, disrespectful, and the school's dean of students is currently reviewing all available information. Adding, if applicable, we plan to pursue any violation.
Ready to start.
Spokesperson for Cal State San Marcos said
Cal State San Marcos, San Mucus, North County. Ooh, now I'm going to find, they're by me, family. If you guys really want to find out who they are, I can. I got sources. It's time for you guys to step it up, man. Caleb, wake the hell up, man. Come on. Hurry up, Caleb. Wisdom of Solomon 5:3. It says, and they repenting and groaning for anguish of spirit shall say within themselves, this was he whom we had sometimes in derision, in a proverb of reproach. We fools counted his life madness. Pinches, indios, paisas, beaners, wetbags. The conquistador. You mean the wetbag? Like Nate the Snake said, right? And his end, to be without honor. Sound like shit, man. How is he numbered among the children of God, and his lot is among the saints? So we see a particular attitude towards our people. A particular attitude towards our people, right? So now, does this surprise you or not?
Hey, any of you on my time, I rooted for that punk white one. What the f*** is always gonna happen? There are people that pack into churches every Sunday to worship this white boy. We know that they're not true believers in the Most High. Freedom. Right, hey, men and women.
In case you guys don't know this, I was supposed to debate this camp, and they flaked on me. They chickened out. Yes, they did. Sakari chickened out against Bible Chronicles or Meshiacha Chronicles. You let them know that shit. Yes, record it, share it with them. I dealt with their little lower level people. And I said, give me that guy. And guess what? They never responded. Share it. I'm not lying. Tell them to come over. Or I'll go over there with them. But they will never call me because I'm not vocab. I don't have enough so-called clientele that wants to give money. That's what they want. People that are subscribed to me. So let's put it this way. If I had subscribers, they would welcome me to debate them. But because I don't take money, they see no benefit. Because they won't get money from you. It's not good enough. It's like boxing, man. We're back in, and it's funny, man, because I grew up in boxing. Like that was my, get the gab, and unfortunately with the situation, whatever, it doesn't matter. But I'm in the realm again. I'm in the realm again. And guess what? I keep calling these motherfuckers out, and they just don't want to come over here. 2 years almost, family, and neither one of these guys, not this Negro right here with a bald head with that fake ass beard, not the guy on the left with the purple shit, not the light skinned one either. None of them want to fuck with this channel. If they want some, then let me know, because I will be more than welcome to show up.
That's right. The white woman and that white god child is the devil. You're a god devil. That's what. You god caved off.
His mom is white, by the way.
Listen, fam, I grew up in Oceanside, Pozole. And I knew people from Mesa. I knew Crip mob gangs. I knew Mid-Valley Crips. I knew Mid-Valley homies. I knew Samoan Bloods. I knew Suicidals. And I'm going to tell you something. I don't know who that kid is. I've never heard of him. He says he knows people from Oceanside. Trust me, man. I know North County very well since the 90s. But apparently this Bible seems to be like a book for gangsters now. Or wannabe gangsters, because you ain't no gangster. Isaiah 14:3 says, and it shall come to pass in the day that the Lord shall give thee rest from thy sorrows and from thy fear and from the hard bondage wherein thou was made to serve. So this is good news. This is a good doctrine. My wife told me, like, I get tired sometimes of hearing your classes because you talk about these things. Where's the good news? This isn't a Christian channel. This is the good news. That thou shalt take up this proverb against the king of Babylon and say, how had the oppressor seized? The golden city seized. The Lord has broken the staff of the wicked and the scepter of the rulers. He who smote the people in wrath with continual stroke. He had ruled the nations in anger, is persecuted, and none hinder it. The whole earth is at rest and is quiet. They break forth into singing, man, and that's what I look forward to. So again, if y'all are brave, if you're watching in secret and you ain't saying shit, hit the link. You got a problem with me? You think I don't know the Bible? You think I'm a racist? Fopi, you watching? Hit it. IUIC, I know you guys don't debate. IUIC scared. You guys like to yell at people from a distance. GMS. Nice UBK. Oh, what are you funky fools from Facebook? You guys from Facebook. Here, I'm gonna show the people who you guys are. Okay? You funky clowns, man. Y'all funky clowns right here. These are so-called friends, right? Some of them are. This brother, y'all need to listen. You gotta need to watch some of the stuff he's saying, man. It's pretty deep. Where you at, bro? You trying to correct me? Where's the other guys at? Where you at? Where you at? Where are these other guys at? Where you at, bro? You see, I let these guys post stuff on just to kind of see where they're at, what they're thinking, what they share. And I post stuff and I tag people and I don't get no responses. I ain't running from you guys. I don't know what you're thinking. So this is the beauty about things, family. Divorce rate. And I'm going to end it with this. Okay? We, as a people, us so-called Hispanics, are starting to follow this trend. Okay? The highest divorce, the states of, no, I don't want to see that because that's by states. Lowest divorce rates, divorce by years. Who files for divorce more? Women. That's not all. Divorce, the states of the highest divorce for women, Arkansas. Not even California's there. That's crazy. Lowest divorce rates, Puerto Rico. You haven't divorced that much. All praise to the Most High, man. California, look at us. Because you got Hispanics there, that's why. Illinois, you got Hispanics there. It ain't because they're black. African Americans, 33% divorces per married resident. Hispanics, what are you guys doing? Marriage is declining. Y'all are following the ways of the Americans. This is your detriment. You guys love to follow the heathens. You love to follow the heathens. And we keep telling you not to do as the heathens do. The highest divorce rate, or the women that divorce the most, are black women. And the races of people that tend to have intermarriages are Asians and Hispanics. Why do you think, family? Because these men are wicked as fuck, excuse my language, and they want to run away from the wicked women that they create. And they think that by mixing with all women, what is the divorce rate by ethnicity? Black? Black, blackity black. You're going to blame the Willie Lynch? The Bible says to build nations. Y'all don't build nations. Y'all don't build families. This is who you guys are. Black adults have the highest divorce rate and lowest marriage rate. But according to research, they also marry at later ages, 32 for men, 31 for women. Once you get through the body count. Black women are the only group among races with numbers of divorces higher than the marriage rate. Damn. As I said it before, and I'll say it again, and I'll never stop saying it. I think it's 43, right? Or 37? Tarak, 26, 23. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. A wicked woman.
Now, family, you guys have to understand what I'm sharing by that. You don't just have a child and that you spend your entire life with, that you raised, your wife breastfed, you spent time with, she was a kid, became a, like the whole process. And then all of a sudden she just bugs out like that. Nah, man, we know exactly what we raised. And there are certain people that no matter what you do, they are the way they are. They are the way they are. So no matter how much these so-called people that want to be you claim to be you, their spirit will never depart them. They will always be them.
Woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. It doesn't say a wicked woman is given to a wicked man. No, a wicked woman is given as a portion because he's part of her. She's part of him. But a godly woman is given to him that feared the Lord. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. Stop lying to yourselves. And stop falling with this stupid ass chart, supposedly that we're the same people, and there's absolutely nothing in common that we have with these people. Nothing. This is why, now I know why this guy put this in here. But look,
There's nothing more
whoever listens to this guy, honestly, man, tag my class. Let the guy know, because he don't want to answer me. Look at this. Look at this.
Yep.
And when I found that out,
We be on corners like dogs, right?
But look, when I found that out, that blew my mind. I was like, that's why. It gave me my answer. Israel is a tribalist people. Our tribes, the 10 tribes, and then the northern kingdom and the southern kingdom was split and has been fighting for decades, years. And when I dove into that history, which I hope we can talk about a little bit, that was all the answers I needed in terms of the struggle that we face in here towards each other, because all of that is biblical.
Right.
All right. Gang banging is biblical.
Right.
Right. We got scriptures that we can.
That's after the 10 tribes fell, or the 12 tribes fell, after 70 AD, even the scripture said that in this same land, the same land where the well is, when he was in John 4. Watch this real quick. I think it's John 4. John 4, right? Yeah, the Samaritan woman. John 4:9 says, Then said the woman of Samaria unto him, How is it that thou, being a Jew, ask drink of me, which I am a woman of Samaria? For the Jews have no dealing with the Samaritans. Jesus answered and said unto her, If thou knewest the gift of God, and who it is that saith to thee, Give me to drink.
Hey, I want y'all brothers to know, man. Listen, I called that dude. I left him a message. I gave him my cell phone number. I reached out to him Instagram as well. He calls himself Maravilla. He's all about gangster shit. But then why don't you call me, man? You're talking all that shit. You take calls from other people. Why can't I talk to you? I called you in a private. You couldn't answer me. Oh, that's right. You rather talk to dirty water, right? The simpleton. So you can make your shit more available to dumbass people that listen to your dumbass shit. It's so funny, family, because you guys, you need to start understanding that our gente that supposedly really cares for you, they only do it for a purpose, not for their real intent. Don't be fooled, fam. Don't be fooled, because I'm not. Hey, listen. Until I cleared up with this vato right here, he says he's gangster. I mean, I'm not gangster like him, but hey, you talking Bible, homeboy? Let's do it. Let's do it. You talking Bible? Let's do it. I want to talk Bible with you. Let's go.
Thou would have asked him, and he would have given thee the living water. The woman said unto him, Sir, thou hast nothing to draw with. The well is deep. From whence hast thou the living water? Art thou greater than our father? Our. See? It wasn't a Gentile, which gave us the well and drank thereof himself and his children and his cattle. Jesus answered and said unto her, Whoever drinketh of this water shall thirst again. But whoever drinketh of the water that I shall give him shall never thirst. But the water that I shall give him shall be in him as the well of water springing up into everlasting life. The woman said unto him, Sir, give me that water that I thirst not, neither come thither to draw. And then he gets into the whole, the whole husband thing, right? It goes, the woman said unto him, Sir, I have perceived the daughter prophet. Our fathers worshipped in this mountain, and ye say that in Jerusalem is the place where we men ought to worship. Jesus said unto her, Woman, believe me that the hour cometh when ye shall neither in this mountain nor at Jerusalem worship the Father. That's why the scriptures follow up. See, these heathens, then they go, you know, not we worship, but the salvation of the Jews. That's not true. Ye worship, ye know not what. We know what we worship. That's basically saying, you don't know what we worship. We know what we worship, but even then, watch this. I really know what's a believing woman who come to the world worship the Father. Your Samaritans do not really know whom look, you Samaritans do not really know whom you worship, but we Jews know whom we worship, because it is from the Jews that salvation comes. Meaning who? Through him, not them. And after that, where are the tribes fighting?
Pull to show you that I think it's in the book of Jeremiah or Isaiah, we can pull it, where it says that the young men lie on the heads of every corner like a bull caught in a net.
Yep.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. That's gang banging.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
Scripture says women are their oppressors. No, children are oppressors and women rule over them.
Uh-huh.
Family, children, women are not our oppressors, and women don't, and children don't rule over us. We're our own oppressors. You really disappoint me, Marvelous Man. But I think that you got an agenda, bro. That's what I think it is. Anyhow, that's all I got, fam. Lord willing is edifying. We went a while. 3 hours, man. But anyhow, I got to go. Got to get ready. All right. So I'm sure my family's probably telling me, like, that's not finished. Anyhow, other than that, fam, I hope y'all, hopefully this edification or show entertained you guys. I hope it was fun. Stay away from churches and camps. Since you guys say I don't tell people what to do, I'm telling you now, stay away from churches and camps. You know what I'm saying? Anyhow, all right, I gotta let y'all go. Y'all stay up, man.
Your business.
Come on, female people. Lord willing, this all makes sense. Yeah, have a good night. Thank you, sir. I'll have a good night, man. I'm gonna go rest. Give me a second. Give me a second. I just had it here. There it goes, right there. All right, family. Peace.
Yo, comentando, ¿qué dicen? Sí, ¿qué cuentan? Ya, escúchame, ya. Los medios cuentan que si hay libertad de prensa, la mordaza es cosa escasa y todos dicen lo que piensan. Y esa sutil es impresa y repetida diariamente tiene contenta tu mente con yo soy combate y fiesta. Presta el control, Tarantino no es tan gore como los crímenes de amor que a toda hora se nos muestra. Pues tal vez la estrategia impuesta, pánico en el público y manejarás el pal. Político en vez de patrullas se mete camilla para un hospital. Como si esa mierda de tombo no diera seguridad. No será casualidad que el otro dueño del canal sea el sogro sobrino pero bueno de cumplir hermano pariente papá. Que se nota el que no es noticia, su codicia se evidencia. Propicia violencia y plástico, panémicas, belleza. Fútbol, patriotismo, falso, culo, vasos de cerveza. Pele cáncer pa' tu mesa y el domingo en misa pesa. Sobre su cabeza pesa el atraso mental del pueblo. Oposición vendió trasero, dictador, grupo Romero. Pero se confundieron acá, la palabra es cruda. Autoeducación en camino se enfoca la lucha a través de cultura. Es como genera de uno, tal vez otro loco se suma. Ya saben cortina de humo que explota la mina que mata la cuna. Primo, vengo que trate la fleuna, no una pura canción que me dura. Si no censuran mi basura, no le conviene que sepan verdura. Hay Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, pues no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en minis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, robo, violaciones, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, pues no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en minis para que vivan en la fantasía y algún día cambiará.
Sensacionalismo, amigo eterno de la prensa, el mismo que forjó al humano sumiso, callado y muestra. En el noticiero, en el artículo del diario, la vida de una bebé que poco invierte
al vecindario.
Sirven como fieles feligreses a oscuro intereses, mienten todo el día, crean solo estupideces. La historia afirma, indica que siempre negaron información alternativa que todo pueblo merece. A cada instante pareciera su labor asesinar una memoria colectiva que hace una nación, con una prensa cómplice que juega con humor, desconociendo ese dolor que nos dejó ese dictador. Cortina de humo es su mejor función, para apartarte de la fuente harán de todo, pues miró hoy como venderte el culo de Sharon Stone, cagándose en tu derecho a la objetiva información. El narco, el almirante, el presidente, el congresista, algún ministro, algún legado, de seguro es el patrón de ese periódico morboso y amarillo que al leerlo 2 minutos te vuelve en un show. Los medios son culpables, responsables de toda propaganda basura que te ofrece la TV. Pues será mejor que se autoduque, pues my friend, porque el comercio de los medios te carcome hasta las 100.
Hay violaciones, extorsiones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en minis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Hay extorsiones, violaciones, robo, llanto y más. Con tanto muerto el morbo están alimentando, ves no hay paz. Solo un odio contenido en minis para que vivan en la fantasía algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará. Que algún día cambiará.
Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles did not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Este día enfrentarán a un ejército que se asume como invencible. Y es así porque no se había topado con mexicanos dignos. Mexicanos guerreros, como nuestros ancestros, como los que estamos reunidos hoy aquí.
Recordando nuestra historia y las glorias del pasado. Recuerda, oh patria mía, en cada hijo hay un soldado. Los ejércitos aztecas preparados a la vez, enfrentándose a muerte con las tropas de Cortés. Españoles invasores sufrieron en vestiduras de los guerreros mexicas, trozando sus armaduras. En 1810 inicia la independencia, con Hidalgo dando el grito a la carga y sin clemencia. Miles de hombres y mujeres con espíritu valiente murieron por un gran sueño, una nación independiente. 1821, tanta sangre no fue en vano, de la ceniza resurge el imperio mexicano. En San Juan de Ulúa intentaron reconquistarnos, nación libre, soberana, al invasor le confirmamos. En el norte los apaches atacaban sin cesar, atrapen a los traidores, los vamos a fusilar. Los gringos robaron Texas, alimañas insensatas, en el Álamo pagaron con masacre los piratas. Los yanquis expansionistas quieren más, eso es notorio, vienen marchando del norte, quieren nuestro territorio. Tomaron Chapultepec con descaro y con desquicio, lucharon hasta la muerte el batallón de San Patricio. Arizona, Nuevo México y la Alta California, esa herida no se cierra, simplemente se transforma. No pasaron muchos años desde la última ocasión, desde Europa se orquesta ya la próxima invasión. El 5 de mayo empezaron las agresiones, los valientes Acapuaxlas pelearon sin municiones. Enfrentan al enemigo con rifles y con machetes, disparen con los cañones, denle muerte a los franceses. En el campo de batalla el enemigo se destroza, la victoria es mexicana, grita Ignacio Zaragoza.
Este 5 de mayo, los franceses van a respetar el águila mexicana y van a mirar esta bandera hacia arriba y hundidos en su sangre. ¡Viva México! ¡Pero viva México libre!
Porfirio Díaz trajo paz, eso decían las noticias. Derroquen al dictador, estamos hartos de injusticia. Tomen todos sus fusiles, prepárense para la acción. Se escuchan por todas partes, ¡viva la revolución! En esta lucha eterna, no se pierde, no se empata. Lema, tierra, libertad, viva mi general Zapata. Que el traidor se le capture en la pared, se le acribilla. Una leyenda mexicana, el general Francisco Villa. 1926, preparen armas en los cerros. ¡Viva Cristo Rey! Gritaban fuerte los cristeros. En la Biblia viene escrito, aunque a algunos les aterra, hay tiempos para la paz, pero también para la guerra. Contra los japoneses batalló como ninguno, son letales desde el cielo el escuadrón 201. Mexicanos muy valientes, patriotas de este país, hoy su sangre está regada por los campos de maíz. Ya lo dijo Napoleón en un escrito iracundo, 5 hombres como Morelos podría conquistar el mundo. Esta letra habla de historia, mi intención no es revivirla, mi intención crear conciencia para ya no repetirla. No se ocupa ser soldado ni militar en acción para luchar por tu tierra, para luchar por tu nación. No necesito armas, mucho menos de las balas. Mi armamento es mi talento y las balas mis palabras. Hoy los tiempos han cambiado, siguen los mismos errores. Guerra, guerra, sin cuartel para todos los traidores. La violencia y la injusticia hoy azota la nación. Se combaten estos males con unión y educación. Recordemos a los héroes y honremos su memoria. Mexicanos de estos tiempos, volvamos a hacer historia.
Fui forzado a sacrificar muchas vidas en búsqueda de la justicia. Pero al final he salvado la vida de mi amado México.
Purchase your tracks today.
Hello, hello. Hey, shalom, shalom. Yo, I appreciate all praises to whoever's watching, man. Appreciate you, brothers and sisters. You haven't said shalom, so I'm assuming you are a foe. Okay, that's how I'm gonna take you. But anyways, today's a different. It's a different platform, I guess you could say. Tomorrow is the class that I'm gonna be focusing on. Just for a second here. Tomorrow's the class that I'm gonna be focusing on. So I want you guys to just be mindful, okay? It's a different platform today. I'm gonna bring up a lot of videos, just short things that I'm noticing, but I'm gonna show you an important book today, fam. And I know that some of my brothers and sisters don't know about this book, but remember, how can I say this, man? A sister brought this scripture up to me the other today, as a matter of fact. Let me read it, and then I'll move on. I'll just read it, and then move on. And she gave it to me by accident at first, man. It was kind of trippy. Hold on a second here. Where is it at? There you go. Deuteronomy. Okay, so she was trying to give me a Deuteronomy 23, but this is the Most High. So instead, she said she texted Deuteronomy 32:12. Okay, look what it says. Let's read Deuteronomy 32:12. So the Lord alone did lead him, and there was no strange god with him. Okay, so I find that very interesting, family, because I'm not trying to fit in a religion, nor am I trying to mislead you into anything. I want the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. And I'll tell you one thing. I'm about my people. I'm about my people. First and foremost. And if I need to find out who my enemy is, guess what? I'm the type of man that I'll study you. And you have no clue what you just meant. And this is for the enemy. So let's begin. We got this thing called here, in case you guys never heard of, it's called Black Root Science. You guys are probably wondering, like, Black Root Science? What is Black Root Science? And I hope YouTube doesn't block me because this isn't my material. And nor do I claim to use it. But I want to get to the point because I'm going to show you a lot of video today. Short ones. Let's get to the topic here. So Black Roots, I'll leave this link for you guys to read. It's a pretty lengthy, link about questions and answers regarding a particular person. But within this particular BS, you're going to find this very interesting. So this is where the wabos, for you brothers and sisters that are not wasting your time, but using some of your arsenal towards these guys, they're nothing, family. I'm going to tell you something. They're just crumbs. That's why they stay away from YouTube channels, okay? Because they can't be black for the BS on TikTok. Anyhow, let's begin. So in this particular section here, it actually explains something about the natives. So they asked this man this particular question, and he says, here's the answer to the rest of your questions. Let me describe in a roundabout way what I mean by black people.